Hey guys, how's it going? Matt from Foul Ball Productions here. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I hope that you are doing well. I am doing great. Thank you very much. And thanks for joining another episode of the MFer Cocktail Lounge, where we enjoy a drink, a cigar, and a little bit of shit talking. So I appreciate that you guys are here and the lovely panel. Go around the horn and say hello to everybody. Jake D, how's it going, my man?
It's always a fine evening when I have a fine glass of scotch to enjoy, my friend. Thank you, as always, for having me on the MFer Cocktail Lounge.
Anytime, and congratulations on being Gary from Nerdrotic's Channel of the Week on Friday Night Tights tonight.
That was very humbling and really, really cool. And it netted so many subs that my sub count is wrong right now. So I don't even know how many I got from it.
Awesome.
And if you haven't joined yet, if you haven't subbed yet, join the Stampede. Head on over to Jake's channel and make sure you give him a sub ski.
Sub twice, sub 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, sub 4 times, 5 times.
Just to be safe.
Yeah, just to be safe. Don't miss a notification.
I remember when you were single digits, man. That's awesome.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Me too. It wasn't that long ago.
And speaking of people who've gotten shout outs on Friday Night Tights, we have none other than the masked crime fighter Vigilante Williamson with us tonight, who got an early shout out from Gary on FNT. How's it going, man?
Vigilante Williamson with another episode of the MFer Cocktail Lounge, and I'm feeling good. Yeah, I've gotten way more shout outs than I deserve from Gary over the past few weeks, and it's been really cool. And even Comic Division gave me a slight shout out on one of my super chats too. So that's
nice.
Crazy, dude, especially because I don't know if you know, we're talking about our growth. Look how much FNT's grown. I was in the chat before the damn stream. There were like 3,000 people waiting on the stream to start. And I remember when 3,000 was like the high for FNT.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, there's 3,000 people watching. Holy crap.
Yeah, we were pushing almost 8 grand tonight.
It was over 7,500 tonight.
Yep.
It was insane.
That's what I saw,
Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Dude, I love your new icon, V-Dub.
Thank you. Shout out to Mando Merch / Cast in the Shadows. He did the icon. All credit to him. It's really cool.
Love it.
I like it.
Yeah, it looks sharp. Yeah, it looks badass. And also, Vigilante pointed out to me that like on the top is a V and under the eyes is a W. Vigilante.
Yeah. It's good, man. It's good.
Clever. I like it. And our fourth panelist for now. I'm sure more people will come in. We'll probably have Draco, Eric K, Nick Weiser. A bunch of people will pop in when they're ready. But we have now the great Egyptian god. Make sure you're nice to him because he'll give you a pestilence. Lord Thoth.
Gentlemen, it is great to be here. Thanks for the invite. It's always humbling to be amongst the greats, and that's you three gentlemen for sure.
Well, that's very kind of you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, you're one of the greats yourself, man. You're on a lot of podcasts. We got to get your channel going, man. Got to get your channel up there.
It's funny you guys all say that, and my wife is actually saying the same thing. She keeps saying, "Well, why don't you like to talk too much? Why don't you get on there?"
That's funny.
She wants to get on too. That's I'm very proud of her today. She's a AVP of a big corporation there, and she got a big bonus and a big pat on the back for her job. I think it's amazing because I watch her. She works a lot harder than I do, and I just shake my head because sweetheart, you're working too hard. She's like, oh no, it's good. I'm so yeah. If I can get her away from that and on a stream sometime, that would be the best.
Right on, man. That's great.
It was an honor to meet Lady Thoth.
100%.
How does
I can't wait till we do. I can't wait till we do Vegas, guys. That'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was so much fun. I was thinking back on that, Jake. Dan, that was just a blast of a week, dude.
Yeah, I gotta go to Vegas next time.
Fuck. That was just so cool. It was just like it's like one of those things where like you don't even realize how much fun you're having until you like think back on it and you're like, man, just like all day, every day was just a ball. Like we're fucking hitting up the cigar lounge. We're playing cards. We went for a hike. We're just like, that's a blast, man. That was so much fun.
Dude, my favorite time was when you dragged my ass up to Red Rock Canyon.
Yeah.
Of the whole trip, that was the best part, man. That was cool as shit.
It was cool, right? It's funny. The only reason I went there, I've said this multiple times, but the only reason I went there is because I'm a fan of Fallout New Vegas, the video game, and that's a location in the game. So I was like, let me go see where the Great Khan's bed down and check it out. And it was a blast. It was a blast. So I imagine you guys all listen to FNT tonight, right?
Oh yeah.
Most of it, I was in and out, but for most of it.
Yeah, I was in and out too. What do you guys think of real quick, let's say hi to Henry Sherman. What's up, first time commenter? Good to see everyone. For sure about FNT, I saw your comment, Vigilante. Cool. Hi, Henry Sherman. Welcome to the stream, sir. Thank you. This is the not FNT follow-up show. Yeah.
The official, unofficial.
There we go. That's great. What'd you guys think of Lauren Chen?
She was she seemed a little, I don't know, is she not used to big panels maybe?
No. I've seen her before. Big panels. She's on big panels. I think she might be not so much intimidated, but there's some pretty strong personalities on that panel with FNT, right? And I think that she did her part. She chimed in when, once in a while, and but yeah. I just think that she played it safe and didn't say anything too controversial. And with all those guys there, they were pushing theirs agendas. Obviously, all those guys are always pushing their thoughts and their feelings about everything. And maybe not. She wasn't overwhelmed because she held her own. But I think that's probably what the problem was. Is that these guys, when they get going, man, I'm telling you, it's hard to stop them and hard to get a word in edgewise.
Yeah. And to be fair, she's not the only guest that's happened to. I remember Dan Vosh, if you remember him.
Yeah,
it was a similar thing. There's been a few guests where they just kind of get.
It's a lot of people, man. You really got it. I think, especially if there isn't like a happening, like there isn't something that happened that week that's particular to that guest, it is a little tough. You can get swallowed up, and so many personalities and so much flying back and forth. I was in and out, like Vidge was saying, same thing. But the one thing I just didn't feel like I got a sense of like what she was or who she was. I think because she's already such a big personality, but I kind of wanted a little like, what's her point of view on some of this stuff? Like I saw her just kind of like backing up some points, but I wanted to hear her like, some hot takes or something.
Yeah. And to be honest, I'm sorry. Just a quickie here. And to be honest, I think that really relies on the host too. The host has to be able to push her into the limelight. Some of the guests are going to jump in there anyway, but some guests are a little bit timid, and I think that really relies on Gary and probably Jeremy too to kind of say, hey, so tell us what you think, kind of thing too. That's a big part.
That's a good one.
Well, to be fair, Gary's like me, a boomer, and so it was a miracle he didn't dox himself in front of everyone. And there's that.
Well, he did a couple of times.
Yeah, he basically did. And then something. I kind of feel that way about Lauren Chen in general. You know what I mean? Like I had a super chat. I'm not sure if it got read because I did the donate thing, and I'm not sure. I think that thing aggregates the chats weird. So even though I chatted early, it ended up getting lost. I'm not sure. Maybe he did read it. I just wasn't in. But I said something joking like, "Oh, don't simp for Lauren, don't simp for Lauren, or whatever." But like, that's kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to say something mean. In case, like, what I mean? I like Lauren Chen, but there's sometimes where I just feel like she's just like.
Are you saying she's like the political equivalent of a gamer girl?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far because there's guys that do the same thing. You know what? If you, we was off stream, but we were talking about me and Fireball were talking about channels and how channels can kind of just go into like their own market. We were talking about, I don't want to say the other channel name, but we were talking about a specific channel that said, hey, he started a month after me, but he grew so fast. And you were like, hey, there's a specific market this person goes to. She does the same sort of thing.
I see where you're going. Yeah.
And that's not to knock anything she says. That's not to say that any of her points are invalid. That's not to, but there's a like, hey, I'm the conservative cute girl. And that's kind of the gimmick. And there's not really much behind that. Like that's it.
Because there's the difference between like being a person like, we talked about Shapiro last week, but I still credit him with like having like hot takes. Like I think, or insight or unique takes anyway. Like I feel like I'm getting his like there's a difference between that and just saying like the conservative thing, but just it being a different mouth saying the conservative thing.
Yeah, and that may be a harsh criticism of me, because Henry Sherman brings up a good point. She's smart. Wouldn't surprise me if she was thinking that she didn't want to hog the mic. And I can see somebody just saying, what, I don't want to overpower the mic.
I mean, my main take from listening to her on the show tonight, because that was my only exposure to her. I haven't seen her on her channels. I wasn't familiar with her. Everybody else seemed to be familiar with her and think she was an amazing grab for a guest.
Stuff like that.
She was on Rogan.
Okay. Yeah. So, my main take was, I got the sense that she felt a little out of place in the panel. And when she did speak up, I was liking the points, and I thought she was on point, and she was bringing a bit different perspective in. It just seemed like maybe she was, that's why my first question was, is she not used to large panels?
Well, here's the thing. I've seen her with Midnight's Edge, and I've seen her, I think she did a couple of those charity streams before as well. So she's done panels with a large amount of people. I'm 90% sure she was on one of Drunk's charity stream. Like I said, I've seen her on Midnight's Edge, and then I've seen her on The Blaze. I've seen her on things where there were multiple people. So yeah, I do think, I think that's something that FNT is kind of, she's not the only guest that kind of has been a little swallowed up.
Yeah.
Panel. I feel like the only ones who aren't are like people who are already YouTubers, like a Yellow Flash or a Ripper or a Drinker or a Mauler. Those are the type of guests that
it's a Gundam does
great.
Yeah. He fits right in. Conversely, though, Kurt Metzger completely dominated when he was on.
Yeah.
Like it was the opposite.
Right. I think that's a flaw of Kurt's, because I listen to his show, Can't Get Right. I listen to that like almost every week. And he's on Ryan Long's podcast this week. And it almost seemed like he was making a conscious effort to like talk less and listen more. Like I feel like Kurt, it's almost like a flaw of his that he's working on. You know what I mean? Because it's like sometimes you're like, Jesus, it's uncomfortable to listen to you, Kurt, because you'll ask a question and then you'll just start barreling through it. It's like, why even have a guest, man? Just talk at the camera.
I also appreciate what they're doing, though, that they're targeting the feminine audience. And I think that she's a great spokesperson for that part of the audience, whether it's her political views or the way she looks at pop culture. She's got some really good arguments. I like when she talks, and I like what she has to say. And I think a lot of us are kind of a similar crowd, right? And I think that the last couple of Friday Night Tights, we've had some great female personalities that have been on there. There's lots out there, though. There's that Star Wars girl. There's Lorena Creole. There's the Valkyries. There's some really amazing female voices that are on YouTube right now. And I think that should be kind of the target that FNT goes from here. We need to get more of those female audience out there to tell us how they're feeling, because a lot of the times on those shows, we're putting words into their mouths. We're talking about what the female audience wants, and I think without that voice to be on those shows and to actually say this is what we want, that we're not getting that 50% of the audience out there. There's a lot of female audience members out there that love pop culture and love Star Wars, love Star Trek, love all of the stuff that we do too, but they don't get a chance to talk about it too much. So I love that Gary and his team are getting these voices on there. And I think we have to be more cognizant and aware of how we can come across being the alpha males and the talkers and the people that are going to be dominating the conversations, and allow them to talk more. I think that if she had a chance to really just reveal what she feels about all this stuff, except for the snippets here and there, we could have seen her side of things a lot better. And you've got Jeremy, you've got Az, you've got Gary, you've got some pretty alpha males on there that are like, this is how it is. And so when it's her opportunity to talk, she didn't really get much time to talk.
Yeah. As Henry Sherman said, she's been on Tim Pool before, and I have to slightly disagree with one thing. Lord Thaw said we talked for women. I never ever assume I have any clue of what a woman wants ever. So that's something. You can't
simply because I have no evidence to prove myself right
now. Thaw, I'm going to have to slightly disagree with you, because I do think we have a pretty good idea of what the ladies might like to see in a show.
Hey, did you put Henry Cavill's face on my body? What happened to that?
No, he put Amy Adams' head on mine.
Yeah. No, that's clearly my body, right?
I must admit that I do love seeing a
those?
ginger as Lois Lane, by the way.
Now, both of those together are your body, V-Dub? Is it I put two heads on?
Yeah, at this point, that's why I gotta have to lose a. If I could lose, what was her name? I forgot Lois's name. Amy Adams.
Yeah.
There we go. If I could lose an Amy Adams, and maybe I could look like Henry Cavill.
Losing Amy Adams.
Yeah, if I could lose Amy Adams and maybe I could look like Henry Cavill.
Well, you got a green screen in the background there, so yeah, absolutely, a little photo manipulation there.
Yeah, I mean, I've got it on good authority from the girlfriend that this is what women want when in their entertainment, right here.
Yeah.
What's going on with his pectoral muscle there? Oh, it's gone now. But it looked like you have a scar or something. It looked like it was all like kind of.
Might be a little bit of sometimes if you use certain substances, certain things happen to that region.
Stretches.
Well, let me pull it back up and we can discuss.
Like you see, right? There's like a stretch. Do you see that stretching? What is that? Is that a scar?
Could have been something
right by the bicep. Am I going nuts?
Oh yeah. Like,
there's a little bit of
right here.
Yeah, you think maybe Henry Cavill was a fat kid, and then like he got like the surgery to take the skin off. That's why he hit the scar right under
like
his.
I said, if you use certain substances, certain parts, your chest may look a little bit feminine, to say at least.
Yeah,
you
maybe.
might have to do something to correct that.
That could be shading from the insane musculature that this freak has. Like for real, that could be rib muscle.
It could be, but what I'm talking about happened to The Rock when he was younger. He had a gyno and had to get surgery.
Oh, because of all the supplements, all the protein powder he was taking.
Yeah,
the protein powder. Yeah.
Vitamins.
I wanted to follow up your point. I think that was a well met point. I think it's tough though because there's the female voices out there are coming but I don't feel like they're as strong. It's like a lot of the male voices in this conversation are kind of like, enough. I got to go on the internet and say what I really think. Like it comes on like a storm. Whereas like there are the girls out there. There's like Geeky Sparkles, from Clownfish, and there's Nerd Cookies and stuff, and Lady Jane. Like what's her name? Lady Jane.
Yep. Jane Theory.
Jane Theory.
Lady Jane. There's Jane Theory, and then there's Mecca Random, who's been around for a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
Mecca Random 42. Yeah.
They're there, but I don't know. It's just different. I think it's almost like you have to kind of change the dynamic a little bit in order to kind of nurture that type of thing. Because I mean, look, it's Geeks and Gamers and it's FNT. Everyone's talking about the thing of the day, but like also, you're gonna have Ryan saying they're just had to cook and get fucked.
Yeah,
there's also that shade on the show as well. So.
I mean, I know he's clowning. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I know that.
Yeah,
but it grates me a bit.
It does me too.
It's just so crass. Like,
and I get in the background. Who's that effing asshole?
Yeah,
I do too.
And I think that's just. Hey,
just I was just say hail to Red Shirt. What's up, bro?
Yeah, I think that's just the way he feels that he's getting the voice now too, because he never used to be like that. That's really something that's happened in the last short term. He's never used to be like that. I just think that he's
playing a character.
Yeah,
he's playing a character.
He catches a lot of shit too, though. Like the chat, like there's all those handles that are named like Ryan Cannell's like little nipples or whatever. Like, like I think the chat is catching up with some of it and they're giving it back to him too. So I feel like he's not getting away scot-free.
Oh God, the one today that Gary almost couldn't read the name of the account.
I don't know.
Oh God.
Can't remember what one was that.
It was Cannell gargles Jeremy's man juice or something.
Jesus. Oh, man.
I mean, Gary's like falling over laughing. He couldn't even get the name out of his mouth, man. That was hysterical.
No, it's funny. I liked hearing Gary at the end of the show shout out Anthony Cumia at what's it called? Compound Media. I thought that was really cool because I've been an Opie and Anthony fan since I was in high school. So I still listen. So it's cool to hear like my heroes, being shouted out on FNT. I love that crossover. It's like, oh,
that's good, man. Carrie from Unsafe Space, in contrast to Chen tonight, I thought she blends in really well with the group in the panel.
But that was her second time, though. So maybe
she did the first time too, though.
Well, that's from her cutthroat knitting group. I mean, geez. You have to be tough to be amongst those girls.
Yeah, I know. It's tough.
You're joking, but I'm sure that's serious.
I'm half joking. How's that?
Yeah.
Also, though, that's kind of what I was saying. Like her first time on, like she was introducing the world of SJW knitters, to everybody. So like they gave her like they're like, please tell us about this. You know what I mean?
Yes.
To your
point about leading the guests. Yeah.
Right. And there was a reason for her to talk. It's like if Lauren Chen had something happen this week or something like that, like maybe it would have been different too. Maybe if it would have been like she was going to, whatever, tell some story or some situation, it might have been a little different. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's fair. That's a fair observation. I mean, there was definitely a purpose and a focus to her appearance that helped make that happen.
Yeah, Henry Sherman says, surprising story about the knitting situation, how that mentality can affect such a small community. They literally will not leave one stone not unturned, will they?
Nope.
You know what they're not going to touch?
What?
Cigars and scotch.
We'll see.
You say that. You say that. I'm sure they're already in there. I mean,
who knows, man.
I used to follow a lot of different whiskey channels. I haven't followed them in a while. I couldn't tell you. Maybe they're all like, BLM and SJW stuff.
Well, I mean, Matt is taking quite the large phallus into his mouth there every few seconds. So
Oh boy.
Yeah, every cigar shop I ever go to, it is just a bunch of like middle-aged dudes, like so maybe once they find that out, they're gonna find out how toxic that community really is.
That's right.
It is.
I tell you what, dude. We joke around, but that news about Coca-Cola, man, that really upset me.
I hate Coca-Cola anyway, so that's good.
I'm a Coca-Cola fan. I need more reasons to stop drinking. I call it pop. It's soda everywhere else. I'm from Michigan. It's fucking pop. I need
pop too, man.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you don't drink
pop in North Michigan as well.
You don't drink Faygo?
You know what? Faygo is not bad. I know it's kind of known from the Juggalos and shit, but it is actually not bad. And it's like locally, it used to be like one of the cheaper brands, so that was cool. But as if I needed another excuse to not drink pop. Yeah, and it's funny. I love Coca-Cola.
I actually enjoy Coke too. It's just it's so upsetting to like learn that. It's like, man, it really is like, I'm like, okay, well, it's just in my stupid Hollywood community. It's just, but it's like, no, it's like everywhere. Like it's infecting the country. It's amazing how like effective it, how it's like it's really working for them. Like they're really getting their shit in everything. Sometimes it's really scary.
I had a really weird experience with this topic when I went through my orientation with the company that I work for right now. So I negotiate contracts for a company that sells software business to business. And I went out roughly this time last year to Palo Alto for corporate orientation after I'd been on board for a couple months. And there was a very strange afternoon meeting towards the end of the week where part of it was a talk from the company diversity officer and another part of it was talk.
Just that title just sounds rough. The company diversity officer, buddy.
And then there was another talk from the community service outreach, because my company places a lot of emphasis, like we get time off to go do community service stuff and we get paid for it. Like we did Meals on Wheels. We were rolling around delivering meals for folks. We do that, a couple times a quarter as a group, kind of a team building thing and a give back to the community sort of thing. So the lady who is in charge of that gave a talk, and the company diversity officer gave a talk. And the service lady started her little spiel by letting us know that her pronouns were she, her, and hers. Wow. Right. And
here we go.
And I'm sitting there and I just zoned out. It was like, she talked about some stuff. And then the company diversity officer gave a talk where, I mean, shocker, I'm a white male in my 40s. Uh-oh. So
what?
Typically, I know.
Woman. I have a comment about tech and diversity after you're done.
Yeah. So usually, I mean, I've been through, because I've generally worked large corporate jobs, right? I've been with a major bank that had a very huge scandal about fake account openings. I was with them for about 8 years. I was with the third largest telecommunications company in the country for about 9 years. And now I'm with, a world leading software firm. And so every one of those, you get the diversity speech because they're very, very large companies, right? So anytime you've got a decently sized company, you get the speech, right? And what was crazy about this was it was the very first and only time I've ever gotten the diversity speech where I felt like he was talking to me too. Like, meaning that.
Is that like when you hear like a really good song, you're like, oh my God, this is about me.
Yeah, kind of like that. For real. I shit you not. It was the most out of body experience I have ever had, where I'm getting the diversity talk from a black man, where I felt like when he was talking about diversity and inclusion, he actually meant me too. I've had dozens of those speeches before where I felt vilified.
Yeah, and of course. That's by nature, by the way. That's like how they're designed.
Yeah. But this dude made me feel like I was part of the conversation.
Wow, that's cool.
Which was so weird, particularly when the lady who went before him just was like, "Oh, fuck you, lady."
Right.
I have a question about the demographic. You said the guy who made you include it was a black man, which I'm not shocked by as a black man, because going through a lot of similar things, believe it or not. They only use us as a shield if we're I said it in the song, if we're dead or gay. But about the demographics of the woman, was she Caucasian?
And blonde.
So yeah, so
roughly 33 years old.
God damn it.
Okay, so yeah, that's not okay. I have a little story about the whole tech industry. So I don't work in the tech industry. I work in a totally different shitty industry that I hate. But I've been working there for like a decade. I've been trying to get it. Well, not this job, but I'm working in this industry for a long time. I've been trying to get out of it. But at one point, I went to one of these coding boot camps, and I guess now we can call it the 10s. In the late 10s, I went to a coding boot camp, had a GitHub, went to all these stupid little parties in this little city. This is a fairly big city I actually live in. Went to all these different little parties and meetups and get-togethers and all this stuff trying to get a job. Even had a damn game on the fucking what store? Not the Apple. What's the opposite? Oh, Google Play Store for Android. All trying to get a programming job, different languages, front end, back end, whatever. Just whatever. I just want to start somewhere. I kept going to these different meetups, and they would have, oh, we're so good with diversity, and they would talk about how the girl who went to college for accounting only, after 6 months, you know what I mean, she got a job there, or she got hired in as an accountant, and after 6 months of working there and learning, now she's a programmer and all this cool stuff. When I handed the motherfucker my resume, I would never hear back, or I would always hear some other stuff. Oh, you don't have this experience, even though you just told me somebody with less experience just got a job. It was a mess. So they talk all this diversity crap. It is literally only for brownie points. It's completely
100%. And it's also like that. We've talked about this, but it's also like the diversity only counts if it supports their agenda.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like you're never gonna hear diversity people like applauding a Candace Owens or anyone who doesn't support what they purport. Like they don't care about diversity if it's contrary to their agenda.
Or Gina Carano.
Or Gina Carano.
Or even a Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle's a lefty, and they wanted him to get COVID and die.
Yep.
That's
100%.
what was so weird.
Doesn't hate Trump enough.
That's what this was so weird about the speech from this guy, is that usually it's clear that I'm not included in the inclusion speech. You know what I mean?
Right.
And this was the exact opposite. Like the dude actually made me feel like he did value me, like you should, right? When you're discussing diversity, everybody, if you're talking, I mean, you hear the buzzword when the batshit crazy people are talking about it, and they're talking about diversity and inclusion. They usually mean anybody but me.
Well, that's
right?
I mean, that's the thing that
this guy didn't mean that.
That's dope.
Yeah,
because that's the thing I'm realizing more and more is just say you don't want straight white males. Like, stop using this cloud word of diversity. You don't mean diversity. You mean no straight white men. Just have the courage to fucking say it. Don't hide behind this idea that it's like this egalitarian, magnanimous, like no. You feel that they're, whatever your ideology is, just say, just have some fucking stones and say what you really mean.
And at this point, I wouldn't even go with straight white men, just straight men in general. It seems like this is an attack.
Well, that's true.
Actually,
I was about to say the same thing.
Straight black men are the white people of black people.
Absolutely, of course we are. That's why the guy was so. That's what I'm sure the guy that gave that speech has heard stuff like that before. I'm sure he has. I'm sure he's heard white people tell him he's not black enough. I'm sure he's heard all the craziness that you could think, and you're probably that's why he's like. Yeah, I feel exactly like you do, brother, because this is the same stuff I have to deal with. Because
dude, it was so monumental. I actually walked up to the guy afterwards and shook his hand and thanked him.
Cool.
I mean, it was unexpected.
It is hard being straight nowadays, guys.
Man, you say that? That's
growing
no
up.
longer
I thought, this is awesome. Women are awesome, and I love being straight. And now I'm looking at it, going, "Damn."
Well, you're lucky you're married, Thoth.
Oh God, it's not legal to talk to him.
Now, if I love lesbian women, does that still make me straight? I guess it does, doesn't it?
If you identify as a lesbian woman, I think you're okay.
Listen, I'm hoping that I had a crush on Elliot Page. Don't say their dead name.
Don't dare. Don't you dare. I'll kick you right off the stream, Vigilante.
Don't do it.
The funny thing is, I know her family. I'm from Nova Scotia too.
Oh, really?
So
his
family. Well, no, they, them.
You're on notice, Thoth. That's your first warning. Warning.
Yeah, I'm happy to call him. I think it's him. Is it? I don't even fucking know. Right? I'm happy to call him Elliot if that's what he wants to be called. I don't give a shit.
Hey, they were cute when they were younger. Therefore, intersectionality. Therefore, I can never be canceled.
Does that make us gay curious if we thought
they cute? That's a different.
Right?
Labels don't matter, Jake. Labels don't matter unless I say they matter. Then they really matter, and I'll fire you.
I mean, back when Elliot was like in the pre-Elliot days,
X-Men. That means they were cute. That him,
right? I don't know. Right? I'm trying to not say the cancel me language. but
when they were playing Kitty Pryde,
was hot.
They were cute. Yeah.
Kitty Pryde was hot.
She's
I'm
actually
not gonna lie.
that was
Oh,
that
no!
was a good
You
casting.
said she. We're done.
That was actually a pretty good casting.
That's it. I'm shutting down the stream. These guys they're out of line. I apologize on behalf of all straight white men. These men do not represent us collectively.
And we're just starting to drink. Just wait, come back in about an hour.
Sentient Dildo has the solution to all
he
your
always
problems, V-Dub.
There you go.
So
I am a lesbian in a man's body. If that helps.
What's
Free
up?
batteries.
Intersectionality.
Free batteries.
Thank you.
Free batteries.
Good to see you, buddy. Nice to see you.
It's great. It's always great to see the sentient dildo.
Bright and
He's
early
fucking
for
awesome.
Sentient Dildo, man. His sun might not even be up for him yet.
Where's Sentient Dildo at?
I have no idea what time it is in Croatia. I don't
Oh,
know.
Croatia. Yeah, that's right. I remember. It was,
Yeah. I think that's him,
That's-
right?
It's
Yeah.
9 hours, I think, isn't it? Sentient dildo. Correct me. Is it like 9 hours?
It's I think it's 8 from me. It's probably 6 a.m. for him, maybe.
What's it like in Croatia? Isn't it crazy that Eastern Europe is becoming a free world?
Oh my God.
I know.
This is insane. It's insane. Who never thought? Because I remember when I was young, it was just like, oh yeah, Eastern Europe is jacked up.
When I was
5:30
young.
a.m. early morning.
When I was young. What are you? 35?
Yeah, around there.
Nailed it.
Yeah, around there.
I was all right. I was close. I was
5:30
Nice.
a.m. That's so that's it's only 6 hours then.
There you go. Good morning.
6
man.
hours
Good morning.
Eastern. Well, I mean, it would be the same for you guys, right? It'd be 6 hours for you guys.
What's that?
For what?
Well,
For who?
That's 7 for me.
Yeah, because Matt's further back.
8:30.
That's right,
Nice,
Central.
nice and early here. Just barely down.
We must be on
Oh.
his alarm clock. It comes on to wake him up in the morning.
Hey, you know what? I'm happy to be your morning show. I've always wanted to be like a morning show. Now I'm on a morning show for Sentient Dildo, so that's awesome.
See, that's what we're talking
I
about,
made
man.
it.
Dude. That's one of the cool things about this, right? I mean, we're talking with Sentient Dildo and Elvis over in Croatia. I haven't seen the Brigadier here tonight, but maybe he'll pop in. He's a good
Oh
dude.
yeah, where's Elvis been? I haven't seen Elvis in a little while.
Yeah.
But we get guys like Geek Tropology from Ecuador. We got Thoth from Canada. We got folks from Australia. It's cool that even on a smaller channel like we are, you still have this ability to touch people everywhere.
Aw. That's nice.
It's cool, man.
No, it is. I'm just kidding. It just sounded so like after school special.
Speaking of,
Well,
The world.
you don't know what I'm talking about when I say touch people.
You can
Yeah.
get arrested.
speaking of touch people, did anybody see the Mortal Kombat trailer?
Ooh,
Hell yes!
segue.
How could I miss it?
That touched me.
Segment.
That got me like I thought about it. I'm like, when's the last time I really wanted to see a movie? And I'm
So
like,
you got some wood, did you?
a little
A little
bit,
wood?
man.
Someone
That
pull that
movie was
And that was
badass.
Warner Brothers.
But
right?
I wouldn't suggest. No, don't play it because I did it on my stream and it got me. Unless
Come
you do
on.
a
They
EFAP
took
style.
you down?
Did they pull
They,
you down or did they just copyright you?
Well, actually, I got pulled down for a song because I played Bat Metal or whatever the hell that was. It was a fun video, but that got me knocked down.
Warner Brothers trailers, you're good.
We can-
They'll claim you.
they just do a monetized claim. They don't strike you.
Let's
Okay,
do
well,
that.
okay,
It's Warner
yeah.
Brothers, right?
It is Warner Brothers. You know what they did?
Oh, we're
release the
good. We
claim
can play
pretty
it. Yeah, we
We're
can
good.
play it.
All
Okay,
right, I'll
cool.
find it. That's great. I did want to talk about that because I saw like a moment of it. It looked cool as shit.
Oh,
It was
dude.
like-
Oh, it looks so cool.
Make sure
It
you
looks
get the
so
red
bad.
band trailer.
Yeah.
not the regular one. Get the red band.
So it says official restricted trailer. Is that the one?
Yes, that's the
Yeah.
one.
But my man isn't in it. Johnny Cage, man. I took
I-
a lot of kids' quarters back in the old arcade in the old days, kicking
are we
people's ass
sure?
with Johnny Cage.
Are
That's
we
what I'm
sure
wondering.
Johnny Cage isn't in it?
I'm not sure. I'm. You know what? And there's another thing. I heard there's a lot of people who are being left out for sequels.
I heard about
Because they're
that too. Chun Li of all people is being left.
Jezebel. God.
It's like Ken and Ryu.
Oh, yes.
Too.
Does the white
audio?
man's racism have no bounds?
All right.
Tekken King was
let's
out
roll
too.
through
What
this,
the hell?
man.
Yeah, exactly. That Jaguar head guy from Tekken.
Get over here.
Oh man.
I hope there's no echo.
Raiden being race swapped kind of pisses me off a bit.
Oh yeah, they did make him. Oh, he was playing so well in the first one.
Christopher Lambert.
Bring the volume up a little bit, Matt.
Now this is a kick-ass cool scene.
That's as high as it can
I don't
go.
know if I think it's as high as it goes.
That's Jax, right?
Yes, Jax.
Oh, that's a cool effect though. Look at all the bullets, like
Dude.
the pellets are frozen in midair. That's badass.
man.
Nice.
Sub-Zero.
Nice
Sub-Zero
brain
kicks
stop
ass.
there, man. Dude, that was a good pause.
That's really cool.
That looks
Oh, I like that.
badass.
You know what this
Yeah.
reminds me of? This feels like Dread a little bit. This feels like someone who really likes cool shit and is just going all out.
Yes, that's exactly what this is.
Yeah, that's
We
just,
all have to go to this to support it, man. Because this
fuck
is
yeah.
this
Yeah,
is a
I'm going to the theater.
testosterone, heterosexual, like
Yes.
kick-ass, blood and guts kind of movie, man.
I'm
Yeah.
going
You gotta
to the
support
theater
this
to see
shit.
it.
in the People's Republic of California, I don't think they'll have theaters, but maybe when I move to the free state of Texas, they will.
Hey, the theaters in Ottawa are opening up here next week.
There we
Theaters
go.
are
If
open
it's in
here,
fucking Canada, California can do
They're
it.
open. They're open here, Matt.
Fuck yeah.
We just have to vote Justin Trudeau out of the country. That's all.
Yeah.
Good
I
luck.
didn't say that, by the way.
Yeah, right, exactly. They'll
They'll
come
be
to
coming
your
for me
door.
next.
You're
You
gonna
mean
have
Prime
Gestapo.
You mean Prime Minister Blackface?
Prime Minister Blackface. Prime Minister embezzlement, by the way. That guy's also like is scandal ridden with all these charities and shit like that. That guy's a criminal.
But he's dreamy, so it doesn't matter.
Right. And he's got his fucking pronouns in his Twitter bio.
That too.
All right, let's
Tell
do
Eric K, by the way.
Eric K is here.
Eric
What is
K
it?
is here?
What are his
Yeah.
pronouns? Low down, dirty, and crook? Are those
We
his
love-
pronouns?
Eric
Those are
K
his
is the wrench king. Wrench
He
king
is.
is his pronouns.
He's the mighty wrench. All right, let's finish this trailer.
Seconds.
Ooh, love it.
Yeah. That was cool. Cool origin for
Dude.
Jax.
Yes.
Have the same marking you do, Cole. It's a birthday.
This might be Johnny Cage. I know.
No,
they're
that's
calling
Liu
him
Kang.
Cole.
That's
No,
gotta
it's
be
not.
Liu
Liu Kang is somewhere else. They showing Liu Kang in the trailer. I thought he was too, but I saw it the second time.
All over the world.
He may be Cabal though. I heard that.
Damn, who's that? She's hot.
That's
Sonya.
Sonya Blade.
She looks
I mean,
fine,
yeah,
man.
The actress.
Good casting,
Oh,
there,
I
by
don't
the
know
way.
the actress. Yeah, she
This-
does. She
And
looks
here
like,
we go. I like
This is,
this one right here.
Scorpion, I believe.
Yeah, this is Scorpion.
Oh, this
There's-
part is-
Oh,
There's Kung Lao
yes!
too, right?
yeah, he's in there.
I think that Kung Lao, but that might have been Kung Lao.
Ooh, this
Liu
looks
Kang was in that.
amazing.
Oh, that. Well,
No,
we know who that is.
no,
Scorpion.
they'll show them separate.
Is that Emily Blunt?
Kano.
There's Liu Kang right there.
Yeah.
Jax with
That's
his
That's
metal
Kung
arms.
Lao.
Yep.
That's Kung
That's
Lao.
Raiden.
That's Raiden.
There's a lot of people. he
Raiden
could
is
be.
Look at them
white
arms.
this time around.
Dude.
Coco also end up being one of the ninjas. He could be Air Mac or Smoke
Oh,
or
yeah.
somebody like that as well.
Oh,
That was
Ooh.
Melina.
Yes.
bro, this looks epic.
That
It
was
is,
Smoke
Look at this.
there.
Look at this. Watch
That was
this.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Watch this shit. Oh!
Goro.
Oh!
Sub-Zero looking cool.
Liu
Oh, this
Kang.
is the coolest
Oh,
shit.
this
Watch
is
this.
badass.
Watch this shit.
I am Sub-Zero.
This is my part right here.
Wow.
Look at this.
Oh.
Freezes the
And this part here, oh,
He stabbed him with his own
freezes the
blood.
fucking blood.
Get
A
over
plus.
here.
Oh my god.
fatality.
Fucking A, man.
Yeah. And you can just see by the fighting, like they're really going for it with the fights. Like,
Wow.
they're really.
Yeah, that's
And look at that. Kano's
R
got a
rated.
heart in his hand, man.
Dude.
Yeah, I'm
I am
going to
so
the
fucking
theater
in.
to see
I am
that.
so fucking in. That looks incredible.
Do you know what
Does
that
that-
movie is? You know what that movie is, gentlemen? That is 2 romantic comedy movies.
Yeah, that's the penance.
Dude, that is That movie is a 6-foot erection with a giant greasy cheeseburger on the end of it. That's what that movie is.
I mean, that's fucking masculinity as fuck. Yeah, I saw a story about how, you know, men have less testosterone than a generation ago. Like a 30-year-old has less testosterone now than one 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
Believe it, yeah.
And that is going to help rectify that. That's
going to help a generation of men.
Yes.
Dude, this guy has done nothing. The director, Simon McQuoid is his name, McQuoid. All he has to his credits on IMDb, the only other thing he has is a video short called The Nighttime Economy. That's it. This guy literally came out of fucking nowhere.
Do you know why?
That's
it's
crazy.
because it's no big director in Hollywood would touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
I
such
mean-
whores. They'll do anything.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck.
That means he's less qualified than a lot of SJWs we make fun of from his resume. I mean, seriously, he has no resume.
Swear to God, who is this guy? How
I don't know, but
he
he should have done Wonder Woman 1984.
His
You know what?
those action scenes in that trailer look top notch.
fucking
Yeah,
that
that's
looks
fucking nice.
amazing.
The choreography in that trailer looks top notch.
You know, in a
He's
movie like
okay.
that, we don't want plot.
No.
we want guys
Keep
and
it
gals
simple.
kicking the shit out of each
No,
other.
I disagree. I want plot. I don't want it to just be empty and stupid. I like good story, and that
Yeah.
looks like it's kind of got everything. Like,
It's Mortal
If-
Kombat, man.
If
You know what the
have
story
no
is.
plot,
Well, you know what?
if you have
They
no
a good
plot,
lore.
you get Street Fighter.
That's
Yeah.
true.
yeah,
And Mortal Kombat does
you
have
get a music video.
a
It
fan
does have a
base.
good plot, VW. You're
Yeah,
right.
it has a fan
Absolutely.
base with a lore.
Fanatical fan base.
Yeah.
It does, and it looks like they're actually honoring it. Like they're actually making something for that fan base, which is this crazy, unprecedented like technique at making movies. I know it's nuts.
Dude,
It's
I'm
like-
gonna go see that fucking movie. Look,
I'm so seeing that.
Yes.
I am 41 years old. I haven't owned a current
look a day
gen.
over.
I haven't owned a current gen console for 15 years. I
Wow.
remember fucking Mortal Kombat back when I was a teenager, man. In high school and in college, I used to play the shit out of that game.
Hell
and
yeah.
this movie looks like Mortal fucking Kombat to me.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, like, yes, I'm in.
Dude, You
Yeah.
know what this guy looks like? It's so funny. This guy McQuoid, he kind of looks like a handsome version of the guy who played Rorschach. You know what I'm talking about? What's that guy's name?
Jackie Earl,
Jackie Earl Haley.
Earl Haley, yeah.
Look, he looks like a handsome version of him, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
he kind of does. Or like a
Like,
more
doesn't he?
distinguished version.
Yeah, he kind of looks like this.
Yeah,
You think-
handsome's kind of a strong word there.
Yeah,
but
you're
yeah.
right.
You,
Maybe I-
you think he's handsome, Matt? That's what
Well,
you go for
compared
right
to
there?
Jackie Earl Haley. I mean,
Yeah, I was thinking he's not.
We know
Jackie Earl
Matt is
Haley.
heterosexual if he's saying that guy's handsome.
but he looks like a distinguished version of Jackie Earl Haley.
Okay, that's good.
Well, I mean, that's still
Okay.
maybe. I don't know if you guys seen Jackie Earl Haley. He's not. You know what I mean? He has a hobby thing going on. So like, this is not-
Dude, look at this. Oh, is that from the video game? Oh, that's
that's
from
a
the video
video
game.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a
that's-
video game.
That's Melina there, yeah.
And I was
So
I was
good.
watching that stream Henry Sherman was talking about when Mr. H basically EFAT'd the trailer and broke it down frame by frame.
Oh,
It was pretty
cool.
cool.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
Melina and Katana are two of my favorite girls, man. They're
Dude,
female
the-
ninjas. Yep, sign me up.
dude, the effects look the shit in that trailer. I
Yeah.
mean, when Sub-Zero freezes Scorpion's blood and then stabs him with
That's
it.
That
the
was
most
sick.
And
awesome
then
part.
throws them through an ice wall. Like,
That was
I
so
mean,
bad.
yes.
damn.
That's
That
the
looks
that's the
good.
stuff. Sentient Deal that was saying don't trust trailers. And I understand that, right? Because how many trailers have let us down?
Amazing.
But when I see scenes like that, I say, okay, even if the plot is trash, I know the fight scenes are going to be at a certain level. And I know that just not only that scene, the one where Scorpion before he's Scorpion, I guess his origin story.
Yeah.
Where he throws the spear through the guy's head and slams him down to the ground. It's like,
Come
oh
on.
my goodness.
I know
Who
what
even
you're
thinks of that?
I know
Get
what he's
over here.
saying, But you could see like there's a lot of depth like in their casting choices, like giving Sub-Zero like just the way that dude looked. It looked like he's this old school like martial arts expert. Like there was all this like there was story in every frame of that, you know, like it didn't look like it just was cool for cool's sake. Like everything looked well chosen and had the right tone and the right color palette. That looked fucking sick.
We just saw Jax's origin, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, we did.
Thoth, he has no IMDb. Literally, I read it off. No, this is his commercial work. I guess what he's known for is he's a commercial director. This is his website. So it's like these are like very well produced commercials. You can tell just by the still frames. I mean, that's John Hamm and an H&R Block commercial. And like this, I guess that's Drake for Hewlett Packard. This is like some Logitech commercial. I guess like the guy he clearly seems to be no joke of it as a director.
But it's just not in the film. Everything's commercials.
Yeah, I guess he's just never done a movie or like anything in it. Like that's pretty fucking amazing though, to be able to segue from commercials into doing like a major motion picture like that.
He has a visual touch to him. I don't know what his storytelling is, but I can tell he like visually he's I keep saying how this is a visual medium. I stole that from your boy Zach, and that
to be honest, Zach did not coin that.
Yeah, I know. But
I think Kubrick may have said something to say about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, yeah, you're right. He says that a lot, and I got it from there. But yeah, you're right. The visuals of this just look inventive. Like I said, the fight scenes. It's not just let's just dance fight. Those look like really pretty well thought out, well and produced fight scene. So I'm excited for it. I don't know if the plot's going to be good. I don't know how faithful. I mean, Jax's origin is already a diversion from the lore, so we'll see how
cool idea though.
Absolutely, and and even Cole, the character who we don't know who he is, I think he's going to be similar to Agnes, somebody else. Like he's not just going to be created.
He may be Johnny Cage.
You mean Cole Young? Cole Young, right? Yeah, because Johnny Cage isn't in the IMDb, right? He's not listed, so he might be that kind of character. I don't know.
Here's the thing about Johnny: he's not the only guy missing. Is Shao Kahn in it? Shao Kahn in the movie?
No,
Shao Kahn and what's his girl? Sindel.
Nope.
So their characters, they're saving. They're
deeper in the lore, though, right? They're deeper in the lore. They're like MK6 or so. I'm trying to remember.
Well, no, Shao Kahn was in the second.
Well, Shao Kahn. Yeah. No, I'm talking about Sindel, and you're talking about a lot of the deeper cuts, right? You're talking about his queen, and you're talking about
Sindel was in the.
Like we're gonna see Melina, but we might not see Katana, right? We're gonna see
Melina was not original. She's deep in the lore.
Second or third or fourth.
Yeah.
Because they had a couple of female characters that they popped in the second one not the second one, the third one. I think I'm trying to remember Lena and Katana. I think was the third one. Oh man, this is going back into the 80s and stuff too, right? So
90s,
like 93,
92, 94, 95.
Yeah.
Well, the sequels. We're talking Mortal Kombat was 80s.
Was it really? What? I don't think so, dude.
No, I'm not talking about the movie. I'm talking about the game.
So
the game was like 90, like early 90s. Let's see.
No.
Yeah. Dude, I'm 90% sure it was in the 90s.
Because you got the 90s is 30 years ago now.
92.
1992.
Yeah, it's still 30 years ago though. That's 29 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm going back deep into.
Yeah, you're like just like, wait a minute. The 90s was 30 years ago. Oh Jesus.
That was a long time ago then.
You know what? Cole does have a connection to Scorpion. You're right, because he has a lot of yellow, and that I don't know enough about the lore. Are there any other characters with a connection to Scorpion?
Yeah.
Or are there multiple? I know there's multiple Sub-Zeros. Are there multiple Scorpions? Or just one Scorpion? I'm not.
There's one Scorpion, but there's a couple of Sub-Zeros because there's Sub-Zero and then his son, and then because it was the whole clan, right?
They have a clan.
Yeah,
because there's even other characters in the lore outside of Sub-Zero that have ice powers in the clan.
Yeah,
as you get into the 8, 9 and stuff like that.
So am I crazy, or I mean, I seem to remember playing Mortal Kombat in an arcade game version, like even pre-consoles, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it was arcade.
stand-up arcade.
All of them
game.
went to the arcades up until I don't know when they stopped, but I remember the first 3 were in the arcades, and then they had the Mortal Kombat Ultimate arcade, which had like all of the characters combined, and there was. Then they had the home version of that or the console version of that. I mean, I just remember those first 3 games a lot, and then there's spots where I go in and out of like 5 or 6, and then like 8 or 9. You know what I mean? I didn't play all of them, but there are parts of them. And I even remember they had a Sub-Zero solo game that was actually kind of good. It was kind of, you know.
I only played the first probably 3 or 4, I think. I definitely played the original and the second, probably up through about the 4th one I played. I always loved those games. And it you know, there was a comment, I think it was Henry made it about he's not wrong.
He's not wrong. Yeah. Like I said, that's why it's crazy.
Yeah, he's not wrong, man. But you know, I think it was Henry made a comment earlier about how it shouldn't just be a vehicle for action. You do need some story too. Totally agree with you, but you also, it doesn't need to be Shakespeare, right? I mean, I need a story that I can follow, and
simplicity is key, because you can do a lot. A lot can be done with simplicity. Simplicity does not mean stupid. Doesn't mean you can have a well thought, simple.
No, it's like what I brought up earlier, like the comparison of Dread. The story is not complex in Dread. It's like they got to go get Mama, and they're trapped in this building. It's just trying to kill them. That's like it. But it's fucking brilliant. Like, it's so compelling. It's some of the greatest 2 hours of cinema I've ever seen. Like, I fucking love every frame of that movie. And so it's like, it doesn't have to be like super intricate and intrigue and complex. It could just be like, but it does have to have an impetus to move the ball. Like, the story of John Wick is not very complicated, but it does have to exist.
Yeah, they killed his dog, god damn it. Sons of bitches.
You know what? We do need a story
that dog for like an afternoon. I don't know about that whole story. Like, it's literally
Dread was very much based off the raid too. So it's all about that building, that formidable obstacle. You've got to get from point A to point B. You got to get the bad guy, and you're done. So it's a quick 2-hour movie. It's like this one too. And I think that's why the original Mortal Kombat movie was a semi-success, because it was pretty simple. There was a tournament. You had to go there. If you lose, the bad guys to the land. Like, it's pretty straightforward.
Hot take. I like the second Mortal Kombat as well.
I don't even know.
Annihilation?
I know a lot of people don't like it.
I know a lot of people. He's like, wait, are we talking about the same movie?
It wasn't that bad. It was not that bad.
It was a fall off having Wright not be. Wasn't it not Christopher Lambert?
It was Christopher Lambert.
Yeah. But no, in the second one, I thought
there could be only one.
He was in the first one. He wasn't in the second one.
He wasn't in the second one. No.
Yeah, they recasted him in the second one. They recast him.
Look, I mean, Raiden. Look, I'm not one of these like whitewashing people, but Raiden is a pretty significant figure in Japanese mythology.
It was a little weird that Christopher Lambert was.
He's a weird guy anyway.
I mean, he looked fine. Like, I mean, the appearance looked good in the movie. Don't get me wrong. He looked the part mostly, but yeah, that it was a little odd that it was a white guy instead of Japanese.
My favorite Raiden is from Big Trouble in Little China.
Yes,
I fucking love that movie.
That is a great movie.
One of my favorite movies, dude. That's so good. I think Drinker was talking about doing a video about that. Maybe I'll try to beat him to it.
There you go.
And I'll have 0.018% of his audience on my
you could do it on the movie recommendee show, but I mean, I don't know if that counts exactly as obscure.
No, not on brand there.
I mean, it is cult. It's cult
for sure. I fucking love that movie. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
You know, when I was watching that trailer, it reminded me of any of you guys ever seen the show on Netflix called Kingdom?
Mm-mm.
It's the Korean zombie show set like in the Middle Ages. It's kind of like feudal Korea, but there's zombies. Bro, it is so excellent. I recommend that be your next show, guys, because it is such a good show. It's so cool. It is in Korean, so it is subtitled, and I recommend watching it with subtitles, not the dub, because the dub is really bad. But like the movie, the show is so well constructed. It could stand alone as a period drama if there were no zombies. Like that's how well acted and intricate the story is. But you throw zombies in there, bro, it's an excellent show. And it's like you're fighting zombies with katanas, so it's pretty badass.
And that was on Netflix?
Netflix, yeah. Really good show. No,
I've been watching
no fucking nonsense. No like super powerful women. In fact, there's a woman in it who's like a real see you next Tuesday, and she's the villain. And she's a great villain. It's a really, really good show. I recommend it.
Yeah. On the topic of Korean zombie genre, they're adapting Train to Busan.
Oh,
really?
Of course.
That's a great movie. That's a great movie.
It's getting adapted.
That makes sense. Subtitles are a tough sell for people, especially nowadays, because you can't look away. Like that's my issue with subtitles, where I'm like, if I'm not 100% in, it is a lot because you literally cannot look away the whole time. Yeah. So I get that. Ascension Diddle. I really can't stand dubbing either, unless it's like one of the Miyazaki films where they do it with like a really professional cast where it's good. But generally, it's just some guy shows up and he's like reading off the paper and he's like, "Yeah, your honor is no longer valid." You're like, oh, that's a little rough.
It's Gojira.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, that's kind of became its own cult thing. The bad dubbing of the like 60s, 70s, and 80s. Even into the 90s, that kind of
the
thing.
Bruce Lee movies and so,
yeah.
And bad dubs of animes is brutal.
Oh, anime, I can't deal with bad dubs at all. And that's I'm not even a big anime guy, but I just remember like back when I was younger, those anime dubs in the 2000s that were terrible.
It just takes the punch out of the story. I mean, that was something that I started watching Kingdom with a dub, and I was like, and I started putting on the subs. And even though it's all in Korean, the passion the actors have with the words is so compelling. Even if I don't speak Korean, you still feel it. You still feel the people. And it's much better with a sub, just with slightly more work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going back to Mortal Kombat, I'm looking at the IMDb, and there's a lot of like characters who are not here. So I think they're saving some characters for the future. I know there's a lot of people who are a little intersectionally scared that Johnny Cage got yeeted by the Wokies, but I think he'll be, if there's a sequel, he'll show up in the sequel.
I mean, I don't see anything particularly woke in the casting or the trailer at all.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, me too. But I mean, people are saying, "Oh, he's a straight white male. They got rid of him. He's a straight white male." I'm like, maybe they're trying to make a sequel. I've heard even before this, like well before this trailer came out, that they wanted to do a series or a sequel or something.
Of course.
So they can't blow their load in the first movie if that's the plan. So you need a.
Well, Mortal Kombat has always been a diverse cast, right from the first game.
Yeah.
So I don't see the issue. I'm a little upset because Johnny Cage is one of my favorite characters, but I think that if you're going to do another movie, I think this one has to be successful first before we start talking about sequels. But I think that the cast looks okay. There's some things I have some issues with just by casting, but if you do a half decent story, you do some kick-ass fight scenes, there's great special effects. If the
lots
movie
of
moves,
gore.
And we have fatalities and everything. Yes, I'm in. And I will watch it.
And we know we've got that. The fucking trailer gives us a scene of Kano holding a fucking heart, for God's sake.
Yeah,
and we get to see
there can't be any
Sub-Zero fucking stabbing Scorpion with his own blood. I mean, we're gonna get the gore.
Yeah,
I'm sure of that.
You should. I was thinking about that because I actually saw a clip of that. Like I saw the blood stabby scene like on 9gag earlier, and I was like, "Oh, that looked cool." I'm so glad Vidge brought it up because I was like, I want to talk about it. But I was thinking about that afterwards. I was like, yeah, like why wouldn't you do that, right? Like the reason I've talked about this, but the reason you have a fandom for an IP is because they like the thing. They like the thing that came before. Now you're adapting the thing. And what they always fuck up is they're like, all right, we'll tone down the thing to get a broader audience. It's like, no, stupid motherfucker. You're going to piss off the audience that's already there, and you're not going to attract a new audience. So it's like, why would your play not be to like go? I feel like if you're going to make a mistake, it's to make a mistake going too far in fan service of the audience that's already there. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
well,
Henry Sherman, just a quick one here, Jake D. And Henry Sherman makes a comment about the Jax actress. So that was the Jimmy Olsen actor, if I remember correctly. I would have been fleeing that Supergirl show too, because it got awful the last couple of seasons. So
it's a great excuse to exit.
Oh.
I mean,
I'm think about one offended they called her Supergirl. I think that's reductive, and I don't really think that's very empowering of women and patriarchal.
I think
she should be called Super Them.
Super Person.
Super Person.
I'm sorry, we can't have a
Zer.
short skirt. We have to put pants on her so we can make her less attractive.
Super special, smart, really talented, empowered person. Yes.
She's like the bestest super person ever.
This is really Clark Kent, but now Clark Kent identifies as Claire Kent and has become Super Ma'am.
Well, I'm Ryan Cannell. How about Claire Kent? Just kidding. Love you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Well, that's CW superheroes. That's what we have nowadays.
To your point, though, about playing to the Mortal Kombat audience, okay? So, again, I'm a, some jackass in his 40s who hasn't played a Mortal Kombat game for 20 years, okay? I played it when I was a kid. I watched this trailer and I said, fuck yes. Because this is the Mortal Kombat that I remember from 20 years ago. It's fucking brutal. The effects look the shit. Yeah. I'm seeing, fucking Kano holding a beating heart. I'm seeing Sub-Zero with a blade of frozen blood. Yeah. This is Mortal Kombat, right? Yeah. The only thing that was missing from that trailer was like an overtone audio of the guy who's in charge of the tournament. See, it's been 20 years since I played. I don't remember.
Shang Tsung?
Shang Tsung just going, Mortal Kombat, right? Like you needed that.
Oh man! Speaking of which, you gotta have that damn song in the movie. I want that song.
Awesome.
Yes,
I want that 90s, and I don't want a trap updated remix neither. I want that 90s original track with the. I was listening to that after the trailer. I was so jacked, and I was like, "Yes!"
I see like Big Lady just dancing around his apartment, like,
basically,
shadow box,
mask and everything.
I feel like I'm Sub-Zero and shit.
Yeah, but it's like I haven't played the game in 20 years, and I'm jazzed up by this trailer, and I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna go see this." Look, your audience for Mortal Kombat is not my girlfriend. No. She's not gonna go see it. She's a blonde white lady in her 40s. She's not gonna see this movie.
Lovely lady.
And there's no amount of...
No, just kidding.
I'm not gonna pay 2 rom-coms to take her to this movie. I'm just gonna go to the movie.
Hey, I can imagine me saying, I'm just gonna go to the store for some milk and bread for 2 hours.
I'll be back in 2 hours.
Well, we have had power outages and runs on the milk and bread, so I had to go to 5 different grocery stores to get it. But, hey, look, honey, I'm home with
in the middle of a snowstorm.
And one thing you need to know is, hey, Studios X, there's no amount of intersectionality you would ever have to get that 40-year-old white woman to watch the show or watch a movie. No, intersectionality never works. Just like I keep bringing up the damn Equalizer, how you couldn't get the 50-plus-year-old black woman who had been a fan of Queen Latifah for 30 years and could not stop talking about how bad her show was.
Look, I'm just not going to watch the Shaniqualizer. I'm just not going to do it. I'm sorry.
Like, who wants to see this old, chubby black lady
so
not be able to kick down doors? Like, this is not what anyone wants to see.
Dude, she could be the boss bitch, and that would have worked.
That's easy. That's how you know they don't really like the part. Like they're always trying to make fun of whatever group they're championing.
You
Just
think
like
so?
I do. Just like with the what's the lady that ruined y'all Star Trek? They call her Mikey Spock. Her.
Oh, fucking Shaniqua Martin Green.
Like when I hear what they do to this character, it's like, okay, you're trying to make this character unlikable. Like you're not making a character that happens to be unlikable. You're making this character unlikable. Same with Abby Smash from The Last of Us. Like
I don't know that I co-sign that opinion. I feel like that's a tad pessimistic. I think it's just that they're inept and they don't. You know what I mean? They don't quite know what they're doing. They just
that was the funniest thing I've heard all day because it's so true. They're inept. Period.
Yeah.
That's your argument.
Fucking incompetent. That's it.
I think that's really more it. I just think that they know they have to be representative and they just don't. Like it's not even that they have an opinion one way or the other. They're just doing what like input black woman, output show.
But
like they just.
Here's the thing. Why would you? She's 50 and can barely move. Why wouldn't you have her have a team?
Because in Hollywood you have to sell everything. Everything
because she's the best agent we've got. V-Dub. That's why.
Well, it's just that it needs to be pitchable, right? So you have this marketable name, and then in Hollywood, they all are still like, even if they don't believe it, they're all still taking meetings like all this shit sells. So they're like, we've got Queen Latifah, and she has all these credits, and look how many Twitter followers she has, and how active, and how much she hates Trump or whatever. I don't know if she hates Trump, but I'm just saying, like, it's just so it's like they have that package, then they have the checkbox politics. So in their head, we've got a winner. They don't have like passion. Like these people, like you have to understand, like the same people who run Hollywood could also manufacture hair dryers. They're not passionate people. They just like having this cool job. They're not into things. They just like having the job. So they're just like, well, that'll make things. That'll get the black people in, right? So great.
My question is like, once the hair dryer explodes, don't you say, hey, this hair dryer's explode. We need to go back and figure out how we fuck this hair dryer.
No, it's like politics. There's no accountability. It's like if you're doing the quote right thing, then that's all that matters.
Yeah.
I mean, how many shows have to get canceled and lose money? How many industries have to go down? They don't care about results. They have the right opinions, and you're wrong, and that's all that matters. They're going to keep going forward.
Yeah, Eric K's got a question, I think, about the Jezebel article about Chun-Li.
Oh, Chun-Li. Yeah. So there's a Jezebel article where this idiot writer says, why isn't Chun-Li in the trailer? Because she doesn't know Chun-Li is from Street Fighter. And that's what the reference is.
And did you see their mea culpa on that? They're like, oh, it turns out she's not even in there. Ha ha. It's like,
why did you get hired to write Jezebel? Why are you writing this article? How can you be this stupid? When you Google Chun-Li.
Gamer girl.
If you can't Google Chun-Li without finding this out. You can't. You literally can't.
It's an echo chamber. They're all just sitting around in their little office or whatever on their Zoom calls, and they're like, oh my god, that's right. I think they don't even know. No
5 seconds. When you're how did you write the art? Like how could the article gotten written?
It's the
because
same
she's a gamer girl, V-Dub, and she didn't need to do research.
It's the exact same situation as comic books. It's just they don't know anything about it. They don't like it. All they know is it's toxic and racist, and they're gonna fix it. Like that's their whole life existence.
You can't fucking fix Mortal Kombat because Mortal Kombat is about brutal killing.
Which makes it awesome. It's why I want to see it. But like, I guess this goes back to the same question I asked the Equalizer. Same question. You brought up comics. Even if you want to be the wokest, most, you know what I mean? Okay, everything's about our agenda. We're just going to hand fist our agenda. Don't you still have a certain amount of quality that you have to achieve? We talk about comics. If comics were drawn. Let's say comics were still being drawn as well as they were in the 90s, but the stories were woke, the same intersection of woke garbage. People would still like comics more than they do because of the visuals. You know what I mean? Just like the Equalizer, you could have made it extra. You could have gave her an all-female team, right? Yeah. And made it intersectional. It still would have been better than what she got now. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, if you want to be intersectional, be as woke as you like, but just try to make it good.
Let's if we're like if you made Queen Latifah like kind of like the who's the Charlie's Angels, like Charlie
Bosley?
Bosley, right? So you do like she's like the Bosley, and then you've got like, it could even be as cliche as like the Fox Force 5 from Pulp Fiction. You got one girl who does demolition, one girl is a firearms expert, whatever. But like do it like that, like, and then that
awesome.
honestly could have been badass. Like it's just that they don't even know how to woke right. Like they don't know what they're doing. They just know that Twitter is angry and they're gonna try to like back, like, okay, this is what we're supposed to do, right? Please don't cancel us.
Dude, I don't know what. I really do want to know what genius thought up the Shaniqualizer. For real, I want to know who it was who signed on the dotted motherfucking line saying that, what I want to do is I want to make a fucking television show about Queen Latifah unable to kick down doors.
That's another
I
thing.
want to know who signed that off.
If you're Queen Latifah, the first day of work, don't you realize, whoa, I can't do this shit?
Right?
Don't you have enough pull to say, wait a second, we're gonna have to do something different because I'm not gonna go out like that.
Dude, we're forgetting egos here, right? We're
Queen
forgetting
Latifah in a Bosley type role could have fucking worked.
She could. She's a, she hasn't done anything in a while. People forget that she actually had a decent run in 2000. She was in it was Chicago. She was really good in Chicago.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna be disappointed. Who actually
who signed off on this shit?
Yeah, the guy. I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal, but the guy, one of the creators of this is, let me show you right here. He wrote Air Force One.
Oh man.
Really?
End of Days, Hollow Man 1 and 2, and the Castle Show. I mean, not that that's all
really.
Genius. Yeah.
Good, solid stuff.
But is he the writer? What is he?
He's the creator.
That was pretty
like
solid.
Creator.
I'm pretty sure that his casting did not involve Queen Latifah. I'm sure that was a studio
somebody
choice.
else did it. He just got hired on, maybe.
He just wrote it. He didn't actually pick who was playing the part.
Well, and the co-creator is a woman called Terry Etta Miller.
There you go. You just said it all right.
Okay, pull her IMDb up.
Well, I'll show you. She's exactly what she should be. It's exactly Hollywood, but it's
geez.
Oh, dude, she even looks like KK.
Geez.
And she did Castle. She co-produced Castle and Take Two with that guy. So they're just the creative team at CBS or whatever that has all this power. And so they're just checking boxes. That's why this is so inept, because they don't care. They want jobs. They want work. They have the pedigree to have this job. And they're like, yeah, Queen Latifah, it'll do. It'll be fine. Yeah, it's it's a mess. Of course.
Red Shirt makes a great comment here. You gotta pull this up, Matt.
Does anyone else remember?
Yeah.
Does anyone else remember how the original Equalizer changed after Edward Woodward suffered a heart attack? He became a passive, nearly absent mastermind directing his team of volunteer assets. Boom.
And if they don't do that, then Queen Latifah will have a heart attack trying to run and kick down doors.
Yeah.
And I'm not even joking when I say it. She's I don't want anybody in their 50s who's out of shape, male, female, or anything. Because they're shit. I'm out of shape in my 30s. I can't do. I would look stupid as an action hero. It would look dumb to see this fat action hero try to run and jump and kick. It would look stupid. Nobody would want to see it.
I would watch that. That sounds
fun. Wait, you mean that we shouldn't be doing a movie such as what is it called? Thunderbolts with Melissa McCarthy and
where she was the spy?
No, it's a new one coming out where she's playing a body positive superhero.
Oh, there we go.
If you play something for laughs,
is it done for a joke? Because that would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, if it's for laughs.
If they play it as a comedy,
it
could actually be really fucking good.
I mean, Melissa McCarthy, I think she honestly is funny.
Yes,
Like she
there
just
are things
and
that she's funny in.
she commits Thunder
She's funny
Force.
to look at.
Thunder Force.
No, but she's funny. She doesn't take herself
Oh,
seriously.
look at her co-pilot there.
Yeah.
You know what? That could be like. You know what? I wish Hollywood was still good because some of the premises they pitch would work if they were just like competent.
Funny.
What's it
Funny.
called again? Thunder Thighs?
Thunder Force.
But you know something? And hey, you say that in a world where the hub has a BBW section, there are still guys who like Thunder Thighs. Thick thighs indeed save lives.
Hey, brother. I love Sir Mix-a-Lot. I love Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Yeah.
You know, Baby's Got Back is just that's one of my favorite songs of all time.
I myself like
All
big
about
butts and wouldn't be lying.
I cannot lie.
Can't lie. But just make it funny. Don't make it woke. Don't tear down a bunch of men. Just have a funny. You can make a funny comedy with those two if you care.
Hollywood's just not funny. Like it's something they have too many obligations. Even if it's not wokeness, it's like it can't be too offensive, and we have to make sure it's in. Like they don't understand funny. Like people out here are not funny. Like there are funny people, but the culture itself isn't funny. Like sarcasm goes right over their head. Like I'll say like bluntly sarcastic things to people like as a bartender, and they'll be like, "Wait, really?" I'm like, "No, not really. I'm kidding. Like it's a joke." Like they don't understand funny. It's not really what they do well. So I just want to read the synopsis. It says, in a world where supervillains are commonplace, two estranged childhood best friends reunite after one devises a treatment that gives them powers to protect their city. Yeah, it sounds like a barrel of laughs. But this cast is crazy. Jason Bateman, Melissa McCarthy, Bobby Cannavale, who I love, Olivia Spencer, that's the other woman, Melissa Leo. I guess that's all the names I recognize, but that's a pretty significant cast.
Look at those character names, though. Bateman is the crab.
That could be a load of fun.
So that might be. It might be if he's called the crab. That might be funny.
He's got crabs, or he is the crab.
Maybe that's part of the joke. What is this rated?
Both.
PG-13.
PG-13. You still get away with a lot on PG-13.
But Palm Clementif, was that Palm Clementif I saw there?
Yeah,
that could be a good movie if they wanted it to be. I hope.
If they lean into the joke and they
I hope so.
I mean, you gotta go cheese with that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, fucking lean into it and go hardcore cheese. And that could be a really good movie.
I would laugh. That's fun. That's a funny idea. It's like like fat guys are funny. And kind of Melissa McCarthy made fat women funny. It's funny. Like it is funny. If that's kind of part of the joke, like I didn't see the movie, but the Muppet, what was the raunchy Muppet comedy? Do you know what I'm
The Happy Time Murders? The Happy Time Murders.
Oh yeah.
The trailer with Melissa McCarthy is that detective that looked hilarious. Like I didn't see the movie, but
I watched it.
Was it bad?
It wasn't very good.
No.
I like seeing Muppets get chopped up and stuff, but it got boring pretty quick.
Her moments were funny. I just saw like the way she committed and just like she doesn't have any arrogance or vanity about herself. Like she
commits as a comedian.
Yeah,
in a way that a lot of female actresses just don't.
Yeah,
like
I respect that. So you
compare her to Amy Schlauber, she just doesn't. She just doesn't do that.
Amy Schumer,
Amy.
Amy Schumer, shit, she's hilarious. Speaking of comedians and comedy, I did want to talk about this because it's on Comedy Central. I think maybe like right now or tonight. But one of my favorite comedians, may he rest in peace, Patrice O'Neill, has a documentary out on Comedy Central. I think it's called Killing's Easy, and I wanted to watch the trailer because I'm just such a big fan of his.
Yeah.
It's called The Undeniable Charm of Patrice O'Neill. Patrice O'Neill, Killing's Easy. And to me, he's one of the funniest people to ever live. And it's a real shame we don't have him right now. Because if we had him right now, like his take on wokeness and the culture at large would be so valuable.
You know what, man? If we had him, he might be as big as Rogan right now.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Because what he has was made for right now.
Yeah,
What he was definitely made for right now. And he would be killing right now because he would be so hilarious.
like if you go back and listen to some of his stuff, like his insight on culture, like he wasn't always right, but he was right on a lot of stuff. And he was talking jokes about like Caitlyn Jenner, before she transitioned to from Bruce. Like, but he was making jokes about how he looked like a girl and all this stuff, and how he was about to be a chick, like well before that was even something anyone spoke about. And he just so insightful, man. So much, so observant and sharp and hilarious at what he pointed out. So I'm a huge fan of Patrice, and he's one of those guys that I love. And let's watch this trailer for this documentary. It's on Comedy Central, I think, tonight, and I think we'll be out on digital after this.
All right.
All the time he's in too far, but that was part of his charm. Oh my God, I'm finished. See that white woman there? I'm done. My career's over. She look like she writes letters to the governor and shit. Patrice, who constantly shot himself in the foot. This crowd stinks. I see myself as an entertainer. Like, I realized I don't really like entertaining people. He said, "Be the truth at all costs." I thought I would have a white slave, but I thought.
Let me contextualize that joke real quick, just because it's one of the funniest jokes. When he talks about how like Obama's like first 2 years in office, and he's like, black people are looking at him like, what the hell is he doing? And he's saying like, I thought by now I'd have like a white slave by now. Like, what the hell? Yeah, you need the setup on that one.
He used to say this thing about killing is easy. Once you learn how to kill as a comedian, killing is easy. Everybody in the room is laughing, but that's not what he wanted. He wanted the truth.
I laugh hysterically at that white slave part.
That's so goddamn funny.
off when I was muted, but I was just dying. I love Patrice O'Neal, man.
Oh my God.
I know I went through a few different, like, YouTube, you go down the rabbit hole, just constantly watch a bunch of clips from a guy. I've done that many a time with Patrice.
I mean, his takes on women are some of the most like,
oh man,
ferocious, sharp, but like accurate stuff. Like just so. Oh yeah, Jim Norton fan. I fucking love Jimmy Norton, Henry. Yeah, Patrice O'Neal's a legend. I think he was on Opie and Anthony. Yeah, he was on Opie and Anthony 144 times, I believe. I've listened to every episode multiple times. But his takes on women, man, were just so sharp, so ferocious, just like brutal and insightful and honest and like empowering in a way.
Man, you said that in one joke, and I hate when I half remember a joke. Nothing's worse than half really remembering a joke and telling it kind of wrong. But there was one joke, I can't remember what the setup was, but he said, what was it? What would you do? Ladies, what would y'all do if something? And it was basically the punchline, like, you just justified yourself as a series of hoes.
Yes, he said. That's what he said. I know the setup was, what would you do if you couldn't fuck your woman or whatever, or fuck your man or whatever like that? And they'd be like, nah. It's like, congratulations, you just justified yourself as like oh, yeah. How could you please? Yeah, see, it's so hard to paraphrase it. But
yeah, was it how would you please your man if you didn't have,
a pussy? Yeah,
pussy.
Yeah,
something like that. And it was like, I would suck him off or out your head. Okay, so you justified yourself as a series of hoes.
In one of his
I just started crying in tears.
It's so great. Yeah, I don't want to. Let's watch a little bit of this just for laughs, because like he's just so funny. I don't want to try to take anything.
Where's this coming from, Matt?
What,
he passed away, didn't he?
Yeah. He's dead.
No. I'm just worried about you getting the stream getting taken down.
Yeah, don't want to get got.
It's a just for laughs YouTube channel. We'll watch it for a little bit. We don't have to watch the whole thing. I mean, we'll just some of the jokes. We can talk over it.
I don't think I've ever heard of them.
Copyright
claiming anyone did? Have they?
I don't know. That's what's great about YouTube. They've got 1.1 million subscribers, and we haven't heard of them. So that's what's cool about YouTube.
That's a comedy festival up in I think Montreal.
Yep, I've been there. It's great.
Oh, you've been there? Oh, right.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an hour and a half away from me.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I'd love to go. It's like it's a really good comedy festival.
There's some great comedy acts that come into Montreal. Absolutely, from all around the world.
Go ahead. No, please.
Oh, no, because I was just like, real quick before you get into this, I just the other day was watching I was on D Live and they had this Bill Hicks stream where they were just playing a bunch of Bill Hicks. And I realized from watching that and watching a little bit of Delirious earlier that like we are so pussified, for lack of a better term, for how our culture has made us, because like so much of the comedy it would be considered so extreme and bigoted now.
Yeah.
But it was just normal then, and it was funny, and you realize you kind of need that edge to be funny, and without it, you lose something. So that's just another point I want to toss out there.
Well, that's what some of my favorite comedians like right now is like Ryan Long, you know, because like he's like what's funny is saying what you're not supposed to say, but saying it, you know, like in a funny way, like that edgy, like that's what's so funny. Oh shit! Speaking of funny, we have a new addition to the stream. All of a sudden, a new guest, a new panelist. Please, everyone, put your hands together. Put and clap 32 times for 32 flavors of Nick White.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Hail Flavor Flavs.
What's up, gentlemen? I am so happy to be with you guys.
How was the comic talk?
Oh, dude, it was fantastic. I mean, it's just so crazy and like almost like unusual to be like excited about this cool new comic book.
Anything.
I'm not.
That's one of the reasons I did. I wanted to go on. I'll have to hit your show because you guys kind of compete a little bit, but like I have to get the last Ronin tomorrow, so please don't spoil it.
Yeah, I've read the first one, but I haven't read the second one yet.
What are we talking about?
It's last Ninja Turtles book.
Wrong.
It's basically the Dark Knight Returns for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Really?
Dude, it's so
I got
good.
The first issue is pretty awesome, and I want to get the second issue.
It's really good, huh?
Yeah,
it's why I love Raphael so much too, man. He's
I already got that semi spoiled, but I still want to. I still want to see it. I want to see it. And
yeah, 10-4, brother. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Is this
That's why I didn't go on Flavor Flav's stream tonight too. I was like, la 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 la. Don't want to hear la la la.
Yeah, I was just looking. Go ahead.
I don't know anything about it. Is it a straight up comic book or is
it is? It's like a $9 oversized comic book. I originally I had heard a bunch of hype about it, and I'm like, oh man, I'll have to check that out someday. And then when me and Manowar 665, when we were all in Vegas fall ball, me and Manowar, after he got married, we it was funny. After he got married, I'm like, hey, you want to go to a comic shop? So we go to a comic shop in Vegas.
That's awesome.
And we're all look at the comics, and I'm like, oh, hey, there's that Last Ronin book. So I'm thinking, okay, when I'm drunk as fuck and I'm ready to pass out, I'll read this. And then I get drunk as fuck later in the night.
That sounds like a common occurrence, Flavor Flavs there. The other night on your stream, you were pretty good too.
Oh, dude, I was blasted. I had worked the next morning at 7 a.m. And I remember Manowar 665 messaged me. He's like, are you alive? I'm like, actually, dude, I feel great. And I did. And then the last one, Truth to, she's like, Nick, you okay there? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I mean it. Like, how do you live? How are you alive?
So it's so what how many issues is it? Give me a little story.
It's supposed to be a 5-issue limited series that comes out on a quarterly basis, and issue 2 came out this week with issue 3 coming in May. Once again, it's an oversized book, so there's more story, more art, bigger size book. Here, actually, I got number 2.
Yeah, let's take a
right
look.
here.
That cover.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Dude, that is beautiful, Flavor Flavs. I know, right?
Just a quick side story to that too is because we were talking, a lot of us in this kind of pop culture theme for a lot of YouTube channels. We were talking a lot about comics lately, and the funny thing is that I've got the first edition of the first issue, and my comic shop got 2 in because 2 of his guys pre-ordered it, and that was it. And
that's
so,
it?
And so when it came in, he's like, I went in and I was like, oh, good, it's here. And he slotted it into my slot, right? Because I spend a couple $100, I'd say about $300 a month in my pull list of comics. Dang. And he said, Tim, he said, geez, he said, there's only 2 of my customers that got this, but I've got 30 people who want this comic now. So he had to reorder it. But of course, because they so underproduced that first printing, that he couldn't get first printings anymore. So a lot of people were upset. And it's funny because I was walking out of the comic shop and I was looking at it, and there was another guy who was kind of grumbling a bit at me as I was walking out. He's looking at it, and I'm like, gee, am I going to get stabbed when I go around the corner and someone's going to steal my comic books from me? But yeah, it was strange because it was way undersold. The marketing on that was terrible. But yet, when it came out, it's an awesome story.
I don't know anything about it. What's the tone of this comic book?
It's pretty dark. It's not like dark like Zack Snyder. I mean, not to get on the Zack Snyder subject, but I feel like that gets so dark to a point where you can't take it seriously. This, I feel like, is I guess dark in moderation, where it's just like, you could take the story seriously and not be like, oh my god, this is so dark, I can't even take it seriously anymore. It's like, I'd say it's like about the tonality of like the Dark Knight movies, tonality wise.
Okay.
And the stories, and it's a futuristic based story. I'm not going to spoil anything. I know right now we got some spoiler sensitivity.
Can we get
on the chat? Don't spoil it. Here's the thing.
Please, Pat.
What's very notable about this book? So I go to a comic shop that's been around a bit. It's been around 25 years. So if you're in 2021, your shop is still open. Also, I mentioned many times before, Gary from Nerd Rock gave $1,000 to this particular shop. Nice. So did Humberto Ramos, who's a longtime Marvel artist. He auctioned off art of Richard Rider Nova, and all proceeds went to my buddy's shop. So clearly, my guy Keith had some good connections, keeping his shop alive while they were shut down. So that all said, it's cool to see him stick through the test of time. And when I went in Wednesday morning to go get my copy, I was not only did I notice that there was the regulars there, you also had the speculators there, but you also had younger people who were,
that's true.
Hey, what's with the story? And then, my guy Keith, but hey, if you want, I could give you a third printing or your fourth printing. They were okay with that because word is getting out. And you have people who don't even go to shop or say, hey, what's this book? I want to read the story. I heard a lot of cool things about it. And luckily, Keith went big on number 2. So he was blowing through them right when the store opened. And I was just like, this is, and it shows you there is a market for younger people for this stuff, despite what a lot of these experts like to say. Younger people want to read these things. When the right story comes out, people will tell others, and the proof is in the pudding for issue 2 on day 1.
Yep, there was a stack. My comic shop had a stack of them in there when I went in to pick mine up on Thursday. He had his shelves all set up with the new comics, and there was a whole bunch of the issue 2s, and he said, yeah. He said he's had a lot of new customers actually call him. The funny thing is, on that issue number 1, there was a lot of customers calling around in Ottawa here looking for that issue. So I think that, if you have a good story and people are talking about it, absolutely, you're going to get some sales from all of the cross sections of ages.
Nick, can you give me like a trailer of that, of like what the story is? Because I mean, obviously I know Ninja Turtles from when I was a kid, but I was not really aware that they were a comic book until later in life. And I understand that the comic book is more like gritty and rough. So can you give me just kind of like,
okay. This story takes place in a futuristic setting, and let's just say a lot of the turtles are done for, and there's one that's still standing. And there's a mystery on that's going on. And this character is Ronin. And it's one of those dystopian settings. And, he's trying to get by. I'm not going to say who the character is, but he's trying to get by. And it's like, do you ever read or know about The Dark Knight Returns?
The movie or like
the comic book?
No.
Okay.
Did you see the animated movie?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, the big thing about this too is it's Eastman and Laird. So the original creators of the TMNT, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, are involved in this. It's a story right from their brain. So that's another thing that goes for it too, without spoiling any of the story. You have Michelangelo's in it. How can I say this without spoiling it? Like, it's a really cool story about the future of what could happen if certain things happen to the turtles.
Yeah, the more we talk about it, the more it's like, oh man, I might just have to leave the podcast.
It's hard not to spoil.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So, because I don't know anything about like this whole comic universe of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So does it like, is this a continuation of the story, or is this like a new iteration of the lore?
I'm gonna go with a non-continuity story. It doesn't seem like it's officially set.
Universe,
Yeah, it's an alternate universe
future.
story.
Yeah.
It stands on its own 2 feet. You don't even have to like read the monthly comic that comes out on a monthly basis. If you just jump into this book,
I agree.
Reading about
sentient dildo.
Thank you for writing the ship.
That's
Much appreciated.
I think this is kind of
in here.
Think Dark Knight Returns. So think Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns for Batman. It's an alternate universe, alternate future kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's what could happen.
Do they share the origin story of the turtles, or is it just like using the? I don't, because I'm so blind on all.
Very
this,
accessible. It's very accessible for you to jump in. Very accessible. They have it where if you are reading the monthly books or just know the movies, you're good. But if you're just jumping in and you just want to go for the story and commit, it's all you, dude.
How much are they? Like, how much is each issue?
So each copy is $9. Once again, it's not your normal $3 to $4 like monthly floppy. Like I said, these are glossy books. They got like an actual proper spine, and
the art's
they have. Oh yeah, and
is.
Your average monthly comic comes around like 20 pages.
Wow,
this has like 40
color, huh?
This is like 45 pages, and
it's 4 colors. It's traditional. It's traditional comic colors. Well, traditional Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is black and white.
Yeah. Most comics, I feel, right? Like, aren't like if it's just your run of the mill, aren't they generally black and white in between? Right? Like with like one like color page. I don't know. I mean, I don't know as much about like comics.
Well, for the big two, for the most part, color. But there are, modern comics, you're seeing a lot more black and white.
Like it's like art, but then like one page is like a fucking piece, and then like it's color, but it's sort of like
you're talking about the color page. You're talking like the main page. So the first page is the splash page, right? Is that what you're saying? So you're talking about splash page. So you're talking about the regular pages, and then bam, a big splash page.
You can just talk to me as if I've never read a comic book, quite frankly, because I'm still
That's good. That's good. I mean, I feel like this is a good book for you to just go in. You don't have to like worry about going into having to read other stories in order to understand it. This is good for you. This, if anything, is very ideal. If you're saying, Nick, I'm interested in this book, is it good? Do I need to have all this baggage? No, you don't.
All right,
it's a cool story, and you don't have to know the decades of history of the TMNT.
Yeah,
you just have to have a basic familiarity that it's 4 turtles, and there was a rat, and there was this girl who was a reporter, and and there was this kind of like sports guy who had like a stick and stuff. Right? Like, so you can, as long as you have some basic familiarity with it, it's a good story. So that's really what you get from it.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yep. That's number 2 there. Yeah.
So number 2. So if I just bought like number 1 in this, like this one, like that's the beginning of this whole series.
Yes, that's the beginning. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Oh, and you can buy it on Comixology too.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, the digital edition, of course. Yeah. If you're good with digital. So
I mean, I have a Kindle Fire. I read some comics on there.
Okay,
so.
cool. Well, then go for it.
I like what you're showing, but that hard copy seems a lot more appealing.
Oh,
it is.
Yeah.
Oh, tactile contact, man. Well, as an old school comic guy, there is nothing that replaces the tactile contact with your fingers and the paper and the ink, the smells, the feel. Like it's a 5 senses event. Every time I pick up a comic book, that's really what it is. That's really what the pleasure I get out of a comic book. Yeah, it's a great story. It's fun.
Wait.
It's fun to read. But
you said 5 senses, so you're licking these things too.
Dude, hey, let him have his arousal. Let him have his arousal already.
These comics, I think they may have some value down the line. You guys talked about, I'm hoping I can even get one tomorrow. I haven't called around.
Touch.
I want to buy it.
Smell.
There we go.
Lick.
Don't do that.
And when you flip the pages, you can hear it.
Yeah.
There it
Yeah,
is.
The only one that made me pause was the taste. I just
Hey man, it's Heroes in a Half Shell, turtle soup.
Matt, I wanted to say I am also somebody I've never read a Ninja Turtles comic. I've only seen the movies, played the game, you know what I mean, the old arcade game in the 90s or whatever, and watched the cartoon. It's not like I have this deep knowledge of their lore and I'm able to hop right in. So it's fine.
Can we talk about the original NES Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game?
I was thinking of the Turtles in Time, but I do know that game as well.
Turtles in Time, is that the one from Sega?
I just remember the arcade version. I think that was. I don't know who made it. I think Konami, maybe. But I just remember that arcade version. And then it came to like Genesis.
Dildo.
There was a Genesis, yeah.
Love me some new comic racks. So is he talking about the bug?
Yeah, and you know what? Another point I wanted to give to talk about. Hey, we talked about Mortal Kombat in the last segment. And now we're talking about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I said this on the Vigilante Williamson show. Shameless plug.
Nice
it looks like these secondary franchises may be what kind of save us in general. Yeah, a lot of these big franchises have just dropped the ball. Whether you're talking about Marvel, Lucasfilm, Star Wars, DC, even James Bond, any big franchise you can think of has just dropped the ball. So it looks like it's up to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Mortal Kombats. Last year we had Sonic. It looks like those are going to be the franchises that kind of give us the entertainment value, who are just giving, and they're just giving us simple stuff that the fans want.
We talked about Spawn earlier too, right? We talked McFarlane and Spawn.
Oh that whole Spawn universe. That's
and
huge.
him leasing out some characters, and there's a whole bunch of.
I'm worried about Spawn.
Too. Yeah.
I'm worried. This is a crazy thing, and I say this as a I guess a VOC, a vigilante of color, I think would be. But like the black superhero thing is becoming. It frightens me, man. I don't know. You know, we've talked about Blade. It's gonna have the Wokeman writer. Oof. And I heard there's an intersectional potential slant for Spawn, and it's like, oh no, these are great characters that have a lore and a fan base all on their own. And I don't want everything like, oh, it's a black guy, so let's woke it up. It's like, no, don't do that.
And Spawn is a great non-white character that. Who cares what color skin he was? He was an awesome character.
Awesome.
Great story. Like, who cares about that? Who cares about race? The least relevant part of his
story has nothing to do with it. It's that he's like this cool, badass, soldier who made all these like it's like Dante's Inferno. Like he just shows up at the gates of hell. Like, wait, what do you mean I go to hell? I don't go to hell. Like it's such a great like conundrum. And then like the demons are like, yeah, now you work for us. Like, no, like that's such a cool story.
Yeah, and then his wife has moved on and shit, and that's like he has to deal with that shit.
Yeah,
it's like awesome. He has this. He's one of those, unfortunately, a lot of black characters are tokenized, but him and Blade are characters that have just cool stories in and of themselves. It didn't matter what color they were. They happen to be black, and they're beloved because they have very cool stories. They're well-built characters. And they're not like Miles Morales, where it's like, hey, let's make Spider-Man black, and that's it. And
now, is that not a well-developed character? Because I like the Spider-Verse. But I don't know. I don't want to.
I've heard that Spider-Verse is as good as he gets, and I saw the game. I didn't play the game, but I saw the game, and he was just like.
Okay, let me sum it up like this. Okay, for foul ball. Sure. I enjoy Spider-Verse. I do. I'm a big Spider-Man fan. Trust me. I love it. But the animation style was really unique because it was like a crossover between like traditional animation and like CGI, and also had like a very comic book looky feel to the movie.
I liked it, yeah.
So it had a cool style going on, and it was very story driven. It was very heartfelt. So it had points for not being woke at all, thankfully.
Or not much.
Huh?
Not much. Not very woke.
Yeah. So
pretty good. I mean, considering his father was a cop.
Yeah, right. A half black, half Puerto Rican kid, and his father's a cop, and then they didn't make him a bad dad either. He was just a dad who cared for his son.
Yeah.
So that was that. And once again, so that movie did some things right. Now, if you take that, I feel like that's like no. I feel like that's a story that works very well on its own, one and done, 2 feet. Now, in the greater scheme of things, in the comic book world, Miles Morales was created by Brian Bendis because his children, and this is where I blame the creator Bendis. He has a few adopted children, which is totally cool. I have nothing with that. But I think one of his sons or daughters was talking about how Spider-Man didn't look like them. And he decided to respond to that by making a
Give him a Spawn
Spider-Man
comic.
that
Spawn looks like you and he's awesome.
That looked like one of his sons and daughters. And I blame Bendis for pushing that mentality on his kids that in order to enjoy something they need to look like you, rather than saying, hey, look, there's other characters who do look like you, that here they are. Or just say, hey, listen, why not look past the same color, say, hey, look at this cool character, who cares what he looks like, just enjoy what he does. It's about what the character does, the character traits, it's what defines them. But yet Bendis, who at one point had stories that I loved, became this guy who, well, he derailed Superman the way he did. Yeah. And then like
here's what I've got to say about, this whole look like you charade. That's
such a limited mindset.
That the wokest throw
Bruce
at
Wayne's
us.
my favorite character, by the way. He doesn't look like me. But go ahead.
Dude, when I was 6 years old, you know who I wanted to be?
Who?
Michael motherfucking Jackson.
Dude.
Oh, everybody.
Okay. I wanted to be Michael Jackson. I fucking loved Michael Jackson.
Well,
it didn't matter that he didn't look like me, right? That wasn't what was important. Michael Jackson was fucking cool. Michael Jackson fucking moonwalked, and he was a zombie in the Thriller, like mini movie. And Michael Jackson was a badass, and I loved Michael Jackson. Oh, Jesus Christ.
A brilliant Biden quote.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Since you Dildo has another one saying they want to put black dudes in tights to make it more appealing to the females. Listen, ain't nobody positive about my black ass in tights, so I don't think I'll be going in tights to appeal to any females. So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I always appreciate Mrs. Soth when she's doing yoga. That downward dog is the bestest ever.
Truly the marriage that works.
But what you're saying, Nick, I take issue with I bet what he's saying didn't even happen, that his son said. I don't believe that he said that. You don't see shit like that when you're a kid.
Maybe it didn't.
It's just like you don't see that when you're a kid unless someone tells you to see it like that. Like I remember when I was a kid, I had this black friend of mine. His name was Dwight, and I was talking to my dad, and I was like, "I want my hair like his. Can we cut my hair like his?" And like it was like an awkward conversation where he's trying to like explain that like I can't have my hair like. But it was like I didn't see the kid as black. I just saw him as another kid. So there's no way that this kid's like, wait, he doesn't look like me. Like the only reason I believe that he would feel that way is if you taught him to feel that way, or you're lying. And I think it's probably the second one.
Man, when I was 6 or 7, I thought I was Marty McFly. And again, I thought I was Marty McFly. Like, so the fact that he was white, like, it didn't really like click like that.
Dude, right? Oh, this is a comment that I want to mention. So, Foulball, I want to believe what you're saying is true, but would I put it past Bendis himself to say that? Not at all, because this comment that Henry Sherman's saying is something that Bendis is very historically notorious for. I mean, it's weird because way back when, I used to actually be really fond of Brian Bendis. He had a great Daredevil run, and before Jessica Jones became known for her Netflix run, it was originally a book called Alias with Michael Gaydos on the art, and it was a really cool noir-looking story. It was when the whole Marvel Knights thing was going on, and they were cool, gritty, badass storytelling.
So when they made the Purple Man a household name again.
Yeah, and it was because, and this is where Bendis does get credit. I mean, the Purple Man was historically a Daredevil villain who was more taken to be as cheesy as Stiltman. But then once he was put in the Alias book, he escalated to a whole terrifying other level. And I remember
that's the character that David Tennant played in the miniseries or the series.
Yes, of season 1. And So those books were huge, and they pretty much put Bendis on the map as like
True.
an A-list premier name. But then like it was one of those things where he started believing in his own hype very quickly. And once he started doing that, he started putting out books where all characters basically had the same voice, or they would have really crappy dialogue, or then every character he created was some non-white character who was just a paint job of what came before.
That's a good term. Paint job.
Yeah.
I have a thought on why that is.
I like
finish,
that.
Go ahead and finish what you were saying, man.
Fucking lazy.
That's a
Honestly,
great
I don't
term.
even want to finish. It's depressing me.
Nick, did you coin that term, paint job?
I think I did.
That's a
I
great
like
one.
that.
That is so
It's
spot
perfect.
on.
Paint
Perfect.
job. Well, you know what? You brought
You
up
heard it here
Daredevil.
first. Go ahead, use it. Yeah,
I
bring
have a
up.
hot take.
I
Yeah.
love it.
Anybody can write for Daredevil and Batman. Like anybody can.
True.
Anybody, like unless you're Tom King retarded, you should be able to write. Unless you're Tom King and you just cannot get over the fact that your wife is cheating on you with yet another boyfriend, you should be able to write Batman or Daredevil for the most part. Because I think
Dude.
those characters, even the Punisher, certain characters is like, okay, how do you
Dude.
screw this up?
Here's the thing with a character like Daredevil, like historically speaking, it's like they get writers who say, okay, if you're right, Daredevil, you need to turn your brain on because one, you're writing a guy who's a lawyer. You have to understand law. You have to understand how you're going to balance being a vigilante but showing up for your next court hearing the next day. You have to actually be very smart. You can't be a lazy writer to write Daredevil. And I think that's why on a historical level, Daredevil's been one of the most consistent characters who's dealt with the least amount of retcons, continues to have a lot of acclaim. Like we're even in the current age of Marvel where lots of books are being trashed on. Daredevil is a book that is still being praised to this day. Even your boy Zach has praised Chip Zdarsky's Daredevil. And I've read it too. I mean, it's an exceptional Marvel book that I've paid attention to. And Chip Zdarsky, which is interesting because like if you read his Twitter, he comes off very not political actually. He just seems like he's one of those guys where he just kind of giggles around and just says a bunch of dick and fart jokes. And now all of a sudden you like read this Daredevil book and you're
What's
like,
wrong with dick and fart jokes, Nick?
Nothing wrong. I'm guilty and notorious of them. But it's one of those like it's more of a contrast thing. It's more of a contrast.
Well, that's where Elektra is now wearing the Daredevil outfit, right? I haven't picked up a Daredevil book in
Here's
a
the
couple
thing
of years.
with that. It's Chip Zdarsky is kind of written it like here's the thing with Elektra. She kind of makes sense because one, she's already badass and can fight.
But
Two,
then
the
why put
badass
on the Daredevil costume?
because
You're
Daredevil
having-
is in prison right now because he turned himself in because he accidentally killed somebody.
But isn't it obvious that who's going to be running around the rooftops in Daredevil's costume isn't Daredevil anymore? So why put on the Daredevil costume when you're a woman and you're an assassin?
Because
you'd be a much more effective doing it in her own outfit.
Elektra is she has something she needs to prove to Matt. Matt and her have had a historical relationship. Once again, I'm using this word historical, so I'll try to stop being repetitive with that. But she always talks about how she's gonna like do the right thing, and
Yeah.
it's a love-hate relationship, but she never does it. Now she says to Matt, while you're in jail getting this case sorted out, I'm gonna prove to you for once that I can do something right. This is her trying to prove something to Matt and herself at the same time. Now, as far as Daredevil being in jail, he's still in jail and he gets to keep the mask on because there's a battle at the Supreme Court that happened in the Charles Soule run about 3 or 4 years ago. Matt Murdock testified in a trial where if a vigilante was dealing with legal issues, they were allowed to keep their mask on, and that actually he got it to pass.
Which
And
makes
that's
no
on-
sense because in the real world that would never happen.
Yeah,
in the real world, it never happened. But once again, comics is its own little world. So
Yep, absolutely.
And
For my own
Charles
purposes, I hope
Soule
that
is
legal precedent
Charles
works in real
Soule
life.
is a lawyer. I mean, he was a lawyer before he started doing comics. Charles Soule, and he had a classic artist, Ron Garney, on the book too. Ron Garney is a phenomenal, legendary Marvel artist. He's been on that company for years on end. And he's one of those guys who actually just focuses on being a artist and not spending time on Twitter looking for the next virtuous post to boast about. Now, Harry Sherman, also interesting about what you're saying about DD. A criticism of a lot of shows that go downhill is the cast of characters that gets too big. And with DD, the story is easier to stay focused. Well, that's why I say less is more.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get down a rabbit hole here. We're talking about Daredevil. We're talking about individual comics, and
Go for it.
It's really interesting because I am a fan of the character, but I haven't followed him a few years because I just got fed up with the way the storyline was going. But I am a classical Silver Age Daredevil fan.
Oh, so good.
And so, yeah, exactly. There's some great ones there. The Miller Run. Anyway, we're gonna get
No Senti. I mean, she created Typhoid Mary, bro.
Yes, yeah, I love Typhoid Mary.
Hey, let me ask you guys this: as someone who's not a comic book aficionado like you guys, I read them when I was a kid, and I'm just getting back into them now, mostly because of like knowing you guys and like listening to Gary and all that. And I'm really liking what I'm reading. Like I read the Umbrella Academy 1, and it was like fucking unbelievable. And I said, it was so good. It was just such good storytelling. Do you guys feel though that maybe like there's I don't know if now, but at least for a while, there was a glut of too many comic books and too many stories? Because I was talking with for some reason, the super in my building has like all these garage sales, and he had this giant thing of comic books, and there were so many. And like, even as someone who's trying to get into comic books, I'm like, I don't even know where to start.
Do you want me to answer this question, Thoth, or do you want to do this one? Because I could have an answer on this one.
Hey.
No, you go ahead first.
Okay. Here's the thing with Marvel, and this is, I'm going to say, in my opinion, because this is one of those for better, for worse, but I'm going to teeter on for worse. Marvel, and this is even when they've been consistently good, when Marvel has a good idea, they duplicate it like there's no tomorrow. That's what they do. It's kind of like when DC had success with Watchmen. They decided, what can we do to duplicate that success? And Marvel, because they duplicate that, they try to duplicate it rather than let something be sacred. They end up trying to duplicate it times 4, and they end up coming up with all these stories and things that no one asked for. Some of them end up being good, and obviously there's others that don't. But the thing is, it becomes too much, and then people don't know where to start because they don't let an idea stay as a standalone idea. Kind of like how nowadays we're in the day and age of Hollywood where we might actually get a sequel to Snakes on a Plane at the rate we're going.
You said we might finally
Chameleons on a plane.
We need
stopping that sequel.
I don't know.
It'll get you
no motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Nick. And I think that what happens is DC, Marvel, they tend to copy each other. So if Marvel goes down a road, then DC copies them, and vice versa. My suggestion, if you're trying to get into comics, there are literally millions of comics out there, and there are thousands of different stories, thousands of different titles. What you really have to do is you have to look at it and say, what's your niche? What do you like? Marvel and DC are the big ones, but Dark Horse, there's a lot of independent comics out there. You can also check out some Indiegogos, and you could go on Kickstarters. There's some really good independent creators who are creating comics that have no canon ties. So you don't have the big anchor of history. And I think that what DC and Marvel has been doing the last couple of decades, honestly, but the last, say, 5 years is rebooting titles. The reason they try to reboot titles is because they want the customer who hasn't been purchasing their comics anymore come in and say, well, it's an issue number 1. I can start here. You start the story off, and then they're not sucked down by all this canon. And I think that's part of the problem that Hollywood has nowadays too, is they're looking at all these franchises that are 50 and 60 years old, and they're saying, oh my God, look at all this history that we have to worry about. Let's reboot it into a new universe, and then we can create our own canon. I think that that's part of the problem. So you have to pick what niche you like. What type of comics do you like? If you've heard of Spider-Man and you like Spider-Man, pick up a Spider-Man book. If you like Superman or Wonder Woman or whatever, just pick up a Wonder Woman book, because nowadays, wait a year or two and they'll start again at an issue number 1.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to determine what kind of comic you like, or what kind of movies do you like. Like, you've seen the opportunity that Marvel Comics had, and even DC to a lesser extent has had in the last 20 years, is you had the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You had an opportunity for $1 billion marketing scheme, right?
You're
Even
opening
DC
up
had
a
the
can
Dark
of
Knight
worms on
universe.
me that I now need to share.
Real quick,
Yeah,
before you
and
get down to
Iron
the can of
Man, you
worms,
know who Iron Man is. Pick up Iron Man just started a new comic. I've been reading it since issue number 1. It's not bad.
Terrible.
Like,
this is
like,
what I would do. I
Go
would
ahead.
not do with anything. Here's where I would slightly deviate. Ignore everything new. I'll tell you what I just did, and I'm going to do more of. I picked up like a trade or a collection. That is the easiest, simple way to start, because you'll get a story arc, and it's a cheap way of doing it. I just got this freaking Fantastic Four. I'm not even that far into it, but like literally the first page damn near had me in tears, where the Thing is hugging his blind girlfriend and is like, he says, "Oh, I don't want to cheat you." Basically, he feels so ugly that he feels like he's cheating this blind girl, because if she wasn't blind, she wouldn't be with him. I'm like, holy shit.
that would be
In
Alicia
one page.
Masters, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Alicia Masters,
Alicia
the Puppet
Masters,
Master's daughter.
Yep.
And that's the thing. I am only slightly less normie than you, so I don't know that much more. But it's just it's a simpler way to get back in, because I'm not even into the Fantastic Four lore like that. I've just always been interested in them. I'm like, I just want to learn more about them, and I'm interested in kind of the escapism of the Silver Age, and they just seem like a perfect. And the art is so great. I love the art so much.
But
So
another thing too is you can go online now, and even locally, you can see that there are literally dozens of auctions going on every week, whereby you can pay $25 or $50 and get a long box of just miscellaneous comics, and then you dive in and you just read and see what it is for $25 or $50, a long box of like 100 comics. So yeah, there's lots of opportunities out there. Absolutely. Trades are a great one. Amazon.
Yep. Trades,
Amazon, boom.
Omnibuses.
Yep.
Also a good website to look for, whether if you want the monthly floppies or if you want the big book collectors, like collected editions. If you want like a specific run, like let's just say there's a writer who has like a 50 issue run, you can get that writer's run on that character. Like let's just say Ghost Rider. There's this one writer, so-and-so, did a 50 issue run. There's a collected edition that collects all 50 issues of his run on the books. That way you get a complete story of that guy, his run on the story. So, and a website that I use if I want to do online shopping, mycomicshop.com is great.
I want to just like the reason I was asking the question is like, I mean, thank you for all that insight. Like that's really helpful. And I think that's like great if people want to get into it. That's a great like bridge. But what I'm saying more is like, did the industry become inaccessible? Did it become too bogged down and like too many like subplots and like alternate universes and all that?
Yes, I can go off on that one. So here's the thing.
Here's how I really, not to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Just one quick point. It got inaccessible when it stopped being sold everywhere. When you used to be able to get a comic book at a store, just a normal store, at a 7-Eleven, Walgreens, you bought a comic book because you were there. When that stopped happening, you could still have your comic shops for that deep lore stuff, but you need a Superman, a Batman, a Spider-Man, an Iron Man. That should be at Walgreens everywhere.
Well, that's when Mom had her son or daughter in the lineup, and they're waiting
right next to the candy bar.
Mom, can I get a comic book? Because they're right there, and you keep the kid his mouth shut, and then he gets introduced to a whole new universe. Yes. Absolutely, VW. That's absolutely right.
Yeah, that's what I meant more than anything. It's like, I love hearing, not love hearing about it, but I find it so fascinating to hear about the downfall of the comic industry, because it's like it was a precursor to everything that's gone on with pretty much all media, which is, it's like, a great canary in the coal mine. But it's also like, I wonder if the comic industry itself was almost setting up for that kind of disaster because it became too niche. It became too inaccessible.
Absolutely.
Kind of thing
I was
where
yelled
it's
at by a comic shop guy one time.
you were
Yelled at way back when. This is like early 2000s. I had my friend, he was really into comics, and I was, similar, kind of normie. And I had mentioned just being a Batman fan. This guy just was like very like gatekeepery, like no truth. Like if you're not a real fan, something. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
man. This is your store, and I was going to give you money for comics, but if you don't want me to, I won't. You know what I mean?
The gaming industry kind of did that a bit too. The role-playing game industry too, because I remember getting yelled at as a 15-year-old kid in a gaming shop, Dungeons and Dragons, as a kid, and a guy yelling and screaming at me. So I was just going to give you $50 for this game, and now F you, right? So
I had a similar vibe when I went to go play Magic the Gathering as
that's exactly it.
Middle schooler. Like I remember, like because me and my buddies played it all the time. And we went to this game shop, and it was just like the most hostile environment. And it was like, this isn't fun. Like they relished winning the way, someone relished beating you in basketball. Like, it was just like, I mean, that's kind of, this is sort of why I'm here, is because I'm not like a jock asshole. Like,
but I think what the comic industry did to themselves is back about 15, 20, 25 years ago, when this whole argument was coming up about if comics are sold in the Walmart or the Walgreens or the little corner stores, if that is taking money out of the pockets of comic shops. And what they did is they were so short-sighted, they didn't realize that, you know what? You go to the drugstores, you go to the Walmart, you go to the corner shops, you get the regular Superman, Batman comic books. But for the real good stuff, for the crack, you go to the comic shops, and that's where you get those kids. You get the kids who are like, well, I want to know more about this comic. I want to know more about this character. Then you go to the comic shop.
You were so consumed with whether you could. You didn't stop to think whether you should.
That's right.
Oh, yeah,
I
man.
mean,
Dude,
cocaine's a hell of a drug. I mean, comics are a hell of a drug.
Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I would roll around to like all of the convenience stores to look at, because they didn't have all the same comics at the convenience stores.
Right.
So I would buy from like 3 different convenience stores. I'd be on my little bike, and I'd have my backpack with me, and I'd roll into the convenience stores, and mostly I bought the comics. There were a couple that might have left in other ways, but but overall I bought the comics.
Jake D living that Chirac life.
Here's and then but I did that for like 6 months, and
that was the good old days.
I grabbed X-Men, I grabbed the New Mutants, I grabbed Spider-Man, right? Because those are like the big draws. And exactly what you guys are talking about. What did that lead me to do? Well, that led me to saying, hey, Dad, I need to go to Mile High Comics.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Why? There's comics at the 7-Eleven. It says, yeah, but they don't have all the comics, Dad.
I mean, that's true. That's how you do it. If you want to have your books like your Moon Knights, you can go to the comic shop. So you can get with the weird stuff.
Like, part of the reason I'm wondering, though, is like, did the comic industry do it to itself? Like, with all the woke shit? Because it's like, did it become this elitist sort of exclusive
unequivocally
thing? All right. And then it's like they're like, well, we'll appeal to more people. But then that demon, once that demon was let in the door, it was just, it was all over from there. But like, are they partially complicit in the downfall?
More than complicit.
Very complicit. Very. That's partially. Like the understatement of the year. Here's the thing. Like, so in the 90s, Marvel had filed for bankruptcy, and then they had started getting out of debt because they had sold off the movie rights to several movie studios, hence why Spider-Man, Sony, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Daredevil, Fox at one point. And so Marvel were coming back. So Marvel was finally getting money again. They're getting out of debt. So then they were actually focusing on trying to make their books good again, or at least people getting to read them. And that's when they had like your Marvel Knights, Daredevil, Alias, Moon Knight, stuff like that. Marvel was selling. And then you had like your events like Civil War and Secret Invasion. And Gary was working at a comic shop around this time.
Gary had a comic shop?
Gauntlet.
Razor Fist. Razor Fist was actually working at a comic shop around the same time. I know, right? So
Crisis on Infinite Earths, you Marvel guy.
So Marvel was actually seeing success, and at the same time, simultaneously, DC was seeing success because they had books like the Teen Titans that were selling. So the big two in the early to mid 2000s were both hot. They were both hot. And I don't know where DC went wrong with. Well, New 52 happened, but we won't. That's a whole other can of worms. We're gonna spare that can of worms.
That's
The Marvel
2010s.
can.
We could have 2 hours just talking about
right?
where these companies went wrong.
The
honestly.
Marvel version, they were seeing success, but the problem is with that success, they were playing that duplicating game. They were starting to see success in their summer events. So when they were seeing the success in the summer events, which was like Civil War, they're like, okay,
Secret
let's
Wars.
repeat it with Secret Invasion. Let's repeat it with Fear itself. Let's repeat it with Siege, and so on and so forth. And yes, the creativity was still running, but the cracks were starting to show in the repetitiveness. So before the cracks were getting worse, they took out the editor-in-chief at the time, and they replaced him with this guy named Axel Alonso. And Axel Alonso came in, and that's when he decided, hey, let's take Carol Danvers and let's make her Captain Marvel. And that's when they started to getting these watered-down artists who would make the stuff that led to the New Warriors 8 years later. And that's where he was pretty much the catalyst and what led to the wokeness. Because that's when the all new, all different happened. That's when you saw the debut of the Miles Moraleses of the world. This Axel Alonso guy, he was very, very complicit in the existence and ideas of all these books. And also Axel Alonso is one who decided, oh, hey, let's just relaunch the book every year or two. And because what his mindset was, okay, well, if we relaunch the book, not only do we get the #1 and give people jumping input, but the problem is he assumes that when you get that new #1, he thinks everyone is going to, from the previous volume, is going to carry over into the current volume. But you can't assume that, because some people see a volume ending and they see that as a jumping off point. He assumes that they're gonna stay on board, which they don't. And if you look at a number from I'll give an example. Amazing Spider-Man 2014 to 2015. 2014 had a relaunch #1. Look at the 2015 #1 relaunch. There's about 100,000 less copies. And the problem is they assumed everyone was going to stay on board for 2014. When, if anything, they backfired their numbers and they end up losing people.
But I think, Nick, there's something. I'll just be a sec, VW. There's something here that.
Anyway.
No.
We're all talking.
I think there's something here that we're forgetting. Yeah, there was a lot of changes in the way they wrote comics. There was a lot of woke SJW stuff that's come in the last 10 years, but we're forgetting here that comic books have always been a generational thing. It's been passed down from generation to generation, from the golden age to the silver age, to modern comics, whereby parents would read comics, dad would read comics, and I say dad because obviously the audience is 90% male. So you have the older generation would read comics and then their kids. So you'd pass down the comics to the kids. They would grow up learning about, the Spider-Man cartoon and then the X-Men cartoon and then the Batman animated series and then Justice League Unlimited. And then, so there was a lot of comics. There was a lot of cartoons. There was a lot of 80s influence that happened that kind of maintained comics, because we had comic books and we had cartoons, Saturday morning cartoons that kind of spurred on that desire for kids to want to read comics. Well, what's happened, I think, since the 80s to, say, 2020 is you don't have that generational passing on of the torch anymore, because kids nowadays, they don't want to read comic books. They don't want to go out and buy a comic book. Like the regular floppy stapled comics is really much a generational thing, whereby I'd have to say 30 plus. For those people who are 30 years and older, it's something that was normal, because you'd go to the store, you'd see a comic book. So that's normal. But as we're getting older and as we're approaching our 40s and 50s and 60s, we're not buying comics as much anymore because we hate the stories because of what's happening, which is exactly what you said. So if I'm I have nieces and nephews and younger kids and stuff that are looking at, am I going to want a comic? Am I going to buy a comic? Well, no, Why would I do that? Because I'm playing with my phone or I'm watching I'm not reading comic books anymore. It's very much a digital age, and digital comics will never work because the large percentage of your audience is used to the floppies. So
Well,
it's
also,
I
it
have
has
one.
to-
What? Oh, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say it has to have an allure. Like I think
Yeah.
when I was a kid, like comics had the allure of being,
One word
exciting.
we're leaving out here, ladies and gentlemen. That
What's
word
that?
is manga. These
Yes.
kids are buying
Yeah,
manga.
these kids are buying manga. That's objectively like true. Like and they're youngsters.
There
They're
you go.
young.
I keep
yeah.
bringing
I
up the
purposely
story.
didn't. I purposely left out manga because that's a very special case.
And
Because
that's
they're targeting that audience.
My Hero Academia. I've never read it. I've never seen the show, but I'm told this is basically a US based comic, and I keep bringing up the story of when I was looking for mesh for my mask at Walmart, and the young girl, she had to be early 20s, maybe late teens, talked about wanting to do a My Hero Academia cosplay, and she was referring to the manga. She talked about the anime and the manga. So this young woman, this 19-year-old young woman, bought a physical book that is drawings and drawings and words. And to your point, Matt, the manga is mostly black and white, if I'm correct. So there's no color. So
my 12-year-old daughter loves My Hero Academia. She gets the books. She consumes the. I assume that there's like cartoons. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, it has an anime.
Let's
just another red shirt. You're the red shirt.
Right? Be well, sir.
And a mighty wrench on this channel. Good to see you, brother.
And I think that what that tells me is you just have to target your audience and you have to know your audience. And if you try to,
sorry, but what I was going to say though is just like what you guys were talking about with when comic books were different when we were young. Like they had an allure, they had a counterculture appeal.
Absolutely.
If comic books are cool, like are not cool, like they're cool with the people who aren't cool, like there's not a reason to go check them out. I think manga still has that. It still has like that kind of allure, like it's different, it's offbeat, it's a counterculture thing, just the way I would go play Magic, the way comics were a thing. Like I think it's that's why it's like there's no mom vibe on it, where it's just
or
like
dad vibe. Yeah, absolutely.
Or just, like a take your vitamins kind of bullshit where it's like, no, I want to do the cool, interesting thing. Like, I think that's why manga still works. I think that's why comics don't. Cause it's like, who the fuck wants to get an intersectional lecture about, gay dolphins? Like, fuck off. Like, that's not why.
Oh yeah.
And they call him Flipper.
And going full circle, that's why the Marvel Cinematic Universe failed Marvel Comics, because they had a prime opportunity to make this huge, to make comics huge again, and they effed it up.
They blew it by an understatement.
The MCU didn't fail Marvel Comics.
Very
Marvel
true.
Comics failed the MCU.
Yes. Oh, that's
exactly.
true.
That's what I meant. Yes.
Because
no, that's true.
I'll put
use our manga analogy. Anime sells a lot of manga. So if anime can sell manga, these movies could have sold books. But when you go to see Iron Man, it's Riri Williams. And when you go to see Spider-Man, it's Miles Morales. Or you go to see
Captain
X-Men,
America, it's America Chavez.
it's America Chavez. You go to see X-Men. No, get this Inhumans book because we're ruining the X-Men because we don't own the rights anymore.
Yeah, I also don't think Asian cultures play this fucking woke bullshit the way we do.
They don't.
They don't.
They're very much thumb their nose at it.
Yeah, like the Chinese have a term called Beizao or whatever for like woke leftists.
Yeah,
like,
they laugh at us.
Like they have a whole term mocking it. Like they're ahead of it. Like they're not falling victim to it. At least not yet.
No. Here's an example. Okay, I think this is a good way to show you foulball, Matt.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so here's the best example of how Marvel Comics screwed the MCU. We all know in 2012 when the first Avengers movie came out, it was historical because it was the coming together of these heroes for the first time on screen. That was May of 2012. Right around that time, May of 2012, that was the first weekend that movie was coming out. You also had a comic book coming out of the title of the same name, The Avengers. And since it was the comic books, they decided, okay, we're going to have the lineup that presents the movie. So far, you're thinking, in theory, this sounds great. You saw the movie. You liked what you saw. I want to read a comic book. and they had a big name writer, a big name artist. So you're thinking, okay, the pieces are aligning right. Here's where they start to backfire it all, because not only did they launch that Avengers book, they decided, oh, hey, they wanted to continue to do their duplication pattern. We'll have an Avengers book, a new Avengers book, Avengers World, Avengers Arena, Ultra Avengers, Savage Avengers. They would have 6 different like Avengers styles. My buddy, who's the comic shop I used to go to at the time, I was there the weekend of the first Avengers movie came out. So we saw a bunch of new faces, and a lot of people were asking about Avengers books. And I told my buddy who ran the shop, dude, don't tell them about all the Avengers books. Just tell them about the main book. And what did he go and do? He went and told them about when they're like, oh, one of the Avengers. He said, which one? I'm like, dude, that's how you lose the customer, because that's going to overwhelm them when they see all these books and they're thinking, I don't know where to start, because they see all these books. And what happens when they see it and they get overwhelmed? They walk out and they buy nothing. Now, if you look at the success of The Walking Dead, like the show or not, here's where the comic books did it right. Even though the show exploded into the culture phenomenon that it did, they kept it at one book. So that way, if someone comes into a shop saying, hey, I want to check out The Walking Dead. Okay, cool. Well, you could start here at the first trade, or you could start off at one of these other trades. It's just one book. Less is more. Marvel should just release one book called The Avengers. It was simplified it, and people could have dived into it. Number one, if they liked it, they could have come back for more, and they could have built a customer. But instead, they just wanted to throw 10 different books with Avengers, only to sell none of them.
Dude, no, absolutely. When I was a kid, there was an X-Men book. There were 2 Spider-Man books, which I never understood. And, I had, there was X-Force, there was X-Factor, but these were all distinct, different teams, different groups of characters, and there was an Avengers, and there might've been West Coast Avengers around at the time. I can't remember. But each of these,
agreed, since we did more is more with booty. The more booty, the more booty.
I do have a limit on booties, man. There's a limit.
Listen, when it starts to dimple,
there's
gone too far.
There's a booty, and then there's junk in the trunk.
If it's fit, I am pretty pretty cool.
But that's what I mean. Once we start to get dimply, we've passed. We passed.
Is that like
math
Serena Williams fit, or was?
Well, Serena Williams. Wes Moody's not here. We won't talk about Serena.
But anyway, Jake, go on, because I know you and Thoth got to get going, so I don't want to keep it too long.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, at that time, like, what they were doing right, and this is late 80s, early to mid 90s, right? Yes, there were several books that had similar titles, and you'd have some crossover among the characters to a limited extent. But overall, each one of these was a distinct property. And yes, they all existed in the same universe, and they'd run into each other sometimes. But each one of them was running along with their own story, doing their own thing. And you could jump on to just kind of the books that you liked. So like Excalibur was, like this British team I didn't really have a particular affinity for. I never picked up an Excalibur book. But, Uncanny X-Men, fucking loved them. Right? New Mutants, fucking loved that. And, so you could focus in on these particular groups of characters that you wanted to follow. And, maybe you could get a subscription to, 4 or 5 books a month, and you'd get a monthly floppy, and you could subscribe yourself back then, right? It'd show up in your fucking mailbox through the USPS.
Cool as shit.
Okay.
The comic, writing a little checklist.
Yeah, dude. So I'd run out to the goddamn mailbox just like excited as hell looking for my books, because I never knew when they were going to come, because I was like 10 years old. I didn't have any concept of, delivery schedules or whatever, right?
There was no USPS tracking online that you could look at your app either.
Yeah, it didn't exist back then, man. So you'd be like invested in like these 4 or 5 books, and you'd go buy some others sometimes too, but like these were like your main things. And but if you ask the comic book guy about X-Men, he'd basically show you two books. They had like a blue team and a yellow team. One was Uncanny X-Men and one was, but it was still separate characters. It was just two different X-Men teams, so they'd cross over more than a lot of the other stuff, but it was still distinct, separate storylines that you were following. So, and I remember as a kid, Nick, to what you were talking about these big events coming in and shit, like the one that I remember the most was the Infinity Gauntlet. That was like the big fucking event where a lot of this other shit came from, your Secret Wars and your Secret Invasion, your Civil War, and all that shit you were talking about earlier, right? Like the big one, the first one that I remember was the Infinity Gauntlet, which of course was the basis of the MCU to an extent, right? I mean, heavily adapted, but the heart of it was sort of the same idea as what we saw for the past 12 years in the MCU. That's how monumental that fucking event was, right? I mean, they made 12 years of movies out of it, so
it was, yeah.
And God, that was cool, man. I just, why they left Adam Warlock out, though, that I'll never fathom. But
he was key to that whole story, and Captain Marvel to a limited extent too, for the very genesis of this whole story with Thanos too.
Yeah. So so that was how comics were when I was a kid, and I'm hearing you talk about what they became when I was in my 20s, and I'm saying to myself, you know what? I'm fucking glad I stopped buying floppies, because that would have been maddening.
Yeah. I'm the last generation to go to a store with my allowance to buy comics and then go to an arcade to play video games, and who actually saw both of those things at regular places. You might go to just whatever, go to a 7-Eleven or the gas station, and there may be a Street Fighter game and some comics, and that was just all right. You'll just be normal. And as you can see with the whole comics industry, wokeness is just a small part of the puzzle when it comes to what destroyed the industry. There's just so much for years and years of self-abuse and self-destruction, that when wokeness came, it was just the final straw. I think that's really the story for a lot of these industries. Yeah, where you see wokeness is what is the was it the straw that broke the camel's back?
Final nail in the coffin.
Final nail in the coffin. But there were other things. Even when you talk about sports, every other section of the entertainment industry, and comics definitely were the canary in the coal mine. But it was just a self-destructive arrogance that constantly built upon itself, that finally, when you got to the point where you're disrespecting fans, they just said enough is enough.
Yep.
And I'm really proud to be a part of a time when the fans can like collectively stand up and say, no, this is bullshit. Like, I'm not going to be subjected to this. And, finding like Gary Streams and all that stuff, and just a bunch of guys who are like, fuck you, fuck Hollywood, fuck Disney, fuck all this bullshit. It's like, yes, like we don't have to just be subjected to this, torrent, this maelstrom of nonsense, and we're just sitting there like by ourselves, like, well, I guess I just don't have the things I like anymore. It's like, it's so validating to have a voice to fight back against it, because it's just one of the weirdest times for culture, one of the worst times for culture, because I just always felt like things in the past used to just be it sucked because it sucked, not because it was like in service of something like some greater weird agenda. It's a good time to be able to fight back on this stuff. And
Amen, brother.
We are the new pop culture. But yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. I do got to check out, man. It's getting late for me, and I'm an old bastard, and I gotta get a little bit of shut eye tonight. So, but Matt, as always, brother, thank you so much for having me on. It is always a pleasure to talk with you fine gentlemen in the chat. And, look for me. We've got Howling About Entertainment, 5:15 Central on every Sunday evening. And a lot of the guys that are here today on the Cocktail Lounge are also frequent guests over there on Howlin', where we talk about, more of the, similar but a slightly different flavor, the weekly entertainment news. I'm covering Resident Alien on the channel right now, which is a really, really good show. I was covering WandaVision, but just nobody seems to be horribly interested in it lately. So.
Not after Disney fucking over Gina.
Yeah, but I think the main topic for Sunday evening is going to be the Gina interview that's going to air on the Daily Wire on Sunday for everybody.
That's
yeah.
Gonna be
That's going to be the number one topic.
Mm-hmm.
It
Get your
is
srirachas, guy.
It could easily take up the entire show of 2.5 hours. So
you know, you know it will. But you know it will.
All you gentlemen
now.
will, of course, have the link. And by God, I look forward to seeing you all there and everybody in the chat.
100%. Everyone, make sure you subscribe over to Jake D. He got a nice shout out from Gary over at Nerdrotic on FNT tonight as the channel of the week to follow. And hopefully next week he'll get the same shout out as he did this week. And Jake's a good dude. He's a good mother.
Jake's a great dude, man.
Hell, absolutely.
Appreciate it. All right, y'all.
Be well.
See you soon.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
I suppose I should go next then.
Too, buddy.
It's always a pleasure coming on here and talk about the stuff that we really love. And I am very, very happy to talk about comic books anytime we get the opportunity to. We talked about some things dear to my heart. MK, I mean, yeah, as long as there's no babalities, I'm good for the fatalities. I love talking pop culture with you guys. I love talking about what current events and things that are going on in the world. And everybody has their own unique say and thoughts on the matter. So that's why it's so awesome coming on here. So thank you very much for having me aboard. And I'll look forward to the next time we get to chat.
Anytime, Lord Thoth, you're welcome on this channel. Anytime. Love having you. You're an awesome contributor, and I feel that one day you will have a channel that will blow the fuck up.
Yeah.
Maybe someday. Yeah. Maybe after I retire, I'll have time.
Yeah, you're the real hero out in Canada,
right? He's the ultimate carrier in the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that.
All right, Thoth. Good to have you, brother.
And thanks very much to the chat, Eric K. Great to see you again and again and again and again.
The French King. There's just so much love for Eric K, man. Eric K just does his thing.
Eric K is a hero. He's a hero of the city.
Great chats from the channel tonight. Sentient Dildo, Henry Sherman there was awesome.
Yeah.
Mike, all you guys out there in the chat, thank you very much. And you guys take care of yourself, and I'll talk to you soon.
See you later,
right, buddy. Later.
All right, man.
See ya.
Enjoy Lady Thoth doing yoga, man.
10-4, I will.
Oh my God.
I'm kind of curious what your avatar is. Does anyone know what all those avatars?
I don't
know, but it's definitely not a dildo.
I have
It's definitely not a dildo.
You're
like
Craven.
kind of cute cone head.
I'm curious what that is. It looks like almost looks like Heavy Metal. Did you guys ever see that movie, Heavy Metal?
Been a while, but yes, absolutely
Yeah.
have. Mm-hmm.
I have that. That's a good one. There's it's interesting because it's so early in like animation and film and television and stuff, but there's some really good stories in there. I happen to like that one quite a bit. Speaking of stories, I like quite a bit. I'm curious to hear what you guys think about this. Gary mentioned it earlier, and it was the first I'd heard of it. But Edgar Wright, one of my favorite directors, is directing a new adaptation of The Running Man. Takes, thoughts? What do you guys think?
VW, you go first, and I'll unload.
So, I don't know. I'm trying to formulate what I think. Like, my thoughts are Edgar Wright can make a good Running Man movie. He can also make a terrible one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
I don't know about terrible. What do you mean that's terrible?
well, maybe not terrible, but like off
Baby
a
Driver.
tonally weird one. Terrible. You're right, because terrible has a different meaning now than it did maybe 5 to 10 years ago, from what I'm thinking. Because like Captain Marvel is terrible. You know what I mean? There are certain things that this won't be that bad. So you're right. Terrible is the wrong word, but it could make he can make a very good Running Man movie. He can make a very awkward one, and I don't know which one he'll make.
Well, are you a fan of the original film?
I am. and I think he could. I guess I'm thinking of Edgar Wright as a director because I like him as a director, and I'm like, yeah, I can see where parts of what he does well will mesh with what was good about The Running Man because The Running Man was kind of over the top ish. You know what I mean?
What's up, Draco? Good to see
Yeah, it was always possible. Yeah, it's just like I don't know how I feel. Is the best way to put it.
Well, okay. Here's what I'll say. I love The Running Man. I think that's like an extraordinarily underrated Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. It ages even better as time goes on. I feel it's a really good. It's just a really fun film, and it's really interesting the way it's kind of like a deep fake before there were deep fakes. Like his character is sort of assassinated, and it has this kind of like public crucifixion vibe, which I think is really exciting and really fun. And I love the story. I love what it is and what it represents. I think it's an awesome film. Edgar Wright, I have really mixed feelings about it because I adore the Cornetto trilogy, or at least like the first two, like Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz. I love those movies. They're so good. I rewatched World's End as we were talking, and I like it more this time around. I still feel like it's a pretty flawed movie, but it was still really good. And I loathe Baby Driver. I just find it to be a pile of shit. So I wonder where he is in his career. Like, is he going to be on an upward slide or sorry, on a downward slide? But I don't know. Edgar Wright plus The Running Man, without any kind of like judgments on things I can't control, could be an amazing pairing. I mean, it could be an amazing combination. I don't know.
It's a Brett Favre pass. Could be a touchdown.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, hey, Brett Favre, there was points in his career through a lot more touchdowns and picks. But I mean, you still just don't know what's going to happen when the ball's in the air. So that's what I think. And I'm glad we're talking about Edgar Wright because there's a point that from FNT brought up that I've been thinking of and I wanted to bring up where they were comparing J.J. Abrams and Zack Snyder as directors. And I think the reason I'm bringing those two up because I think all of these directors have flaws to their work. Mm-hmm. And all of these directors, believe it or not, do have good work. I know J.J. Abrams, gets a lot of flack, but Jeremy brought up, hey, he does have some good movies and good projects under his belt. But to me, figuring out whether or not they're going to make something good, because the Snyder Cut is something that I'm like, I don't know. It may be good, it may be terrible. I have no clue. I won't know until I see it. You know what I mean? Because there are things visually that Zack Snyder does well, and there are things story-wise he doesn't. I feel like with Edgar Wright, seriousness is like nailing the tone is something he either does incredibly well or incredibly poorly. And
have you guys read the novel? Have you guys read the Stephen King novel?
I have not.
Me neither. So I don't know anything. All I know is the film, but they are saying that the co-writer is Michael Bacall, and he co-wrote Scott Pilgrim, which is one of my favorite movies. So Wright and Bacall re-teaming up to make this, that just sounds in and of by itself pretty exciting.
Yeah. What do you think, Nick Weiser? I want to hear your opinion because I feel like you got something ruminating over there in Nick Weiser's cave.
Okay. Hollywood and remakes is one of my lifelong grudges. I like Edgar Wright for the most part. I do. He has definitely had some cracks and flaws show, but the same can be said for every director. As you've said, Vigilante. It's hard to want to invest in another property where they can just give Edgar Wright an original idea and give him something to call his own, because no matter how well this does, if it were to do well, it's going to always live in the shadow of the original movie. You're not heard about one property that doesn't outlive the shadow of the original. You've had some people say, oh, this remake was decent, doesn't compare to the original, or they'll say it's good, but you can't compare it to the original. And that's very hard when The Running Man with I mean, half the charm of the Running Man Arnold Schwarzenegger movie is Arnold's over the top ridiculous dialogue. Like that line where he splits that guy in half, both buzzsaw, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, what happened to buzzsaw? Oh, he had to split." I mean, that was so cheesy and hilarious. Or that line was like where he defeats Sub-Zero, and then he's like, "Sub-Zero now, Plane Zero." That's like, dude, you are not going to capture that magic and the charm, especially in the soy boy age of Hollywood. On top of it,
well, it does say in the article itself that it's going to be a more faithful adaptation.
Yeah, they're gonna say that, but we're talking 2021 Hollywood.
Yeah, that's really the answer to this question is who's the lead. That's really not knowing the answer to that. Because, like you said, Arnold was like a huge part of it, and there was an over the top element of the Running Man, which made it great.
Yes,
and which is
like
why
Edgar wrestling vibe.
Yeah, that's why they had fucking the governor. What the fuck was the other governor? They had two governors in the day. It was the second time they had those two governors in the movie. Sheesh. Jesse Ventura.
Jesse Ventura, because he was doing that whole like American thing where he was like doing the flexes and the pose.
He's great.
Oh, he's so good.
What I will say about Edgar Wright, so I went back and rewatched the Cornetto trilogy. We were talking about it last week, and I wanted to go back and check it out. And what I will say about his artistry, I watched all of them. So I started with World's End, I went and did Shaun of the Dead, and then Hot Fuzz. I really feel there is a incredibly strong anti-conformity. You could even argue anti-woke like narrative or like subtext to all three of those movies that begins with Shaun of the Dead and builds into full-on anti-SJW by the time you get to A World's End. Because in Shaun of the Dead, you have like the joke is everyone in society is kind of zombies, like ha ha ha. And so it's like when everyone turns into zombies, he doesn't notice. Because like they're all just kind of acting the way they were acting before. They're all just like in their position doing the same shit. You know, they're just sort of like going about their day-to-day life. In the second one, in Hot Fuzz, they are not zombies, but they are like dangerously committed to preserving. Yes, they're a cult. They're a cult preserving this town and the virtues that the town espouses and what the town is about. So they're fighting for that, which I draw parallels to like the SJW kind of cult. Like it's the same kind of thing. It's like the group is more important. This is what matters for the greater good. Like it has like this kind of thing. And by the time you get to The World's End, Vigilante, if you want to use earmuffs, by all means, go for it. They like. The people in the town are replaced by literal robots. And they say like this alien is here to replace these people and make them better. And if they're not willing to commit voluntarily, they will turn them into robots. And like, dude, if you connect the dots on that, you don't have to infer that it's like anti-SJW, but it definitely is a strong anti-conformity message that's saying, fuck what the greater good, fuck the mass, conglomerated thought, like what we're all supposed to think and do. No, man, individuals, like the character of Simon Pegg in The World's End, he's like, we don't like being told what to do, and it's like that's like seems to be a very punk rock point of view that Edgar Wright made very clear to me in 3 consecutive movies. So if that's the guy that's like being handed this property with the guy who co-wrote an amazing movie in Scott Pilgrim, it gives me more confidence than I would say with most people in Hollywood.
That's fair. That's fair. Just like Nick's point about remakes in general, and that's the point I didn't bring up, but I kind of share. When you do get sick of remakes, you do get sick of derivative stuff. But I just gushed about Mortal Kombat and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So I mean, there's still a love for franchises. So let's
welcome Rowan.
Oh, hey, what's up, Rowan?
Hey, welcome to this show. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that like I don't know. What do you think about that, Nick?
I feel like, oh man, if someone pays for me to see this in a theater, I'll do it just so I can spend my money on extra butter popcorn, and I'll drench that popcorn in, because I'm one of those guys where I will not go to a movie theater that does not have a self-serve extra butter station. If your theater does not have that, I can't give you money because that's a very personal decision on my behalf. So in case this movie somehow does not, if in case this movie is somehow not enjoyable, I need that popcorn to redeem me. Without that popcorn, I'm incomplete.
You also have to let me layer. You also have to be willing to give me half.
Yeah.
Let me layer it, come back, get the other half as well.
That refill too. Oh, dude.
And of course the refill. That goes without saying. I ain't paying $8 for no refill.
So
I can't argue with that at all.
That's how, as Thanos said in Infinity War, in case this movie sucks, but the popcorn is perfect, it's perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yeah.
So,
and in case this movie sucks, it's just going to be a thing. About the Snyder Cut, it's the same sort of thing. But you know what? Who said it in chat? Yeah, Henry Sherman said, you do make a compelling case.
Thank you.
That Edgar Wright is more than capable of doing this movie justice and doing this right.
Oh, yeah.
And coming up with his own he's you called him an artist, he is an artist, and that gives you a little bit more hope. But artists aren't always great. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Artists don't always make good things.
Nope.
And
Dude, Baby Driver eats a bag of dicks. Like, I will not. That's a terrible movie. So bad.
So with artists, you have to take the good with the bad because they do what they do. I hope it's good. That's one thing I will say. And to really know whether or not this is going to be good, we'll see when it's cast. And maybe it needs to be cast with somebody we don't know, because I don't know anyone who could bring that same energy. Maybe Tom Hardy, maybe he could. That's just a name I just tossed off my head. But like, who could really
be the lead as the hero? Have any of you guys ever seen the movie Rollerball with James Caan?
Oh my God, is that movie that came out in 2002 with the Rob Zombie soundtrack?
That may have been the remake, but the original is from like the 70s. It has a very similar...
now I feel embarrassed. I know the remake.
No. The remake. It's like
the original was like 77 or something like that, maybe 75.
I remember that remake bombed, and I remember singing. I think I saw it just because I was in middle school, and just like when you're friends, and the movie is like $5 at the theater. Once upon a time, it's just like, all right, whatever. I guess I'm hanging out with my friends seeing this movie. Now I'm like, man, there's an original version. I want to see that now.
Dude, Henry says, low about Baby Driver because you made me think about John Hamm's acting was not that. Dude, that whole movie was so fucking stupid. God, I hated it. So it's like, it opens up with like this kid like dancing down the street, and like it goes on for like 4 minutes, and all of a sudden it dawns on me. I'm like, wait a minute, are you assuming I give a shit about this kid? Who fucking cares? He's like, oh, I'm so cool. Look at me dance. I was like, oh God. Okay. I was turned off right from there. And then like, most of the movie is really just a music video of like, music to cars turning around corners. It's like, all right, whatever. But then they have this really interesting villain in Jamie Foxx that's like very scary, very like, and then they just kill him, and then they shift the villain to John Hamm because you let my girlfriend die or whatever. Oh God, that movie. And then what the fuck was Kevin Spacey's motivation? To me, he was like the antagonist making the whole engine of the movie move, and I'm like, all right, I guess that kind of makes sense. And by the end, he's like, nah, kids, I got your back because I believe in love. Like, what? Movie sucked. God, I hated Baby Driver so fucking much. Sorry, I just had to go off.
No, you need to have your moment. I can tell that was not just a want; it was a need.
Thank you.
And that need has led me to a hot take I've been wanting to say for a while. You brought up that dancing and that like, how dare you think that I care? That's how I feel about Guardians of the Galaxy. I do not like that movie. I just don't. I hate that movie.
Hot take.
Insists upon itself. Oh my God, does that movie think it's so funny? It's so interesting. That movie is so, not that there's no good elements. I actually like Dave Bautista as Drax, and his his very deadpan, literal understanding of everything. I think every character in that movie is good except Star-Lord. And Chris Pratt is good, but it's just so much insistence upon like, oh, he's so cool and quirky, and it's just like, man, I did not like the first one. I never saw the second one. I just remember thinking the first one was so overrated, and everyone still loves it. It's so overrated. It's just not as fun as you think it is.
Did you see it right away, VW?
I did see it.
You did? Okay, so you actually have a very objective stance on it. You don't let the hype get to you.
I mean, the hype there's been way more hype since I've seen it than was there. It was just a little bit like, oh, it's another Marvel movie. I saw it on the 7 Seas, I'll admit.
Mm-hmm.
But God, did not see it.
I just want to real quick because I do want to get into this Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like Henry's saying, like, yeah, it was like it didn't make any fucking sense. Like the change with the Kevin Spacey character, it was just so out of line with what the movie said. These characters, it's a really poorly written movie, and I just expect so much more out of Edgar Wright. And it basically, I feel like what happened was he had a good concept, and then just was like, yeah, that's good enough for a movie. I'm Edgar Wright, and then it just fucking totally shit the bed. But I really do want to hear. I do want to talk more about it. So, Nick, what's your take on Guardians?
I enjoy the first movie. Now, here's the thing. Now, James Gunn's comments prior to, as far as the promo for that first movie, I mean, the thing is, he was talking about how he was very influenced by the Dan Abnett, Andy Lanning run, which was a 25-issue run, I think around 2008, I think. That was what was the idea for the lineup of this movie. The official note: Gamora, Drax, Rocket, Groot, Star-Lord. Now, there was definitely, as Rowan Ginger Raven would say, but it's not the real Jax. Yes, Dave Bautista was very entertaining in the role, but it is very different compared to how Drax is in the comics. Either. Now, and that's true about the Star-Lord. Personally, I didn't mind Chris Pratt as that. I felt like Groot was spot on. Gamora was. I felt Rocket was as well. But yeah, there's definitely some mischaracterization with Star-Lord and Drax. I do feel like it was done better with it was funny. I would say funny with the literalness of Drax, and at least Chris Pratt he's charismatic, so maybe that helps. Second movie I wanted to like, but then, especially because I love Kurt Russell, but it's just, I feel like that movie could have taken out a whole half hour, 40 minutes, and it would have not been affected.
Well, all right, hold on for just 1 second, because I want to welcome a celebrity to the channel. A real superstar in our universe. You know him, you love him. Draco Argento.
Hell, Draco.
Draco.
What's up, brother?
Oh, God. How do I come down from that possible introduction? My word.
You, man, you're a superstar.
I show up on other people's channels without doing anything on my own.
Yeah. That's the
because I gave up because I was so let down. I was let down.
Well, I don't know. I think that's just the power of you, is that you can just show up without a channel, and we're all gonna be like, God damn, this guy's awesome.
Yeah, right.
Do you want to jump in on this Guardians of the Galaxy conversation? Because I think it's a pretty interesting one. Because Vidge says he doesn't like it. Nick's got I think a little more of a balanced take. I walked in on it like I wasn't in on Marvel movies at the time. Like, I'm relatively new to enjoying them. I don't know. I just wasn't. I don't know. I just didn't have it wasn't my taste for a while. And then I watched that one. Everyone's like, it was the greatest movie fucking ever. And I watched it and I was like, no, it wasn't. And then I watched it, I don't know, like 2 years later. And I was like, oh, you know what? I was unfair on this movie. This movie's a lot of fun. Like, I don't know if it's excellent. Like, I don't know if it would stand up under EFAP scrutiny or whatever, but I watched it and I was like, no, I had fun with that movie. That was a good time. And so I guess that's as much of my take, as passionate as my take goes. What do you think, Draco?
My opinion is mainly based around that too. At least this is the completely subjective opinion, and I have watched the movie several times, and I do revel in the fun of the movie. The thing that I cannot connect to this to anything that should be there or isn't there, because although my brother collected Guardians of the Galaxy, I knew nothing of the source material except that they existed.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. And my perspective is not coming from I didn't know anything about Guardians either. I just heard a lot of hype. But it was early. It was like around the time it came out, maybe a couple weeks after it came out. People saying it was good, and I just was like, you know what it was? I just felt it like all the parts, like it was like telling me, "You'll be entertained at this scene. Laugh here, laugh there."
Yeah,
this is quirky. Oh, you thought there was going to be a fight? Now it's a dance off. Isn't this fun? It's like, oh, that's just how I felt. Hey, I get it.
I think a lot of entertainment just in recent years kind of falls flatter when you realize like it's all this shimmering, like shaky, like look how pretty this is, and then there's just so little substance behind it. Like what I mean by that is like in previous years, like, you know, we had like Con Air or The Rock, but we also had Goodfellas and Casino. You know, we also had like depth in our entertainment when it's like really this is the most valuable stuff you're gonna find nowadays. Like if it's not this, it's like some intersectional bland lecture about bullshit you could give a fuck about. So it's like when this is the pinnacle of culture, the scrutiny goes a little deeper. And so you're just like, this is really not the greatest thing I've ever fucking seen. Like, yeah, it's a dazzling visual show, but it's not exactly like intellectually stimulating.
Speaking of intellectually stimulating.
Not intellectually either. Just, well, it incites erections.
Every day I take on a superhero or comic book movie, except for one. Because Iron Man 3, I had a similar experience with the hottest girl I'd ever been with. She was so hot. Like a super smoke show. Well outside my weight class. Well outside my weight class.
There you go, buddy.
So Iron Man 3 did that, but every other comic book movie went terrible. Every other one.
You know, I had an experience like that with the original. What's the zombie movie that's in the mall? Is that Dawn of the Dead?
Day of the Dead or Dawn of the Dead.
I think it's Dawn of the Dead.
Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead.
I had a very good experience with Dawn of the Dead when that was back like just out of high school. That was on like probably VHS or maybe DVD. Like that was like, yeah, but that's one of those movies.
Was it like a zombie orgy after the movie?
No, it was like she came over. We watched about 15 minutes of the movie, and then it went right into dirty animal sex.
You guys cued the vinyl on.
We love the 70s.
Right.
This movie is okay, but that's about enough.
We
of
can
that.
make a better movie if you put the camera on. We can make a better movie. So pop the camera on.
Draco, do you have any insight on the Running Man thing we were talking about earlier? Because that's still something I'm curious. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think?
The original source material, I do not remember after going. Oh, was a short story, or one of the stories in a collection of stories, and I barely remember it anymore because this was one I went through when I was young. But as far as I'm concerned, the Running Man that was based on it is another one of these Schwarzenegger action movies. I thought Flavor Flav had one of the best takes on it. The sense of the wrestler, the wrestling show vibe to it. With you had Arnie there, you had Jesse there, you had all these crazy characters and making a big show out of it, and then you wrap it in this slightly silly Zappa was there, dystopian future, and I am entertained by that, but I think the movie is silly. I've never had that movie recommended to me, but I have watched it a few times just for the silliness of it, and not even the silly of, I mean, like referring to Guardians of the Galaxy, you actually bring up, Vigilante, you actually bring up that dance thing at the end there, and that was one of the things that I almost cringed right out. I was almost cringed right out of that movie until they used it for a diversion, and it still doesn't make sense to me. The timing is a typical Marvel bad timing joke. It's one of the worst jokes, in my opinion, that James Gunn ever did.
Just cringe. I was like, I I got so angry.
But-
I got so angry.
Oh, jeez. But yes, I think of Running Man as it's an action flick based on material that it wasn't meant to be. I like the movie, but I don't think it's a good movie. I think it's just fun seeing Arnie get up there, do his one-liners, beat the bad guy in the end, and the bad guy gets blown up. Not a lot of meat to it.
To be honest, I think there's more to it than that. I think there's a little like anti-establishment to it. I think there's a bit like condemnation of the circus, like the center stage. Like, you know, it's almost like it's a proto attack on social media. You know, people just being these propped up stars that aren't really stars. They're kind of like in this death trap. I don't know. I find it to be really insightful into like the nature of society. Like that's why I brought up Rollerball, because Rollerball has similar themes, and I feel like they're kind of the same idea. Like those are both.
It is a readdressed theme in many movies.
Yeah.
You bring up Rollerball, you bring up that. I would not be the man to start going through and picking some of them. I bet you some of the people in the chat, I would think maybe even Vigilante might be able to come up with this because he's quick on the take, so he might be able to come up with a few movies if he's been exposed to them. I know I've been exposed to more.
Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games.
Battle Royale.
Anything that you basically take the sensationalism.
Sure.
To take the sensationalism of violence and glorify it and package it and use it for entertainment for the masses.
Themes.
Themes. Oh God, that's Zack Snyder in a nutshell. Themes.
Oh boy, that's what I'm worried. And actually, when we get off this topic, I would love to know who do you think is better between Zach and JJ.
Zach,
man, I think here's what I will say.
Zach has screwed with DC as far as I know, and he's screwed with it. The thing is that, I don't know.
If you said who's a better person, I would say Zach.
A better person?
Yes. Zach as a better person. But if
that's what I was basing it on.
If you're talking movies, man, you're talking the two sides of the same coin.
I don't know how to. Yeah, how do you measure them up against each other that way?
I was going to say, guys, I haven't watched the Zack Snyder trailer yet. So if you guys like, I started your stream, I started your video about it, Nick, and then I wanted to peel out because I wanted to watch it for myself before I watched your video, but I never went back and did it. If you guys want to watch the trailer like now, I'd be down to do it.
We can do that. It was my most downvoted video on my channel yet. I had a few Snyder bots come after me trying to argue with me. And I'm just like, do these guys think I'm going to sit here and take this? So I just fired right back at both of them.
Good. You know what? I don't go after the haters too much unless it's someone that's like been a fan of the channel for a little while. If they're a fan of the channel and they're like, I don't like that you're turning into the same anti-woke toxic channel as Gary. I'm like, listen, I'm a huge fan of Gary. If you don't like what he does, you're probably not going to like what I do. But other than that, I'm like, all right, you know what? Say your shit. I don't care. But I think if you're putting skin in the game and people don't like your takes, Nick, I think you're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
I have no regrets. I stand by what I said. I can kind of get a little. I looked at the page before I even say anything. When I respond to the people who are trying to throw fire at me, I looked at their pages just so I can get a feel. And there are people who had no subscribers. There are probably those people who were like who created their pages at the last minute just so they can throw shade at me. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is someone who just created this page just to. I looked, they didn't have anything that they're sub to because they can show if they're sub to anyone. I'm like, okay, there's no one I know. I can go toe to toe with this. And
look, I mean, we're getting into this to speak our minds. I think that's going to come with some collateral damage if people.
And it's going to, but I know I see is all right. I see how Young Grippa handles it, and I'm like, you know what? I could take a page from his playbook, and I did, and and that's fine. And I stand by what I said.
I think that's how you test your mettle. I think that's how you get, credibility. is to take on people who don't like what you do, and then you just keep doing it. And if they'll get bored, the haters will get bored. I feel like there's someone on my channel who's a hater because all of a sudden, like all my videos have like one downvote when none of them did.
I'm getting that too. That's when you're doing something right. You gotta.
I'm starting to have that too. Like, why am I getting this one downvote in these random ass videos?
Random videos that like have been up for weeks. I'm like, that was up. But when you went back and watched it and like hated.
Those are the haters.
Those are the haters. Before we move on, I like Henry.
Let's watch this.
We will, but I want to go to Henry's comment real quick. Not only that, is there an actor today that could be an Arnold Schwarzenegger archetype that audiences would want to see kicking ass and taking down a villain, or of course, the system? That, my friend, I don't.
Henry Cavill.
We're about to see him. Yeah, Henry Cavill.
Well, maybe, but I don't think he's a Schwarzenegger. I almost feel like I did a stream about this with a buddy of mine, Jared.
There is no Schwarzenegger.
I think he'll join this one night, but we talked about this. I kind of feel like that is done. I don't think that exists anymore. It's kind of like hair metal or punk rock. Like they had their time and it's done. Like you can't recapture that. So I almost feel like the Schwarzenegger, Stallone type action hero is a thing of the past. Like you just have to,
make something new.
Yeah. You got to make something.
I agree with that. But that's why, again, I think Henry Cavill may fit this vision. I think if it's just me trolling you.
Henry Cavill is not the personality Schwarzenegger was, even if he was the person that people could rally around. He doesn't play the same character. It's not his person. It's not in his nature.
Is it?
I mean, every one of us.
Seen him try though. Like I would love to see him get a shot.
I did not have to see Schwarzenegger try. I saw Schwarzenegger do that in every single public interface that he ever produced. It was the very nature of the man. It was the Matt with his cigars, and I'm thinking of this. It was his cigar chomping, going out there and just being brazen and saying what was on his mind every single moment. This is part of the problem. You need that same culture, or a similar culture. And anyone, I mean, there are always people inside the culture that could be that person, but that person has to come up at a time when the culture is not only accepting of it, but also revels in it
and needs it.
Because
and the thing is,
yes, we do need it right now, but we've got too much culture trying to put it down.
Yeah.
And the leverage is unbalancing it. As much as we love Henry Cavill and as much as he could be a character that people would like, he just doesn't play the same role, and you won't get that now. Maybe in the future,
like
but
the
catching
Draco, the indication is fucking Schwarzenegger's not even Schwarzenegger anymore. He's on the fucking internet like simping for bullshit where you're like, what? Like Schwarzenegger's woke. You're like, what's going on?
He's on the outs.
Yeah,
he's on the outs with all the things because he's now behind the ball. I mean, the guy basically had this public image as the governor of California, and then he was actually he wasn't just Me Too'd. The guy actually got one of his servants pregnant.
Yeah, I remember
that. That is something that will put you on the outs with everybody. Now he's simping to keep his status, to continue to be out there, because that's the only thing he can do now. He will never be Schwarzenegger again in his life.
But yeah, exactly. But it's like, how far the mighty have fallen. Like he's not even that guy. So it's like we're talking about who's the next Schwarzenegger. It's like Schwarzenegger's not even Schwarzenegger. So it's like, can we even have a guy like that now?
A shadow of his former self.
Yeah, I want to watch this trailer real quick though.
Let's do it.
Let's get to it.
All right, let's do it.
The bells, baby Robin. But in the dark, among the stars, the god is dead. I had a dream, almost like a premonition. I think there's an attack coming. My lord,
Which one will fall? I need warriors. I'm building an alliance to defend ourselves. How can I get team strong enough? If you can't bring down the charging bush, don't wave the red cape at it. You were sent here for a reason. And even if it takes you the rest of your life, find out what that reason is.
He said the age of heroes would never come again.
It will. It has to. We live in a society where honor is a distant memory. Isn't that right? Batman.
Dude, I'm with you. That looks like shit.
Oh no, I'm the only guy. And it doesn't not look okay. I'm not that high on it myself. I just think it's going to be some cool visuals. But 4 hours is god.
They're not even that cool. Like that CGI sucks.
It looks like God of War outtakes.
Yeah, not even that cool. It just looks like I thought the whole point of the original one was how bad the CGI was. It doesn't look like they improved on that at all.
No, they didn't. This
it looks so corny.
Here's a thing that and this is something a lot of Snyder bots do. Anytime you criticize these movies, they try to play the leftist politic game, but except they do it in the Snyder version. They'll play the cards. Oh, you don't get it. This movie's too smart for you.
Oh yeah.
They do that.
Zack Snyder. There's a lot of
say
things
this
I would
shit.
call Zack Snyder.
Oh yeah,
and I'm not saying he's not a smart person, but the stuff he makes is not smart. It's not intelligent. It's not high level stuff.
It's not.
The best thing he did is 300. Still to this day.
That looks horrible.
Understanding these movies,
and that was his development of that from original property into a movie based on the book.
Yeah, and it's by far the best thing he's ever done.
So bad. Like that looks like
I'm more positive
the
than
mildest
everyone else.
of improvement. It looks like if this was the one that came out, this is the new.
It's basically, I'm sure. Look, you ever heard that saying about no matter how much you try to polish a turd, it's still shit. This just looks more polished.
Yep, this looks bad.
The rest
it
is history.
feels like it will be more like his original vision, but I was not necessarily following with his original vision in the first place. Yes, I'm not any kind of Snyder bot.
God, that looks.
I mean, I the first time I saw that, I said, well, some of the stuff is interesting. I mean, I don't think I generally pick just to put you guys all in the frame. I don't generally pick on some of the effects, especially grandiose things that you obviously know are CGI constructions. Only the most obvious and blatant bullshit is the stuff that I call it as bad CGI. Sometimes it's just too complicated, or it's too busy, or it
looks too like lush. It doesn't have like a real world feel. Like if that was an animated movie, okay, but it's supposed to be photorealistic, right? Like that's
I
take the fucking
special effects expansion, what he calls photorealistic, and that's the problem. I've watched interviews, I've read interviews with Zack Snyder. This guy. It's one thing to be confident. It's one thing to be confident. But this guy literally thinks what he does is like Stanley Kubrick. Like he really feels like he is that way. And when he has an audience as dedicated to his work as is, it boosts his ego. And don't get me wrong, what happened to his daughter?
Yes, he has a significant ego.
Oh, he does.
Zack Snyder is the modern Ingmar Bergman, man.
You're about to say what happened to his daughter, Nick.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. However, here's here's where Snyder went wrong, and here's where Warner Brothers went wrong. When BVS came out and it had all the stigma it had, which was added stigma on top of the stigma that came from Man of Steel, Warner Brothers should have canned him right away. Instead, they try to say, "Oh, but we got a month of filming. We can't make that change now." But yet, Edgar Wright had left filming for Ant-Man about a month before the filming and got replaced, and it still worked out fine. So don't act like that can't happen. Is it chancy? Sure. Or could you just push the movie back? Sure. But Warner Bros. Was so desperate to play
They
their
really should have pushed that
game.
movie back.
They were so desperate to play their catch-up game. That's why Honest Trailers nailed it when they called it Batman featuring Superman Rush to the Justice League, because they were so
Movie house
desperate.
politics.
They're so desperate to get to that point that they don't want to push it. So then when Snyder had this genuine tragedy in his life, then Warner Brothers looked just as bad as him by firing him because of his tragedy. They should have just fired him after the BVS stigma, and then this Snyder Cut would not have been a thing, and Snyder would have not had to have dealt with tragedy and this whole Snyder Cut controversy. Warner Bros. Could have saved themselves, but they shot themselves in the foot, so now they're both the bad guys by default for this.
Here's my thing, right? Okay, the Watchmen movie is really good, but doesn't Zack Snyder suck? Like, isn't 300 kind of like a laughable movie? Like, it's like pioneering interesting visuals, but it's a bad movie, right? I mean, like, isn't the writing
like, oh no, the writing is not good.
Call out your problems with 300.
Yeah, I mean, no, 300
I mean,
criticized.
okay, look,
I like Dawn of the Dead.
I only saw it once when it was in theaters, but I mean, I remember being like, okay, that was an interesting visual journey, but like anything going on in Sparta was just, I could barely look at how bad it was performed and written, and just all so. I just thought it was bad. Like, it's like
Zack Snyder has flaws, man. He has a lot of flaws.
Major flaws.
Yeah, like we're all acting like this is Kubrick's Lost Vision. Like,
that's what he's acting like, and his fan base hypes him up to be that. That's what his fan base hypes him, because Zack Snyder lives in his own echo
I have
chamber.
to be the guy defending Zack Snyder. I am not a fan.
Comments.
I think he's
someone once said. Someone once said, Raylos are weird. Well, so are a certain percentage of Snyderversers.
You know what Zack Snyder did? Here's what he did. He came up with the best looking Batman that I seen with the Ben Affleck costume, or whoever did it. Okay. And then he came up with I like 300 and I like Watchmen. He cannot, even though the ending change kind of messed me up.
Isn't 300 stupid though? Like the whole.
Oh yeah, I would say 300.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like the king, like the giant.
Stupid, but it's fun and it's very like.
Right? I mean, like, yeah, but
no, what is stupid?
It's like, it's fine to have like a little bit of fun with it.
But that doesn't. It's a whole movie that's a sacrifice play. That's the. It's probably it's probably a massive. I mean, take it as a massive exaggeration.
What even is it? It's not even mythology. Like, what is it? Like, it's just a weird.
It's history.
It's not history. It's not even close to history. What the fuck was that?
It's a sensationalized history. It's a sensationalized history.
Okay. I mean, look, I can.
There was a small group of Spartans that held up Persians at a.
Yeah.
There was a small group of Spartans that held up the Persian armies and allowed the rest of Sparta. Yes,
building
it is
like a palace on top of it, being like, well, that's the brick. It's like, yeah, but the palace.
It's a sort of legend, or at least that was the idea of the original source materials, turning this idea into the story that this one Spartan brought back and making a big legend out of it and drawing all the rest of the people there for the fight that you didn't even see.
You guys just can't comprehend the genius.
There is no genius to this.
Yo, dude, trust me.
There is no genius to this.
They literally think
Snyder was just another movie maker making a thing out of a comic book, and everybody thinks that what he did was. exactly like you said.
Man.
That he thinks he's some grand fantastic filmmaker from the age of yore. But the thing is that he's, in my opinion, he's a certain flavor of adaptation maker, but I don't think he's much better than that.
That's my
and
thing.
yes, so the Snyder fans would crucify me too.
But I'm just saying, like, what is this like presumption of genius? Like, why do people think,
Zack Snyder? So
okay, let me type in Twitter Zack Snyder and see if I can find some Snyderbot comments on how these people worship the ground he walks on.
I think we know how much.
But like, I just thought, like,
what did he do? It's like so
in my head, the Snyder bots really know that, like, because to me, I here's how I like.
I'd like to think they do.
Zack Snyder makes really crazy visuals, just like when Braveheart had sex with a French person. Listen,
you understand, man.
In the beginning of Anchorman, they say based on a true story. You know what I mean? Like, this is like 300 is like there's a kernel of truth, but like it's mostly there were no monsters. Like, it's a story.
Like, listen, man, you gotta look at it through a
exactly. That's the sensationalism, the legend, the bullshit that the story was wrapped in. It has nothing to do with the reality.
Bro, it's about feelings. You know, it's an impression of what happened. It didn't happen, you know.
It's
what it did happen.
Zack Snyder.
That a bunch of very smart Spartans actually used holding maneuvers to delay a Persian army and gave them time. But that is not what the movie is about.
Did Greece have cave trolls and I didn't know about it? No one told me.
Did Greece have cave trolls?
It was like the big fucking boom. It's like fucking monsters in that thing. Like,
wow, we're in Lord of the Rings now.
I know.
And yes, there were cave trolls in Lord of the Rings, but I don't know how we got there from here.
No, because there's like, there's like big fucking monsters and shit in that movie. There's like giant, like freakazoid, like things that don't exist in the real world.
I have to give my impression of what I thought Zack Snyder fans liked about Zack Snyder. And I don't think that's the case. That's why I'm giggling like a school vigilante. So I thought Zack Snyder fans knew just like the dude broness of it. And it was just like, oh, this is just such a cool dude, bro. Action and cool visuals, and that's all I want is darkness and dude broness, and this hits the dark dude broness that I'm looking for. And I'm like, okay, this is what you're looking for. This is attuned to your taste. I had no clue that anyone thought of him as like
a filmmaker.
Yes,
as God. These people treat him like he
does make films,
dude.
I
made a film once. Nobody really saw it.
Dark dude broness is fun. Like even BVS has very cool scenes, right? It's a
because you bring
movie.
up another. You bring up another point. The dark dude broness of it. I mean, that's just another flavor of the nihilism. That's another flavor of current sociology. Shit. They just need another group of them looking for their darkness. It's all dark, and then everything dies, and that's what I believe in.
Dude, and that is it's funny because
Vigilante like incredulity. He's like
Zack Snyder,
like the same way.
He talks
like some people like weird toppings on pizza. You're like, oh, you just like this weird top, but you know,
I like anchovy heads on my pizza. That's the same way I like Zack Snyder. Like, what's wrong with that? What's weird?
But you know, if you like anchovies, you're the only one who likes anchovy. You get that you get it. I just knew like, oh hey, I just want to see some dark nihilistic dude bro action. Okay, I can set my watch to this. He's a genius. Stop! Don't lie to you. Who are you lying to?
I thought that the whole Snyder Cut thing was more just like hope. Like, I didn't think it was real. I thought it was more just like, you guys ruined this movie, and so like I hope that like what Snyder did was actually good, and let's here's for the Snyder Cut. It was more just like a thing. Like,
I think that's a huge part of it. I agree with you. That is a huge part of it. But no, there apparently is a cult.
I guess
also there's a cult. Trust me, they've been running that hashtag. This cult gathered up money so they can get banners and like flags run around San Diego Comic-Con saying release the Snyder Cut.
Let's all take a moment to say
that's at least more positive than their natural nature of darkness.
Draco, hold on. Let's just say goodnight to Eric K, the mighty and magnificent, the mighty wrench Eric K. Thanks for hanging out, brother.
Take care, Kay.
The mighty wrench. Kay!
I'm a little disappointed we didn't get you tonight, but you are the man. Good to see you, sir.
Hell,
Take care, Eric.
By all
oh
means.
man.
Tell me more.
Like there's bad things that I love. I talked about Wonder Woman 84. Like you can love something that's bad,
Oh
but you
yeah,
know what
Batman
it is.
Forever. I'll take that any day
Batman
over Zack
Forever,
Snyder's.
Batman and Robin. You
Is that
know
the
it.
third one?
Third
No,
one
Batman
was
Forever is the one with that's the old from the 90s.
Jim
Yeah.
Carrey and
Yeah.
Tommy Lee Jones. It's terrible, but I love it.
When I
It's
was a
terrible.
kid, I never had a problem with it as a kid. Like I watched that one over and over. I love that one. I don't know as an adult, but as a kid, I was all into it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I agree. I think I liked it a lot as a kid and as an adult. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Even
Yeah,
though you
I'm
know
sorry,
something.
I was a little bit older when I saw it, and I saw it as a deviation from the Burton.
Here's the deal: as an adult, I don't even like the Michael Keaton Batman one. Like I'm like watching, and I'm like, I don't. It just doesn't. It does nothing for me. So it's like it's hard
Love
for me
that.
to. I wish I could say. I wish I could be like, yeah, that was good. I'm thinking I don't like any.
I'm
of
a Batman. I'm a diehard Batman fan, so I'm probably not. I'm predisposed. I'm compromised. I can't really talk about it. Apparently, like Snyder fans, I just thought Snyder fans just you like your certain flavor of like what's that like that sparkling like water spritz
White
like,
Claw?
not White Claw. It's like something in a can, like
That's funny.
bubbly or something.
Oh, truly?
Maybe that's it. I don't know. I'll know when I see it.
Oh,
But
I know. There's a bubbly thing. I know what you're talking about.
there's
I
some
have
little.
no idea what
It's
you're
this
talking
disgusting. Okay, I talked way early in the podcast because we've gone like 3 hours plus.
Yeah.
I talked earlier about going to different like meetups and stuff, trying to get a tech job. They would all have this like LaCroix or LaCroix.
Oh, yeah,
Gold
LaCroix.
Ginger Ale.
LaCroix.
That's it. That shit is disgusting. Every fucking hipster
you.
little tech place
Oh,
has it.
everywhere in LA.
Damn it,
dude.
Eric K.
And it's like,
Really?
why? But they convinced themselves that it's
Free
good, even
save.
though it's not. We
Now,
will
I'm
be
gonna-
safe.
I hate LaCroix. The only time, actually, I'll tell you where LaCroix is good. LaCroix with vodka and lime is
Well,
really
vodka
good.
makes a lot of things better.
It's like a vodka soda, but like a little more flavor. I like a LaCroix and vodka, but like the idea that that's a beverage that I'll just be like, delicious. What are you people talking about? I feel like I live like in a like a backwards land where all the things people are saying are like upside down. Like that's how like LA is. Like they're all like LaCroix. It's so good. Don't you love LaCroix? I'm like, what are you talking about? This fucking shit flavored water? No, I don't like this garbage.
Oh,
Why would I
man.
enjoy this? But everyone around here is like, isn't it great? It's so great. It's like it's not great. It's not even
That's
tasty.
exactly what Snyder fans are. Because they don't like it. They're lying. They're
Yeah.
lying to you, but they've invested. They lying to themselves.
They're in too deep.
Yes, they're invested in the identity of drinking this. It's like a status symbol in that case.
All right.
And then Snyder fans.
SNPCs.
That
Snyder non-player characters
Yeah.
There's definitely
programmed
Snyder
to
MCs.
like
Fucking
Snyder.
lemmings. Fucking. All right,
Fucking
now I'm going to
lemmings,
ask this of you guys because I feel like I've got a pretty educated panel here. Then, what's the best non-comic book Batman visual representation? You know, like what's the best like TV show, movie?
Batman animated series.
Batman animated series.
Drago?
Batman the Animated Series.
If you need a
Yeah.
movie, Mask of Phantasm.
We're all united on that.
Nice.
Phantasm.
All right,
So-
put it this way. When I read a Batman comic fable, I hear Kevin Conroy's voice. He's the voice of Batman in the animated series. When I read Joker in the comics, I hear Mark Hamill's voice from that cartoon. That's
yeah.
how significant those voices are.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool.
Enough said.
That's dope. Because I watched that when I was a kid, like every single day, but I have not revisited it.
Oh, it's a treat.
Please. It is
Yeah,
aged
actually,
beautifully.
Very good.
You will be like,
It's even
what?
better than what you remember. Even
Wow.
better.
That's the substance of that show. The substance of that show was beyond most of the kids that actually grew up watching it. It was so well put together for a cartoon, and this is the idea of well written, well produced content, that it actually spoke to a bunch of kids who grew up watching it after Batman 89 came out, and it continued for years, creating
the greatest
stuff.
intro ever.
Because I saw
X-Men
Returns
was great
in the
as
theater.
well.
I saw Batman Returns in the theater. I was a kid, but I
That's
definitely
good
saw
too.
it. And,
That's
I
good
remember watching
too.
this like every day after failing out of grade school.
I remember watching this at the school too.
Oh my god, my heart.
It's so the
It's
Elfman
beautiful.
music behind all of this Gotham setup.
It's
and
perfect.
It could be a comic in motion.
All right, God, so memorable.
Oh, it's so
It's so
good.
visually and well done. Again, this is a visual medium, and it's so pleasing to the eye. And the
God,
animation,
Bruce
That's
Timm
great.
created such a this.
Oh my God.
It's like it's somewhere between futuristic of its time, but also noir because it's got the
Retro
noir look. Yeah, like a retro future. Oh my god.
with the blimps, but you will see supercomputers.
And that iconic imagery, right? Storyboard shot right there. Oh my god.
And this is simple and stylistic, but they carried it, and it's so excellent to carry across its message. It just like you said, it's got those noir hints. And
Mike Carlos says he just watched a documentary on the making of it. Where'd you see that, Mike?
I have
sounds
that
great.
documentary. I have the box set of the Blu-ray box set, and it comes with all the episodes, both the animated movies, Mask of the Phantasm and Mr. Free Sub-Zero, and it also comes with like 5 different making of features. And what's cool is because rewatching it years later, I didn't realize how dark it was then. Like I feel like it's even darker now. Like especially a character like this guy here. This is the ventriloquist. This guy is an old man who has a Scarface doll. And you don't know if this guy's just sick in the head or if his Scarface doll is truly the one pulling the strings. And I've always been interested in like all these weirder characters that were done very well on that animated medium because, well, that animated medium kind of created a lot of definitive versions of these characters. And when I saw the ventriloquist, I'm like, whoa, this is kind of creepy. This old man with this crazy doll. Is the man crazy or is the doll crazy? Or is it both? And of course you learn about it. And that was like the ultimate like gateway into what became the whole Bruce Timm DC lore. Cause that obviously spawned off Superman and then Justice League Unlimited. Like, oh my God, like that style Bruce Timm did, like it's just, oh my God, it's an anomaly. It truly is an anomaly. It's classic. And we're in the age of the digital age and we put on decades later and it still holds up. It still holds up.
Beyond holds up. I mean, we didn't talk about the Aquaman thing, the new Aquaman cartoon with the Cal Art style. But
do we really need to talk about it?
No, we don't have to.
It's Cal Arts. It's fucked up.
I don't want to do it.
It's unworthy
I was comparing
of going between the Aquaman
the energy is too
features.
positive. I don't feel like
no. But that's my point. We used to get that. You used to just come home. Goodness, we didn't know how good we were. We could go. You could go to the store, get a comic.
We had this, Gargoyles, and Aladdin all in the same afternoon.
Gargoyles.
This would go. You could watch this and Gargoyles back to back. And I remember.
Yes, I would.
And I did.
Shit, I was going to college watching this.
That's awesome. You know what's funny? You guys were talking about how memorable this series was. I actually have a memory of this series, and it also like informed me on like the nature of like the subconscious. So I think it was the Joker, but in retrospect, it may have been the Riddler. But there was an episode where the villain like trapped Batman in a dream.
Mad Hatter.
You know what I'm talking about already?
Yeah. He trapped him perchance to dream.
Okay.
Yeah, everything he wanted. That was so great.
And so in the dream, like Batman couldn't read, and like it was something that was like, oh, because you can't read in a dream. And I was just like, wait, is that true? And I'm 35 and I'm still not sure. Like, I feel like, was that like real life wisdom Like, you know what I mean? It's like one of those things you get when you're a kid and you just like, oh, is that a new kernel of truth I need to dwell on for the rest of my life? Like, that's what that felt like from that show from years ago that I barely remember.
You know what? I feel like I can read in a dream, but if stuff doesn't make sense, that's when it starts. Like, I feel like I've woken myself out of dreams because of that knowledge. Like, wait a second. You can't read a dream. This
can't
is
read
real.
that dream. This is what you know what I'm saying? Like I remember him looking at like a book and it had like all weird characters and shit.
Nick Weiser, I don't need to spend more money on things. How much did that cost?
I bought this when it was brand new. They were limited release. I think I spent like $80. And like I said, it contains all the discs too. It contains like a photo book as well. And this is the book within it. Like I said, it's got all the discs in it too. Mask of the Phantasm. Then there's the bonus disc, Mask of the Phantasm, right there. And I love it because it's in a book too.
Yeah.
And of course, you got the box set for it too as well. That it came in, and then hold up, dude, hold up. I'm not even done yet. I'm not even in my final form. This is me going Super Saiyan here. And then here's this like awesome little book right here where you like open it up. I'm gonna show these cards off. All right. Oh boy, dude. So we got that right there. It contains like all the opening, like some of like the sequences. Oh boy, these are. Oh my god, these are so cool. Don't mind me here. I'm nerding out in person.
Nerd out, bro. It's all good.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. It's just basically a bunch of cool little cards that show off the animation style of this show. So for me, seeing this, I'm like, man, this is bad. Oh, dude, the other side of these. Oh,
Summer Gleason in the back. People forget about her. Cool character. All these characters, the designs of these characters, all are so great. And you want to know something else? You brought up the rest of the Timverse or the DCAU, whatever you want to call it, Justice League, Unlimited, Superman, all great shows. Even Static Shock, Batman Beyond, all really, really great shows. But none of them looked as good as this one. I mean, this one just looks so much more labored over. And I actually don't have that box set, but I do have the Superman box set and a lot of the commentary.
Oh, that show's so good though.
It's a really good show.
I think it's something about the style that speaks to that, because this is something that has to do with that whole idea of all of this CalArts bullshit that you have right now, which are simple styles, but they do not labor over any details. You look at this, these are simple styles. Matter of fact, you could probably learn to do the original Batman art. You could probably learn to render it relatively quickly, but you have to, in order to reproduce it, you have to labor at the details and the setting and the crafting of the images and the setup. They don't put the same work into the art in the animations nowadays. Things are thrown together haphazardly without thought.
They rely on digital, and I understand digital's, it's a time-consuming process. Digital saves,
tool. It's a tool. It should never be a crutch.
I know there are ways to digitally animate well. I've seen it done, and they just don't do it. And I don't know if it's a time consumption thing or
laziness.
They use it too much. Yes, it's late. Exactly. It's lazy because you use it as a crutch. You use it as the support system for your unwillingness to master your craft. If you are a master of your craft, you can take something simple and layer whole different levels of complexity into what you're creating. They don't care about that. They're just using the tool to create a product. Or at least that is my hot take.
That's my hot take on it too, Draco. We're on that ship as well.
Well, okay, so what do you guys think about the animation on Rick and Morty? Because I feel like that's technically CalArtsy, but like a lot of people give it credit for being good animation. So I don't have a lot of strong opinions here. So
there's something to be said about innovating something. You know what I mean? Like Rick and Morty is a now older show. It's been around for a while, and I mean, no, they weren't the first CalArts show that was like had Adventure Time, a show that actually kind of like the first few seasons of Adventure Time. But like. There's something to be said about like being the start of something or being like one of the first shows that came out in a certain style.
Yeah.
as opposed to just being a copycat. And it's also, Rick and Morty also relies on the comedy and the writing in a way
Yes.
that Cal art also comes with intersectionality. Let's just be honest.
Because I would speak up from that to say that as far as I'm concerned, I was never a fan of Rick and Morty until people told me about the humor. It was the writing in Rick and Morty that made Rick and Morty what it was. The Cal art style was just a poor package for something that was actually well written.
No, because I know people
at least
who won't
funny.
watch, who are not into it simply because of like the poor animation style. Like they just are like, it's not for me because of that. Which is like interesting to me because I met somebody who didn't like. He was a huge Expanse fan, and I was talking to him about the show and this, that, and the other. And I started talking about the tabletop game, and he's like, "Yeah, I didn't buy it because I didn't like the art," and that was so surprising to me. I was like, "Wow, I never even considered that." But when I learned more about D&D and tabletop, like the art is a huge part of it. And then my friend not watching Rick and Morty because of the art is like, "Oh, well, that's really interesting." Like, that's not what moves me. But it's interesting that people have that like visceral response to art that they don't like.
Mm-hmm.
I have that. I don't know if it's the first word that comes, the first group of words that comes to my mind is art snob, because I think on a certain level that's what I am. It was that more than anything that kept me from branching out my comic collection. I was more interested in certain varieties of art. It's why more than anything, other than just being a Marvel simp for most of my 90s comic collection, I really loved Top Cow from Image because I loved the art. And many of the books had excellent stories thrown in there too. But the art got me. The Silvestri's group of artists were excellent, in my opinion.
I mean, cool art is cool. Like, I don't know. For me, it just wasn't something that like was immediately the biggest attraction. But I find it really interesting. Like I read The Killing Joke recently because I'm like trying to get into the comic book universe, and I wasn't crazy about the story, but I loved the art. Like the art was unbelievable.
Art's
like
beautiful.
The
Art's
faces of
beautiful.
the Joker are crazy. They're so like detailed and deep and complex and terrifying and interesting. I loved it. So like it's like, okay, it's like a new angle on just storytelling.
Mm-hmm. No, dude, it's an excellent.
Dildo has read
Brian Bolland. Brian Bolland's art on that book was definitely some of his absolute best that he had done. Like the fact that Alan Moore, dare I say, Alan Moore had the privilege of be the writer for Bolland, because Bolland really he knocked out the park for Alan, because Bolland, the artist, brings the story to life. The artist brings the story to life. And I find the artist, the penciler, to be just as instrumental as a writer because of that. And God, Boland's art is killer on The Killing Joke. So good.
Nick, you got to get going, buddy?
I don't want to, but it's more one of those, I kind of have to go.
Yeah. All right,
it's not about who I am, but what I do. It defines me. Anyways, it's been awesome. Like, absolutely excellent. I love talking cartoons and pop culture, and
I didn't notice the itchy and scratchy shirt.
Dude,
I did.
Yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend got me a shirt, and I was just like, bro, hell yeah. She got me this killer.
If you don't mind me pulling on a little bit more. Well, something my plastic surgeon said to me, if you gotta go with a smile.
Oh, God. Yeah. That was good. Oh, I'm going to go out with a smile. I'm 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. I'm on Minds at Nick Weiser, Twitter at Nick Weiser, Instagram at Nick Weiser, and here on YouTube at 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. I actually reviewed a Detroit-style pizza recently. I did that video. So check that shit out, and you can see how I feel about Pizza Hut in 2021, considering I didn't know that they existed until recently. I'll see you all soon. I'm close to 250 at subs. And Foulball, thank you for having me on. And Sentient Dildo, hail to you, my dildo. And Draco, nice to see you again. VW, always awesome to see you. And Harry Sherman, you have a good night. Rowan, you as well. Till then, guys, good night.
Nick, it was great to have you, buddy. Thank you so much for coming on. You're the man. The only thing is you're not allowed back unless you pronounce sentient correctly. That's the only stipulation.
Maybe. I can't promise anything.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. You're a good guy. No, dude, thanks for coming by. This was awesome. I'm so glad you finally made it on the show, because this has been like a fun like weekly hang where we're just kind of like talking shit. And I'm glad that you made it, man, because you're awesome.
The pleasure's all mine, Matt. I'll see you guys soon, okay?
Fucking A. Later, Nick.
Later, guys.
All right, peace, man. And sentient dildo, it has the sauce on the top. It's usually square. It doesn't always have the sauce on the top, but it's usually square, and it usually has the sauce on the top. And in particular, the Pizza Hut is square, it has the sauce on the top. But Jet's Pizza, I guess, is considered Detroit style pizza, and that's bread, sauce, cheese, but it's just a square deep dish style. So
I just feel like Midwestern pizza is not pizza. Like it's like a departure so far in the other direction. You're like, I mean, I understand you took the ingredients that started pizza, but you went in a whole other direction. You're like, I can't eat that with my hands. Like, what is that? Like, I mean, I don't know. Pizza. I grew up with pizza slices, fold, eat. Like it's a whole. You guys just are like, no.
I like New York style pizza because like in Detroit, you can get New York style pizza that's like flat and thin crust and like fold, and like you're saying, that's also available. You know what I mean? Like
totally. But
it's just a different style. Because if you're,
I think
it's more because you're technically right. Like certain pizza in the Midway, there's a place called Pizza Populous, and it's like, well, this is borderline lasagna. Like it's like it's a pie. Like we're really at
it's a literal pizza pie. Yeah.
Like we're really at the tip of what's a pizza and what's something else. And I can get if you grew up.
Getting damn thick.
So,
damn thick, and not necessarily thick in a good way.
He's a pizza purist too, but I think if I'm not mistaken, Croatia borders Italy. If I'm correct on my geography, I think there's a share of a border there. So I think the culture kind of overlaps, because I believe I used to work at I used to work at this restaurant that I'm sure of. Not that it's not a question there, but I used to work at this restaurant, and I believe they had a Croatian red wine that was it was like a Italian grape, but done in Croatia. So it was like really interesting. I'm fairly certain that memory is accurate, but it could have been a different European country because my geography is not that great.
Yeah, they don't teach as much as far as geography.
No,
they don't teach as much as
America is, and that's all you need to know anyway.
Yeah, they just indoctrinate us. They don't teach us anything. Right. But yeah, isn't Italian pieces is thin crust, thinner pieces as well, right?
Well, it's a diverse culture, to be honest, because there's like the Neapolitan style, which is like that kind of traditional, like there's this oven that's got like this dome, like all like fire. Fucking goddamn it, I'm drunk.
Brick oven or something like that.
Yeah. I was trying to say yes, thank you. Yeah. I should probably not finish that shot. I'm a little Nick Weiser.
I've been pretty chill. I've been I got a few more left. I thought I would get through the bottom. I've been pretty chill, but I'm still cranking away.
I've been pretty good this week. This whole week I really have not drank. I've gone to bed early, woke up like refreshed. So
I got to get to bed early bad. I have to get my sleep schedule right. Like I have to.
It's healthy. It's good for you.
Yeah, it is. And every time I get a few good nights sleep in a row, I'm like, oh my God, why don't I do this all the time?
Right?
How am I humaning without sleep?
Yeah, you like wake up in like the middle. You're like, oh, okay. I guess, yeah, Croatia and kind of. It's in the Mediterranean.
It's close enough that I can see it overlapping.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a Croatian Cabernet that was really good. Cultures overlap heavily. Okay, all right, cool. I wasn't that far off.
Okay. So yeah, I can get that where you say like, wait a second, this is not really a piece. Like, it's so thick.
Well, there's so many Italians that settled in Chicago that I'm like, we can't really just be shitting on the entire idea of it just because like in New York they do it differently. you know, like New York pizza purists are like, oh, it's not fucking pizza. I'm like, well, yeah, but I mean, like, isn't Capone from Chicago? Like, you gotta like, they have Italian pedigree. You have to give it respect. So it's like, all right, it's just a different expression.
It's much more like a pie.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it is what it is. I mean, you know, don't get me into that fucking Skyline chili that they do in Cincinnati. Jesus Christ.
I've heard about this damn chili in Cincinnati. I've never had it.
It's fucking awful. It's just like you put enough salt on anything, it tastes like food, but it's not good. It's disgusting.
Necessarily selling it.
Guys, I don't know. We've talked a lot this night, but we haven't really got into the story of the day. And I don't want to upset you guys because I like you guys a lot. But
yeah,
some pretty devastating news came over Twitter earlier, and we didn't talk about it. And I feel like now's the time.
Right.
I'm sorry to break the news to you guys, but unfortunately, this just happened.
Oh no!
I know. I'm sorry.
What will the world do,
guys? I'm sorry to be the one to tell you
that Kanye West and Kim Kardashian West are no longer together.
I hate to be the one to break this news, but
oh my God.
Can you believe it?
I don't
Can
know.
you believe it?
I don't know how I'm going to get on in life.
I mean, I'm not tearing up, but I'm tearing up. You know what I mean?
Listen, I know we've had a pandemic for over a year. I know we've had a crazy election.
Actually, this is a good sign, because if this is the nature of our news cycle, then at least we're getting back to normal.
No, it's the sign of the apocalypse. The king and queen have gotten divorced.
Who could ever believe that Kim Kardashian and Kanye West wouldn't work out?
I don't know. What is life?
I'm trying to figure out how to get on. You know what? Something with all seriousness, how did they make it this long? Because they actually lasted. They had a good run. I mean, celebrity marriages, especially ones with like plastic dots, usually don't go long.
Okay, so this is funny.
Narcissistic sociopaths, like they usually don't go, 10, 15, 20, whatever. It was a long ass time.
Okay, so you know how like I've lived in LA for a while, right?
Yeah.
And I've worked around famous people quite a bit. One night, I got an event invitation to go be a bartender on a boat, and it was for Khloe Kardashian and her basketball boyfriend at the time.
Was it Lamar Odom or some other basketball player?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Probably. I'm fairly certain it was Lamar Odom. So It was like a celebration of their engagement or wedding or who knows what the fuck. So It was this party on a boat, and it was a white party, which means that everyone was dressed in all white. Like it was like white suits and white dresses and the whole thing, right? So I'm like, okay. So we all get on this boat, servers and everything, and then we like take off from port. And we go. And before we do, like the royalty gets out of the royal fucking like limos, and down walks like every single one of them, like Kim, Khloe, I don't know, all the other
red
ones,
carpet all the way to the boat.
The whole thing. Chris was there. It was just a wild, like Kanye's there, and like then they get.
Was there a red carpet all the way from the limo to the boat?
Honestly, I think so. Yeah, I really believe so. It was the most ostentatious, ridiculous fucking night ever. So,
was there a panel there for the paparazzi taking pictures and they posed in their whites?
Nope, no.
Oh, they left it on the floor.
But it was a closed party. It was a closed party. So then we all get on the boat, right? And the vibe was weird as fuck, because it's like everyone there is either like a really cut, fit looking athletic black dude, or like any assortment of ethnicity girls with gigantic asses. Like that was like that was the invite list. And but the weird thing was, it was like a middle school dance. It was like a middle school dance. Like all the dudes were on one side and all the girls were on the other. That's
awesome.
was weird, so weird. And so like after an hour and a half of me walking around, I'm just like, this is crazy. Like I thought I was in the environment where I was going to be uncomfortable, but like everyone at the party is uncomfortable. Like this is fucking bizarre. This is so weird. Eventually the party started like kicking up. But the thing was, like, the Kardashians were in the center on the top floor of this boat, and they were all just like in this little area. Basically, like Kim and Chris and Kanye were like asleep the whole time on like some kind of pills or whatever. And eventually, like the party started going and good. But I will say this: Kim and Kanye, when they were awake, were really cool, generous, and very nice people. So, as much as it
probably
breaks
how
my
they
heart
lasted
their
that
wedding's
long.
over, it was nice to have interacted with them, and I will mourn their union as much as the rest of you, I'm sure.
Hey, we're both hip hop guys. Kanye's a great producer, so there's that. You
Hey,
know.
College Dropout's a good album.
Yes, it's a great album. I love that album. And so yeah, I mean, did you see any spirit cooking or any Illuminati witch devil worship stuff on the boat?
I wish that I did. I wish I had that story where I saw them like sacrificing someone in the woods, but no, I didn't, and no, I never did. No, it was
Are
always
you sure you'd like to have that story?
Yeah,
I'd love it. I would love it. God, it would validate like my point of view. No, it's like all I ever just saw was that they're not as impressive as you think. Like they're more impressive because they're famous, not that they're that interesting. That's the worst part of that.
Kardashian's whole thing. That's the shtick. That's what they do. They're not that interesting, but they're
I was wondering
publicized.
if a white party was a allegory. Like, was that itself some Illuminati?
Nah, it's
stuff?
just a thing. It's a thing. People do that.
I know it's a
It's
thing,
a
but a lot of times those things have like some origin. You look like, yeah, this comes from some crazy old shit from the 1500s.
I think that's just paranoia. Like that's like because it's like they just all look sophisticated and cool. Like there's no like whiteness worship or something. Like it's not.
No, oh no, maybe
It's a style thing. Remember, that's how the
Okay.
Kardashians build their brand on style. There is a black party, there is a white party, there is a this party, there is a that party.
I was listening to Bobby Lee. He's got a good podcast with this comic,
That's just
Andrew
color.
Santino. And they it's called Bad Friends. A great podcast, hilarious. But Bobby was talking about one time he got invited to a white party and it was all Asians and it was like an orgy. So it's just a thing. It's just like things people do to like be cool and exclusive. You know, we all shut up in white tuxes, so we're interesting.
It's the themes.
I'll tell you, man. Like famous people are not that interesting. They're just famous. Like it's just
They're
money.
people. They're still people, and they got shit tons of money.
Yeah, that's really it. They're not that cool. Like it's just other people. They just happen to be famous and rich. It's really
What would be really interesting is to find an actual cool person that had the money too.
Well, some people are
usually
cool. I'll tell you people who are really cool. John Hamm is really cool. He's amazing. I talked to him at the bar one time, and because he's from Kansas City, and I was talking about the football game of the Rams versus the Chiefs that I was at. That was like the highest scoring game on Monday Night Football history. And he was like, "Oh, I was at that game." I was like, "No shit, me too." And we started talking about it, bro. As normal as anybody. So fucking
there
cool.
you go.
John Bernthal, same thing, same exact personality. Just like he met me, he's like, I met him. He reached his hand. He's like, "Hey, I'm John." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." Like I know who you are, John Bernthal. Like, yeah, hi. You know, but he was totally unpretentious, really cool dude. So now there are cool people. It's just you have to be part of this fucking weird cult. So that's the game. That's why they're all so fucking obnoxious.
I hope that what they've done is break that up, because that cult nature, I think, has like, I've often thought, because I tried to get in the entertainment industry, I've said that before, and I wonder, like, you know, how many people were really, really talented at any specific craft in the entertainment industry, be them an actor, a writer, director, cinematography, musician, artist, whatever, but got, you know, pushed away from culture. And I mean, we talk about that over the last 5 or 10 years, but I mean, this goes back to the entirety of these industries. This is not new, the exclusivity of it. I mean, just because wokeness is the new thing that they're using, but it just used to be exclusive for exclusivity's sake. And so how many great, talented artists either were pushed away or forced to conform to this weird culture
100%.
that hopefully won't in the future, that won't need to if there's an independent Hollywood.
Dude, it is so accurate. Like my time here in Hollywood, like the one thing I learned that I was so like, wow, like jarred to like absorb is that talent really isn't that rare. Like I've met a lot of talented actors you're never going to hear about. Like really talented people that just I'm like, holy shit. Like people that like in an acting class would make me cry because of like just how like it just touched something in my soul, and you'll never hear about them. Like it's not that rare. It's not this anomaly that like the industry's waiting to discover. Like talent is a thing, it's valid, it's real, but the industry does not, their product is not talent. It's like they don't need it. It's disgustingly overabundant. You know, it's access.
There's something
is what
I would say that I have a theory about that if you wish me to share it.
Go for it.
That there are several talents that are functionally equivalent to skills. Not everyone can learn a skill well enough to do well at it, but certain skills are more rarefied. Certain skills are people. There will be fewer people in the population that can get real good at a particular skill. The thing is that, and here's my hot take, performance is not a rarefied skill. It's a fairly common skill, but the only thing that stands in the way of most people actually cleaving to it is one of the top 10 fears of the human animal: speaking or performing in public.
I wouldn't even go that far. Honestly, I really wouldn't. Like, because I feel like there's enough people who put their hat in the ring. I agree with what you're saying. I understand the principle of what you're saying. It's like putting yourself out there is a huge risk, and it's really challenging to like your own personal constitution. And there's this guy, Stephen Pressfield, who's wrote a few books about that. Like he wrote The War of Art, and I'm reading right now, Turning Pro. They're incredible, like tomes on the subject of the challenge between what he defines as resistance, which is this like force that's always like warring against your creative self, and then like, you know, the battle therein of like defeating resistance to be creative. And I 100% respect that battle, but I'm not even saying it's not that there's a lack of people like trying to defeat resistance. What I'm saying is that like that doesn't matter to the people who make things in Hollywood. Like that's not what they value.
No, it is not the measure by which those people actually make it in Hollywood.
And they don't even, like, the people who make things don't even care. It's like,
no,
they're rich.
They're the money, they're the producers, and they're just looking for another vehicle.
Not even that. It's like it's what the wokeness is. It's a conformity. It's like this. You feed the beast. Like they want
the system.
Yeah, they want you to give in and like submit to the monster. Like that's what it's about. Like that's why it's so ever present, because
which is completely contrary to creativity in the first place.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, yeah, like that, of course, but like that's why it's all so ever present. That's why it all looks the same, because they all had to go through the same process to get in the door. You have to give in to the monster. Like that's what they demand of you,
while sacrificing true creativity on the way.
Yeah, like giving over to yourself. You know, you're selling out who you are. Like that's what they want. That's what they thrive on. That's their fucking product, is ownership. That's why independent art is so powerful, because it like contradicts their entire model. Because like they like being in control, and it's like the independent thing does a giant middle finger to them. It's like, go fuck yourself. We can do it without you, and like they don't know how to function. That's why Gina Carano throws a big hiccup into what they do, because it's like someone who doesn't give a fuck about what we think. Like, what can we do with you? Nothing. It's like that quote from A Bronx Tale, where it's like, yeah, you give a guy money, he doesn't take it. I don't know what to do with a guy like that. It's like that's what these rebels represent. It's like if you don't validate our power, well, then we don't even know what to do. We don't even recognize what you are. It's like that's what the rebellion represents and like actually can do to defeat these fucking monsters, because that's all they give a shit about is power. They're not in it for art. They're not in it for creativity. They want to control. And fuck that. Fuck all that.
Yes.
And I'm hoping they've destroyed their power. I'm hoping that this is the generation that has screwed it up for the next generation of Hollywood whack jobs that will run it. Like, there's no way that there's a toothpaste that isn't going back in the tube on Hollywood.
Yeah, baby.
And I hope they're ready for that. I hope they're not ready for that.
I hope they're not ready for it.
They can fall completely off.
I want them to eat it. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can
have to have
over.
a complete failure of the Hollywood system in order for that to do it. Because if there's any lingering element, it will respawn. It will respawn. It will regrow, and you'll have, because more human beings will come in there. They will get the taste of power. They will like it too much, and they will become the next image of the thing that happened previously.
Yeah, 100%.
It's an unfortunate reality about of power and greed.
Did you guys hear the passion like that came in this room when we talked about the fucking Batman animated series from 25 years ago? Like the excitement that everybody shared and the chat as well, like how like invigorating that was. It's like that's a 25-year-old animated show we all watched when we were kids, and we're like, that's the shit. Like, you can't fuck with the truth. Like the great Patrice O'Neill that we were talking about earlier. That was like one of his tenets. You can't fuck with the truth. As long as you're like honorable to the truth, you can't fuck with it. So it's like they as much as they want to try to manipulate reality, eventually the truth will win out. So it's like they can keep doing whatever the fuck they're gonna do. They're gonna make more Gina Caranos. They're gonna make more pariahs, like not even running from the system, like leaving the system as validation. It's like, oh yeah, you're not part of the bullshit. I will watch you. I'll follow you. Like they're creating like golden fucking gods out of their bullshit. It's kind of
they're creating their replacements.
Yes,
they were creating the replacement. Hollywood is going to die because one reason that's going to kill Hollywood is the death of California.
Yep.
Because people are not going to physically be in Hollywood.
Yeah,
they're going to be in Austin. They're going to be in Seattle. They're going to be in Tennessee. They're going to be in Missouri. They may end up in one of those Midwestern, just nothing states. Maybe Wyoming or something ends up some random place, Nebraska.
Sure. Whatever. They've got good tax rebates for film production, which will not be exclusive to one city any longer. Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, you don't be shocked if some of these states start competing for bids. And, there's a lot of film goes on in Georgia.
Is the competition. It's
Atlanta
competition. It's gigantic. Like people I know in LA moved to Atlanta just to have work, and it works because it's a huge industry. So it's still tethered to Hollywood, but if independent creators can start making, like, there is no reason why Hollywood has an exclusivity on making good visual entertainment. It's just that's where all the talent is and the money. So it's not like, but the idea of it is not like exclusive to one fucking tiny city on the coast of a fucking, who gives a shit? These are just ideas. It's writing, it's thought, it's talent, it's craft. It doesn't need to be only in this city. It could be fucking anywhere. And that's what they don't recognize it. Like the next wave is 100% out of this fucking city.
Yeah,
it's not solely in Hollywood. Hollywood is the capital of it, and
the only reason it even happened was because in the fucking 20s there was favorable light here. That's literally it.
I just want to bring up one point though, and this leads to it. It expands from my previous point that, just because it might spread to another place, remember. Cockroaches go where the food is.
Yep.
True, but what I'm hoping is that's not just that they're in different places. That you have that smaller studio. What's going to happen is you're going to have the punk rock movie, more punk rock movies. You're going to have the guy who can somehow scrape together $5,000, maybe already put together a good camera and a good rig to edit. and like, man, I could get $5,000, $10,000, maybe some of those actors and actresses that are really, really talented that we would normally never hear of.
That talented. You don't even need to be that talented. Honestly, like editing
It's simply
will make
the punk creativity.
So good.
It's the independent creativity. And there's creatives out there right now doing it. Some of them are doing it on YouTube. Unfortunately, they're on the system that we know is not necessarily going to support them in the long run. Some of them are going a bit further afield. And those creative urges, what we hope is that they get their message out there broad enough that it gets before the people who will support them, like us, who are thirsty and hungry
I just want to
for
address
their creativity.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Drago, like to that point, I just want to address what Henry's saying. It's like he's saying, unfortunately, I don't think those movies are good, but inside the system, do your thing out. Basically, what he's saying is that like the movies outside the system are not necessarily as interesting, but hopefully they will be. But that's the thing. Like the thing that draws in talent is the fact that this is what the system is. You come to LA here because that's the system. But if the system isn't only here, there's no exclusivity to talent because this city happens to be in the south of California. Like if Daily Wire did start making movies, talent is going to follow it. There's no reason why talent's not going to go where the work is. Like the only thing is they've had a monopoly on it up until now. But the fact is there's other outlets automatically by the internet being a thing. And if you have a big enough platform, you can make a movie like almost comparable. They don't even have theaters anymore. So it's just streaming shit, right? Like it's all just an internet battle now. So you can go anywhere. And like if the dominoes start to fall, the talent will go, as Draco says, where the roaches will go where the work is. The talent will go where the work is. The people want to work. People want to be creative. That's why anyone gets into this. So it isn't this like black and white thing. It's just becoming extraordinarily gray, but it's not like it hasn't sunk into the establishment yet, which is good. That's great.
Yeah.
They should continue to live in the dark.
I think independent movies need a modern Pulp Fiction or a modern something that's like whoa, or modern, even Clerks, something that's like this was made with $20,000 by some guy I never heard of, and it was posted on YouTube, and
I found it.
Everybody heard about it. And a few people found it, and then people start telling themselves, their friends about it, and it becomes like a thing.
It's gonna need. It'll be like some weird like video hosting platform. It'll be like on Zibaboo. What is Zibaboo? And then everyone goes and flocks to Zibaboo, and then it'll be the new thing.
You need that to happen. I don't know, somebody has to make it, and that's going to take time. But I think fans right now, more than ever, are more willing for it. Like Rowan Ginger said,
for it. Dude, they're right for it.
It's new now for normies, but it's been happening for 20 years. It has been slowly happening for 20 years. And
how much fucking time do we spend on YouTube? Like the idea that you could and the next generation, Gary talks about that all the time. Like how his kids, they don't watch like Netflix or Hulu. They're on YouTube constantly. It's like boom, there you go.
YouTube and Twitch. That's what the next generation does.
Where access to content is not like rigid in an old system. It's like it's wherever it is. So it's ripe for it, dude. It's like it's coming. It's straight up coming. Like they're gonna go down in their like status, and that's good. That's what content needs. So we don't have to deal with all this woke bullshit.
And hopefully, because I see Draco posting in chat, parasites aren't bred in the chain. They use up their resources and spread where it grows anew and abundant. Hopefully we have a smarter, more business savvy creator as well, or creator base and creativity base, because you have to make sure those parasites don't come back in an independent industry.
It gets back to then you need measures, or you need people not to cleave to them, not to decide that they, or not to suffer to allow those things to be around. And on some level, what I'm talking about is referred to as gatekeeping, but it's also keeping your environment healthy, as Rowan was referring to this point that I was hitting back at originally. If you keep your healthier work environment, and if you foment that, and if you are purposefully attempting to maintain that healthy environment, realistically, part of this problem is the very nature of the negative influences that we have now. They have to be kept out, even when they're screaming about, well, you're not allowing for diverse voices. Well, that diversity isn't the diversity that you're speaking of. That diversity is poison. That diversity is something that wants to starve the creative voices who have come here to say expansive and entertaining and thought-provoking things. And you are not about that. You are simply about using up the beauty that is being created, or the controversy, the reasonable controversy that is being created by thoughtful people, by things that make you think, by things that make you feel, by things that make you want to participate in the discussion that's going on, like we're doing now.
Well,
like we are discussing about these things.
Draco, because I was listening to you say about the fact that is like that there's always gonna be like the cockroach. There's always gonna be the fucking infestive like vibe, right? It's that no matter where you go, no matter what you do, it's gonna be there. So
it's only human.
Yeah, you can't keep it out permanently. But I think with the democratization of content, I think it'll make it easier to not allow that cockroach to take so much power. That's what I hope. You know, that's what I
also
think.
To learn from our current history to support a meritocratic point of view, to say, well, okay, we can have a certain amount of that around, but understand what we see now, what we have allowed to happen over 10 years. We can't allow that to happen again. We can't allow people who's
but that's like, you know, that's like
whose negativity.
It's like eventually that'll get radicalized too, though. You know what I mean? It's like you can't.
I'm hoping, like Gary says, that it is actually more fad-like than infested.
The thing is, you just need the outlet for the new fad. That's the difference. It's like it's just there's never been a different outlet for the new fad of TV and film. Like that's why this is so like homogenized, because
it was YouTube until the system I'm just saying, like,
think about like any other art form, like whether it's like, if it's art, it was like Picasso was like a punk in his time. Like he could put on canvas shit that upset the fine art community. It bothered them. Like they didn't like all that impressionism shit. It fucked with their reality. And then you take like, you know, go forward in music, like with punk rock in the 70s, like it was rough, but it was like passionate, and it created a movement and people got behind it, and it was like this thing. The difference with film and television is there's only really been one outlet, and that's Hollywood, because it's like it's so expensive and like time.
You got to have the money.
And the cameras, and the biggest thing is the distribution platform. Like I could have made an independent film that I, you know, raised $100,000 to do, and you know, and got it on and sold it like theater to theater. But I mean, it wouldn't have been an impact. Like they have the methods of distribution up until now.
Yes,
that's why this medium is waiting for its punk rock like moment, like because this is the first time when it literally is democratized. Like this is like, it's like free of the establishment.
Well, you think of it as it is, but it's always been behind. I mean, what we have seen in the last 2 years, that YouTube has functionally changed. It has changed because Google has changed. Google was originally just about the idea of making money, and they could do whatever they wanted to do. They could program all the shit. What, am I going to shut the stream down?
No, that was their thing. They used to say, "Don't be evil."
Don't be evil. Well, the thing is that now they are being evil, but the thing is that wasn't what they were originally about. They were originally about just making money, and whatever you did on it, that was the freedom. They didn't gatekeep it. They didn't control it. They didn't care about where it come from or what you said. I mean, geez, they didn't even care about what you did or what you said when some people were being obnoxiously hating. I mean, producing actual hateful content. But I don't know what's going on with YouTube right now, and starting creating the platform and the ideas of censorship, and this is going on wider and wider in big data, and it starts out from an idea that everybody thinks is a good thing because think of the children, you're protecting the children, and that doesn't mean anything because you've seen some of the stuff that they allow through. They don't believe it at all, but they will say that publicly, and then they will use that for politics, and then they will use that for culture.
The Christian right did that for a long time too.
When the Christian right did it, but now we have it from the other. Now we have from the other side.
Cool. Look, they're the same people. I think I mentioned that earlier with a vigilante.
Same establishment.
It just said
already spoke of it.
It's just they're just the same mass that went along with the Nazis in Germany. It's just the mindless mob, and the mindless mob's gonna go with like whatever the mindless mob's gonna go with. I mean, there's a great quote from Mark Twain where he says like, if you find yourself on the side of the group or whatever the mainstream, it's time for pensive thought and reflection. And the reason is like, if you're on the side of like the mob, there's a reason why that's probably not the right place to be. Doesn't mean it's always wrong, but it's like the mob is always there. It's like this mindless, it's why the NPC meme is so precise and accurate, because it's just people that are not thinking for themselves. It's like, it's just a group. It's a group. And they just like, it's like zombies, man. It's like, you're not going to argue with it, but it's like always it's always like intellectually wealthy to be aware of where that is. And it changes forms. It used to be a right leaning mob in this country, and now it's a left leaning mob. It's like, it's not about principles. It's about like the group thing, like the, we think we are for the greater good.
You know where I'm going to slightly push back at that right left thing, because I think that's always a smokescreen. It's always the establishment v people, because even Tipper Gore, she was also a part of it. There's just the establishment, and then there's the people. There's us, and it didn't matter whether it was Tipper Gore on the left or some so-called religious, and I use that in air quotes because a lot of them were poverty pants, but religious person on the right. It's just somebody who's some authoritarian who's telling you what to do.
Yeah,
and that's really what it
authoritarian. Perfectly,
because I mean, I could care less about the right-left paradigm. I think that you see the right, not the left. No, it's the same. They're the same people. Hey, a lot of
another piece of the system. It's another piece of the system.
But it is valuable to notice which strings they're pulling.
Oh, definitely.
You know what I mean? So if they're right-leaning strings, or if they're left-leaning strings, you need to know which strings they're pulling. Yes, it's all got the same face, but regardless, it's like, especially contextually, it's very important, because it's like, Nazi Germany, they were pulling right-wing strings, but it's the same thing. They're pulling strings. So you just need to know like which strings they're pulling, so that you're more insightful on the nature of that particular mob.
I'm not going to do the Nazis were actually on the left wing thing. Ripper has a video on that. I'm not going to go there.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think.
I just think that we're past the point where YouTube was in fact they weren't inherently punk, but a lot of punk stuff has been being done on YouTube for years. And now we're moving away from that because of the direction YouTube has taken now. And now we need a new non-connected source for that replacement. As you mentioned, Matt, a replacement for the big business, the big money of Hollywood and television and so on.
Well, I also don't think you're 100% correct on that, Vidge. Not to say that like your point of view is
that was Mythier talking in case you wanted to push back against me.
I know who you are, Draco.
But you said Vidge.
I've known you for like 5 months. I know who you.
Well, you said Vidge, so I don't know if you're pushing back against Vigilante.
No, not at all, man. It was just what Vidge was saying. It was just that like Vidge was saying about how it's all authoritarian, and it's like I agree with that to a point. But I also feel that like sometimes in a country, I'll use ours for example, that like, you know what, sometimes a right-wing pushback is what's needed. Sometimes
yeah.
a left
I would
wing
agree with
pushback is what's needed. So it's like I
That's
don't
part
feel
of the
that like
balance.
yeah, like I don't feel like like just simply because there's a struggle between left and right, that means there's an authoritarian like monster
Well, it's
pulling
just-
the strings. I don't think that that's wrong, but I also don't think that's exclusive. I just think it's like sometimes there really does need to be like smaller government, and sometimes you know what, maybe the government's gone a little too far in the wrong direction. We need to make it a little more checks and balances. Like I think it's like it's a
I don't
balance.
disagree with that. I don't necessarily disagree with that from a policy standpoint. I guess what I'm saying is when you look at the code, if you look at what happened with censorship in general, it's been sort of throughout history. Yeah, you can say, yeah, this time it's the right, or this time it's the left, but like it's sort of still just an establishment sponsored thing. You know what I mean? And so I guess that's
100%. I think it's more like what I push back on just as an individual is the need to control others. So I think wherever that comes from, it's the kind of thing that needs to be rebelled against in whatever package it shows up in, because that's
greater good.
Yeah, like that's the thing that like makes me violent as a person. Like I just do not like people feeling that they have to control others, guiding others, informing others. It's all fine and good, but like controlling people, that's where it's like, no, absolutely not. Like there's a very like hard and fast line there for me.
Well, one of the things this brings up one of my hot takes, and it starts at the idea brought up by a certain logical individual portrayed by an excellent actor in a certain Nicholas Meyer movie. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. The thing is that when we get in discussions like this, then I immediately push back with the very human nature. But what about the beauty of the one? What about the beauty of the individual?
Right.
What about the beauty of the atypical?
What about Harrison Bergeron? Do you know that short story?
Not right off the top of my head, no.
I forgot the author. The author is pretty famous. I think it's
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I should be more studied on or something like.
I'm sure. So
I do not have enough.
But it's basically
because
about,
you
like,
are, Matt. I want to be. In some ways, you are more well read than me, and that's not hard to do. That's not hard to do.
Tom Bergeron's cousin. Yeah, same guy. No, it's basically a story about this dystopic future. It's like a 1984 like future where no one's allowed to be unequal. And so this guy, this Harrison Bergeron character, has got like all these like he's like really tall and handsome and athletic, and so he has to wear a mask and all these weights to like make sure he's balanced with everyone else. Like he can't be beautiful. And then there's like this like rebellion. He dies, like rebelling against the system. But it's like this whole portrayal of like this dystopic future where no one's allowed to be unequal. It's a criticism of communism and socialism, which those things get more and more relevant as the days go on. But it's good. I think
but you cannot have that in pure socialism or absolutive communism.
Or
everybody
even in the
must be
mild version
singular
that they have now, and they're all about everything.
Another kind of thing about the whole right and left, Sentient Dildo says old school liberalism. Classic
Kurt Vonnegut wrote it. Sorry, I was just trying to get that out. That's what I was trying to say. Anyway,
it's a very famous thing. But classic liberalism is now considered far right at this very moment.
Anything contrary to their ideology is far right.
And that's where it's like the right and left paradigm are so it's getting made up. The lines are just getting made up as they go. Who would ever think the reaction to the coof would be something that gets split behind the right and left paradigm? You know what I mean? That's something that in 2019 I would have never guessed.
You know what's funny?
Right-left paradigm is a creation, is a complete fabrication of the bullshit, the simile thing that the individuals in this cult of the this cult of the woke.
Those
They indoctrinate. They bring you in when if they find out that you are too individualist to completely kowtow to their points. Then they point you out like the body snatcher and say, "Unclean, cast thee out!" Ah!
Yeah.
It was just what you were saying about that whole like. Oh fuck! I like there was something you were saying about what Young Ripa said, and it like tapped me into this like idea of like the difference between left and right, and the fact that fuck, lost that thought. Oh shit!
I'm sorry. You get left and right, and I immediately go to Lewis Black referring to our two-party system is a bowl of shit looking in the mirror at itself.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wish. Whatever comedians though like say stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, all right. Well, where are you defending, Trump supporters? It's just like it's easy to say like objectively.
Not all Trump supporters deserve defending, just like not all liberals deserve defending.
In the game. Like I'm sick of fucking comics riding the fence. Like I just feel like so many comics
you will find because they're playing it safe. The ones that will actually not actually stand behind the things when they actually do not. I'm saying actually a lot. I must be getting tired. When they do exactly that, they don't put any skin in the game. They don't care about a particular stance. They don't care about the outcome of it.
It's like they say shit that's like, all right, you know what I mean? It's like, but I like your objectivity, but like be truly objective. Like let Hollywood's bullshit or like, your master's bullshit like fall at the feet of your objectivity. You don't have to call them out, but like go the extra mile. And I find myself very disappointed with a lot of modern comics where I'm like, you know what, dude, you are playing Hollywood. It's like, you don't need Hollywood. Like you can still make money on the road as a comic without playing fucking Hollywood. Like you don't need them, but you kind of still want them. And I'm just like so disappointed with like comics that I thought were edgy for a really long time. And as I'm really listening to them, I'm like, you are really not saying like the reality. Like I listen to fucking FNT every week and I'm like, these guys are fucking edgier than you. Like they're going further than you will let your tough, edgy, no holds barred self go. So like, I wonder really, who are your masters? Are your masters truth and your audience? Or do you really just like, are you really like slaves to the fucking Hollywood audience? Are you really trying to still like be a part of their coven? Because it sounds more like the latter to me, man. Like I just, I thought you guys are punk, and I disagree more and more.
Bullshit. Part of the cult, part of the group, yelling that they're punk.
Don't offend the group. Don't offend the group. Fuck the group, man.
Fuck the group. If you were truly punk, you wouldn't. I mean,
you wouldn't even think about it. It would be the furthest thing from your mind. Fuck the group, god damn it! Like that's the whole point. Like you're supposed to shake up the group. We're supposed to tell the group they're stupid. Now we're like, well, we don't want to upset the group. Fuck the group. The group is here because we are interesting. Like, what are you doing? Fucking comedians, man. I just
cockroaches.
Yeah. Like, where's the funny in that? Where's the funny in being complacent to like a mob?
Well, that is the point about the guys being edgy on Friday Night Tights and elsewhere in each of their own channels, and us doing it here. We're trying to shine a light on the cockroaches and make them scatter.
Yep. Well, make them fucking shiver. They can't. They're not going to go.
Well, they can shiver. They can shiver. They can run away, and they can say,
"Just know that we're here. Just know that we're fucking here."
Whine and moan.
I'm happy. I don't know. It was very disillusioning for me with comics where because I always looked at comics as like the rebels. And recently I'm listening to some really interesting comics like Tom Segura, Burt Kreischer, Bobby Lee, Andrew Santino, guys that I respect who are very funny, like probably more entertaining than me by a lot. But I'm less like also listening. I'm like, you're still preserving the monster. you're still not going after. You're still like letting the monster be, and it's like I'm sorry.
Something that
go further.
Something that happened, and this happened across culture. At some point, conformity became the thing to do, in which it wasn't in a way. Like there were conformists. At some point, it became cool to be Britney Spears or the Backstreet Boys, and everybody wanted to be the Backstreet Boys instead of making fun of them. In a way, everybody wanted to be included. You know what I mean? And that started even before the wokeness. It was like, hey, I want to make sure my niche culture is represented. And then when social media hit, there was this like way of being liked by everyone. And so now, even if you're a punk, well, I have to get this many likes. So you end up forming your own head. And this is how people radicalize themselves. You end up forming your own head around what you think will get you most like, including your beliefs. And even if you recognize something's wrong, you're like, well, this is how it is. I have to, I want to be a part of the system, and I have to be a part of the system. And people just are so afraid to go against the system. Now, what I actually expect is it to become a trend to go against the system, and then you'll get your posers.
Yeah, and that's gonna happen. That's probably already happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
But still, like what you're saying is like valid, and it's challenging for me as someone who's just, like believed in the entertainment industry for like my whole life. It's like someone like, I thought like even with the bullshit, I still believe that like at its core.
Before you continued, you actually believed in the system at a time?
Yeah, 100%.
I just want to valid.
No, 100%.
You were fully in. You were fully in behind it. You at one time you were okay.
Yes,
I just wanted to know because
shit.
You're coming out of that. That's a. I just wanted to make a distinction in there and make it obvious because that's a significant step forward for you.
Because it was the system that made Martin Scorsese and Quentin Tarantino and fucking Fincher and Paul Thomas Anderson and Stanley Kubrick and all these geniuses, man. It was like people that
I don't think it made them. I think it gave them a vehicle. But every one of them that actually stood out and said, well, I used the vehicle, but I never let the vehicle make the decisions, and some of them have paid for it.
I think you have a little bit more of like a rose-colored vision on it, as I did. It was like you think that like what they did was any less than the contrary of like the contradiction of truth and freedom. Like I think the disappointment that I've had to really absorb is that most of it is conforming to a system and like giving over to it. And that was the most disappointing thing for me, is that like, wow, this really is just about conformity and like being a part of a clique. And that was the hardest hit for me. It was like, wow.
I faced similar things.
I thought punk rockers existed like in the system. And the difference is punk rockers only exist outside of it. Like there are no punks in the system.
Well, it was even brought up sentient.
No,
I want to let you continue. My point is kind of short. When Sentient Dildo brought up punk has been bought, nuttered, repackaged, and sold, that's every punk who has left their punk nature and become part of that system, like Matt was talking about. They sacrificed punk for engaging as part of the group and never staying completely a part of it. Or at least there's another hot take.
I just want to hear what Vid's gonna say. Vid, what are you gonna say?
I didn't really have some great take. I really did.
No, go on your thought. Whatever thought you had.
I already forgot it. But yeah, it's all right. I had another thought though that I've been wondering because it's about Matt. Because I hear you study all these comedians and talking to you. Ever since I've first found your channel, I feel like you come off like one of a lot of the broadcasters and podcasters you talk about. Something like you could be a Opie or Anthony type, or a Rogan type, or whoever in the future if you're not already. Have you ever actually thought about doing stand up though, or have you ever done stand up?
I've never done it. I've definitely thought about it. Like funny enough, I actually like right before COVID hit, I had like 5 minutes that I was gonna go do at a a comedy club that's like down the block from me.
Mhm.
And it was like literally that week. And it was, I had it planned and I was going to go do it. And I worked with all these people at this restaurant. We were just opening up and everybody was like, hey, I'm going to go with you. I'm going to go with you. I'm like, oh, I kind of wish you wouldn't because I don't want you all there for my disastrous first bombing. But like they all are like, yeah, let's go. Okay. And so then it was at 5 o'clock and I was like texting people and like, it was like, oh, I didn't know it was so early. I know it. I'm like, yeah, all right, well, we'll do it next week. And it was literally that weekend that COVID hit. So no, that's as close as I've gotten.
COVID stopped it.
I mean, maybe, but yeah, it in this instance, yes, but that was as close as I've ever really gotten to doing it. I think it's a fear. Like I'd like to do it, but it's like writing and then like doing jokes and hoping that they all work. It's like terrifying. So I've never really tried. Yeah.
I never did it. All I did is I came up with like a short set and like, okay, I'm very good at making people laugh like in the middle of stuff, but coming up with a set is so fucking hard.
Yeah.
And I came up with a set. And I said, my sister, she laughs at a lot of my stuff. I'm just going to try her. I got 2 minutes in and she was just staring off into space. I said,
oh,
I'm
no.
not going to do it. I knew. I said, I can't do it because this is just a genuine reaction. She's trying. She tried. She was trying to be nice, but I could tell
she cared because she knew you.
She cared because I'm a.
Wait, was it just her or was it in a club?
No. Oh, no, it was just her. I wasn't going to do it on the club.
Oh, well, that's still not a good, like, you don't know. No,
I could tell she didn't. Because she might,
look, that's the problem, man. I don't act in front of my family. I didn't even let them know I was doing a YouTube channel until I was like 5-6 months in. Like, your family can't give you a good insight on what you're doing because, like, they're uncomfortable.
Because your family.
It's just because if you suck, it's like they suck. It's like it's part of you can't.
No, my family's brutal.
No, trust me.
Family's fucking
well,
brutal.
there's all sorts of different colors. You're gonna have.
Hold on. Let's wait. If you did that in a club, like your sister may have been as uncomfortable, but if you started getting laughs, she would have loosened up. It's like they're putting so much weight on you when you do something like that. It's not like she doesn't think you're funny. It's that she knows way too much about you to be purely objective to the joke.
Your family has preconceptions.
Yeah. So
they don't think of you as a person that's trying to entertain them with humor.
So, but if it was in a room and people were laughing, she'd be like, "Oh my god, people think my brother's funny," and then she.
No, but like she even think like that's the thing. She's somebody who already naturally thinks I'm funny.
Yeah.
So it's like for her to not laugh.
Yeah.
For 2 or 3 minutes, it's like, wait a second, I can't have a conversation with you normally without you laughing for 2 or 3 minutes.
Right.
How when I'm trying to make you laugh, can you not laugh? So that's what threw me off.
Okay, here's the difference between what we're doing right now and like professional stand-up, right? So if we're talking right now and it's funny, it's like, okay, that just happened in the moment as if you're hanging out with somebody. Good, that's funny. But if we're also making serious points or just having an interesting conversation, fine. There's no pressure. In a comedy club, you are up there to make laughs. If you're not making laughs, disaster. That's why it's so like the stress of what you're putting out there is so much higher. So it's like basically you're like, hey, sister, I'm going to make you laugh. And she's like, oh, Jesus.
No.
And so you start making jokes and it's like, I'm supposed to laugh. This is stress. You know what I'm saying? Like, she has an expectation about what you're trying to do. Whereas if you're just hanging out with her, peppering her with jokes, oh, funny. But if she's just like, oh, these are supposed to be funny. It's like a different dynamic.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm
sure it wasn't as bad as you think it is. I know you're funny.
I bombed. And it was just, I bombed. And I was just bombing. And I'm like, God. It's all like right. I know my sister.
On us. We'll let you know.
People don't think I'm funny.
I don't. Oh, I lost that. That was like a couple years ago. I couldn't.
I am not a funny guy.
I'm a one-liner. I'm a conversational guy, but I'm not. I can't do a set. I could never do a set.
If you even know what term bombing means, I disagree. I'm
No,
sure you. No, because you just said I bombed. Like you knew what that meant, so you probably have it in you to kill, dude.
No.
Yeah, man.
I can't. I could kill in this format. You know what I think? I think because oh, now I'm starting to echo. So I did broadcast when I was younger. I wanted to do broadcasting, so I think that this format, I could do something in this format. I don't think I could do stand up.
Sentient dildo. Stand-up comedians have to learn how to handle awkward situations on stage. It's essential to learn how to enjoy them. Yes, and it's essential to get that skill sharp. And that's what I'm terrified of. I'm the same as you.
I can't do it.
Improvisation.
Yes, you can. If you're thinking I can, then you can too.
No, see, you listen to more comedy than me. I'm not even
Vigilante.
That's a bullshit.
Oh my gosh, I just fucked up your name. Vigilante.
No, Vigilante. I'm not. It's not my actual name. So I don't care. Like it doesn't matter how you pronounce it.
Why do you think
I said the word wrong? Vigilante. If you are, how's your improv? How's your coming up with something funny off of the cuff?
Man,
that's my point. Is that you prepared a set? You prepared a set of controlled, regimented things that are supposed to. Well, geez, I think that was you that was talking about that earlier for Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like, oh, look, here's this thing. It's supposed to be funny. It's supposed to make me laugh. That's not nearly as funny as coming up with something off of the cuff. This is something that I don't believe is in my strength, in my toolkit, to simply... I mean, when I improvise something off the cuff that actually produces the engendered response, it's like 1 in 1,000. It amazes me when some people can just roll stuff off of the cuff that is genuinely either thought-provoking or humorous or emotion-generating. It's just that idea that you could spin that off. And I mean, obviously, if you make your... I don't remember what you said, that one, your sister, cousin, whoever. If you could make her laugh normally conversing with her, it sounds like you are an excellent comedic improvisationalist.
I'll tell you this.
Maybe that's all you need.
There's a reason why Gary... Look, I'll tell you this right now. There's a reason why Gary keeps shouting out your channel.
Okay, I'll take that.
He seems to see it in you. Hey,
I think, you know what? I do think there's a lot of stuff that's happened in my life that sort of prepared me for this in a way. So yeah, and I'll take that. And I'm not saying I'm trash. I'm just saying I could do.
Sentient dildo knows what the fuck's going on, dude. Andrew Schultz is crushing right now.
Yeah,
hell yeah, good call.
But you know what? Stand up is not my. That's not my canvas. That's not my canvas to paint on. There's other ones.
We'll see. We'll see, dude. Look, because it's like I've always said that as like I
could always experiment there.
I think I said the same thing as a cop out because it's like the hardest part about stand up is writing, because it's like you're basically gonna write something down and then go take it in front of a crowd where you don't know how if it's gonna work. Like I feel no pressure doing what we're doing right now. Because, like, I'm funny conversationally, so eventually something funny will come out. But the difference is the pressure to be funny now.
When I say that's not my canvas to write on, you got to understand something. Like, and hopefully I don't show. I didn't mean to mute myself. I meant to start camera, and hopefully I don't show me. I have equipment everywhere. My canvas, believe it or not, if I ever do something, it's fucking music. And I actually want to kind of go off of that because
but there's funny in hip hop too.
Oh yeah, and I think I can add a little bit of comedy, and it's not just music. I want to do games too. Those are the two things I really, really want to do long term. So like I am having you talked earlier about you were reading something about creative resistance, man. I am having the worst time as far as creativity right now.
Dude, you gotta read
I'm having a creative block, like just like crippled by like trying to create something. I just don't even. That's kind of why I released a couple songs, just because I knew I was so crippled. I'm like, you know what? Just put it out. Fuck it. Who cares? Put it out. Don't because like the old me, the non-vigilante Williamson, would have just like, oh, let me wait, and like, no, fuck it. Just put out a song so people can know you do music. Just do it. Who cares?
That's growth.
Just do it now.
You cannot. That's breaking away from your perfectionism. And most musicians I know, they got a certain, or at least maybe not all musicians that I know, but an idea of a perfectionist streak, the idea that you're not going to release something until it's done. this idea of being done, this idea of getting it to, you might never reach that thing. The best thing you can do is choose a good time to say, I think it's good enough. Put it out there anyway. And then once it's already out there, you're going, oh no, it wasn't done. But it's out there. You've just created art.
Well, Vidge,
now other people will.
I just sent you a link over Discord. It's a link to a book that was probably the most influential book I've ever read on the subject. It's called The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield, and we were talking about it earlier. But this dude, man, his story of like his art career is so fascinating because there's nothing about his story that you could point to and be like, oh, well, you were born into it, or you had this, or you had that. Like, he's a guy, it's a working class dude, and how long it took him to get his first published like novel is like, I think, years above all of us right now. I think it's like he understands the journey of an artist like so thoroughly, and he understands all the things that are against it, like that are working against it, and he understands how to articulate them, and he also benevolently like guides you through that journey. Like it's harsh in the sense that it's like really honest, but it's not harsh in the sense of that it's critical. Like the way he like walks you through each step, it's so like informative, and
you could say from the point of view of your truth in life, he is definitely speaking truths that you see value in.
And also he's just saying like, I did this too. And there's like no shame in like the failings that came before it. Like, it's like, this is the whole journey. It's really informative and welcoming. It's such a good philosophy to get cozy with, because it just comes from such a true place. He's kind of like a guru, like he's kind of like a a Buddha or something like that. But it's like the whole philosophy is like, there's no side of it that you can be like, well, you don't know this or you don't understand. But it's like, it's not like some 25-year-old successful, and you're like, oh, well, yeah. I mean, I can imagine how it worked out for you. Like, it's just so benevolent and insightful. And I love reading anything he's ever written. Like it's tremendous. It's tremendous work, and it's really valuable. And it's like the only resistance, like the only like hurdle you have to get through is just like picking it up. Like, as soon as you pick it up, you're like, oh, I know this world. But it's like that first step of like getting up and working out, or like that getting up and okay, I'm gonna write today. Like, whatever that like hurdle is, like that's the only thing stopping you. Like, once you get into it, you're like, oh my god, this is so insightful. But it's like that you just need to make the first step, and it's really benevolent and healing. It's good. It's so good. And I would recommend it for like literally anybody. I don't think there's a person that book couldn't help. But if you're struggling with like an artistic like calling, I would like I couldn't recommend it more.
I'll have to check it out. I'll definitely.
I just sent you a link.
Yeah, I see it, and I have it pulled up. I'm gonna look into it. To answer Sentient Dildo's question real quick, I have quite a few. There was a Alpha Juno 1, a Roland Alpha Juno 1, a Roland JX3. Does it no 8P, not the 3P. The 3P is a little bit more valuable. And then I have a broken, unfortunately, because if something happened when it moved. Korg Poly 800. These are all those sensors from the 80s. Another one is Oberheim Matrix 1000 that I got for a couple $100 way back in the day. It's worth like a lot more. And then I have a Base Station 2 from 2013, and then like a 2015 era Micro Brute. And those are all my.
You sound like do you ever see Freaks and Geeks?
No, I have not. Even though I've heard about it. I know I know it's supposed to be great. Yeah.
Oh, anyway. Anyway, never mind. That's a good show.
Yeah, I've heard how great it is. But yeah, I have quite a few cents, and then a bunch of like stuff like digital stuff, and there's other keyboards. Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff. Over the years I've been collecting for a while. I like synthesizers, and I don't have any samplers though because it's easier to sample digital stuff.
Yeah, the first inventor of like a synthesizer was Leonardo da Vinci.
Really? I'm not shocked, but I am in the same time.
I don't think he executed it, but he had like one of those like weird drawings where it'd be like, oh, a drum and a fucking cymbal and like a violin, all like, you know, and it was like this weird like mechanical thing. But eventually it would be like the first synthesizer.
Yeah, it's how it happened.
There's a kind of famous independent filmmaker named Brad Rushing, and I saw in a recent video where he said he felt that he freed himself when he accepted it's okay if he never believes in himself.
I think I saw that as well, and I thought about that. Yeah, I think I may have saw something similar, and maybe I saw the same thing. And he said, "You know what? It's okay if I don't believe in myself." I'm like, you know what? That's because that's the only way I can. I guess that was the only way he could get through it. His imposter syndrome is just accepting it and like, okay, I have imposter syndrome. Or what? I'm still gonna do it. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, there's something that Stephen Pressfield says in The War of Art that like I really resonate with, and it's just that you have the only entitlement you have is to the work, not the result. Meaning, like however people like it, okay, whatever. You can't control that. But all you really can control is the work itself. So that's the only thing you're really entitled to. So work. And then like eventually like get whatever the product hopefully the product will resonate with the people. But like that, you can't control that. So it's kind of like the same idea of what that guy's saying. It's like not believing in myself is like, yeah, like I don't think I'm somebody. So as long as I just keep working as hard as I can to make something interesting, then it'll come out that way.
Yeah. Golly, it's just still this. I have a lot of fear and stress, and it's just like,
yeah,
it's hard not to be so attached, not necessarily to the result.
I mean, that's like that kind of thing where you say like, you know, hope for the best, fear, you know, like expect the worst or whatever. It's like, yeah, it's easy to say.
You know what it is? I don't mind failing. I don't mind making something that people think suck, but I hate when I think it sucks. You know what I mean? Like I have to come up with something that's like, okay, this is,
you know what? Yeah, this is about that, dude. Like I just realized that my point of view is not as accurate as I think it is when it comes to my own shit. Like I almost hate everything I do, but like almost because I'm just so fearful that it's bad. So I'm trying to find any part of it that sucks, and then like that definitely sucks. You know what I mean? Like I'm too scared to just give it over to an audience and let them decide. So it's like that's almost like
get
it's
over
almost like
your
a fear of perfection, or like I'm like the editing voice. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, well, it's not good enough, so I'll never put it out. So it's like it's, you know what I mean? Like I'm too scared to make it, I don't know, to just let it be judged.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Well,
it's fear.
Extra. Like easy to say. Obviously, it's more than that. But yeah, no, but you're not wrong.
Well, you're not wrong. What are you gonna do? Who's stopping you? Well, it's you. You basically that's both what you were saying.
Yeah.
That it's about your own fear allowing this thing to win free from you, that you are both very creative individuals and you have talent that you're crafting and you're getting better. I mean, you're doing it right now. And every time Vigilante, when you go out there and you do a live stream or you create a video with your take and you defend it, every time, Matt, when you come out and you talk about your stuff, every time you do it, you're making steps toward that idea of this. Get away from the idea that if you are afraid, number one, identify, just like you said. You just said it right now, Matt. You said that you're afraid. Okay, then what are you gonna do about it?
No, I was just trying to mirror.
No, what are you gonna do about it? If you know that you're afraid, if you know that that's standing in your way, then you either are gonna conquer it.
No, all due respect. I was just trying to like put a like an articulation on what Vigilante was talking about. I'm not saying I'm like out of touch with what's like holding me back. I'm just
Okay.
saying it's just like Vigilante was like he was like working through something, and I was like, yeah, like
And
this
here's
is kind of like what I go through.
So here's the thing with videos, I am totally fine with it. It's like for some reason, videos, I don't have that same emotional attachment. Maybe it's because I've only been making videos 7 months, 8 months, whatever it's been, and I've been making music off and on for 20 years or however long it's been. And so maybe that's why there's so much more of an attachment. Because like I made the video a few weeks ago about MGTOW, I got other videos I want to do that's probably also going to piss other people off. Where I'm like, I am going to get ratioed. I know I'm going to get ratioed, but I'm going to release the video anyway. Yep. Because I don't care if I'm going to get ratio. I just want to release the video because, then I'll just do a new one. And I guess it's easier to forget the interception on YouTube because you could just do a new video. And yeah, you could just do a new song, but it just doesn't feel the same. It's like it has to be good. And I have to get out of that. It has to be good, whatever that means. It just has to be done. And then, we'll see if it's good. Someone else has to determine if it's good. I have no idea if what I do is good.
I mean, there you are. You're right there at the edge anyway. It's right there at the edge. I'm using words that aren't even specifically the right thing. You're doing it. You're not caring. You're just creating. You're just putting things out there. I mean, I see you speak of it right now. The hardest thing is that you put something out of there, it gets ratioed. I mean, what if you keep getting ratioed for the next 10 years? You make content for the next 10 years. Will you keep putting stuff out in your 11th year? Will you keep trying?
If I'm still happy, yeah.
Sorry, hold on. Let me just take control real quick. First of all, I want to say hi to Anthroparian because we haven't said hi to him, and he's been here for a while. And Anthroparian is like a fucking solid ass supporter of me and Vig. So what up, yo, motherfucker? Was good. But I did want to respond to what Draco was saying about like the videos and like because Vig said, I have no problem putting out the videos. Okay, so I don't know what this means, but when I read Stephen Pressfield's book last night, it's the first time I ever read it. It's called "Do the Work" is the name of the book, and it's like one of the follow-ups to the art of the War of Art, which the War of Art is like such a masterpiece. And guys, by the way, if anyone's curious about reading this book, it's like, I don't know, 80 pages, and like each page has like 20 words on it. It's more like, it's almost like a book of Proverbs. Like it's so like simple to read. It's not like a book. It's more just like I don't even know, like an ebook. It's so
pamphlet.
Yeah, a pamphlet. Perfect. It's so easy to read. It's like you could do it like on a bus ride. But his follow-up, Do the Work. He was saying about this thing about the shadow self and about how like when an artist like doesn't like live into their purpose, like this shadow self appears, and then you commit to this shadow self, right? And I was like, oh, it's really interesting. And like I totally understood what he was talking about. Like I know like the backward side of me, like just like, like doing things that are just so counterproductive to like the artistic. And I was like, is there something about the fact that I'm so comfortable doing like the just speaking on YouTube without like doing the work before it or something? Like is there something to that? And you were saying how you feel so comfortable. I don't mind doing this. I'm like, okay, does that mean that there's something? Do I feel the same way? Like, is it too easy or is it too accessible? Like, what is that?
Like, wait a second. So I'm slightly confused. You mean like, is it something easy about just putting out a YouTube video or doing a live stream relative to something else?
Well, it was just, I'm not sure. It was just something you had just said where you're like, I don't feel like the concern for the judgment or you know what I mean? Like you don't feel the pressure.
There's not a lot less pressure on a YouTube video.
And so when I'm reading this book last night, I'm like, I've like doing YouTube is something that's like made me feel probably better than I felt about myself in my whole life. But then as I'm reading this, I'm like, wait, is this like a shadow career to my acting career? You know what I mean? Like, is this like an easy way out? Because I can just do it like right now with a camera and a microphone because I can.
Then
you know
if I may,
I don't know if that's true. It just made me think about it.
Then if I may, I mean, this is it's horribly unspecific, but what do you think is the calling of your heart? Do you understand the term?
Yeah. No,
What do
I
you
do.
To your heart.
What is the? Do you think? What do you think is the calling of your heart?
Well,
What do you want? What fills you? What fills you with the most interest? What fills you with the most passion? What fills you with the most?
This and music.
Does this do it? Does this do it?
100%. Yeah.
I
I
agree.
love it.
Then how can you call what fulfills you the most your shadow rather than everything else that's been taking you away from this?
Because the way I set my life was not this. It was something else. It was acting. It was performance. And so it's just like, as I'm reading this book, I'm like, wait, am I lying to myself? Is this not my calling? Is this a bullshit like version of who I am? So it just like made me question, like, is this a shadow version of like who I really am supposed to be?
That's why I brought the question. What you cared about, what and what speaks to you the most, and what gives you the sense of purpose. If you find passion in this live streaming, I'm missing some of it because I know Senshin Dildo has been sending up some
so
seriously
funny.
strong shit from the chat.
Shadow, man.
It's fucking cracking me up. All I can say is that doing this makes me feel like more me than I've ever felt. So it's like I am.
Then
so
I say you
comfortable
put your shadows behind you because you are finding fulfillment in this.
Yeah, but
my only concern would be is if you kept doing this for however long, but you weren't realizing if this ever left your heart, if the passion for doing this ever left you, if you changed or if you cared about something else and you weren't aware of it, this might become your shadow self.
Okay, I see what
because your passion would turn elsewhere, but you'd keep doing the thing that always used to give you the passion without being aware that you had left it behind.
Yeah. I just wanted to just like, it was more like an emotional audit. Like it was just kind of like making sure that
it's fair. You do that.
Cheap way out. You know what I mean?
You do that in life and you question it. And the fact that you have a questioning nature, that is also good. That it also makes you aware. So I'm like, White Woman, do you guys realize that?
We do. We sound like CW characters in hallways talking about our feelings.
Yeah. Senshin Dildo, please never leave the chat. We need you.
Yeah. Like White Woman, you guys realize
He's like, you understand, in my country, what we do. I don't think that's a Croatian accent, but
we don't. We don't speak of callings of our heart. We do what's necessary. We do what's necessary because that's being a man. That's being a real man.
Yeah.
You do what you have to do. I don't even know where I'm getting what. I don't know Senshin Dildo from whatever.
No, we're just like, you know what I hate about these bands is how much they talk about their feelings. I'm tired of it. God, who cares about your personal
But they talk about
journey?
feelings that you don't. When you don't care about their feelings, then their feelings in hallways is bullshit. You don't care about them anywhere. That's what makes them meaningless, passionless, interestless, and that's the bullshit of SJW intersectional crap.
Yeah. No, it's just funny. I feel like me and Vigilante have kind of like a similar, like spiritual, you know, like
I'm the outsider.
Rattle. No, we just have like this same kind of rattle. Like it's like it's just a similar like a parallel journey into it's
whole creativity, dealing with. I think the similar thing is being a creative, dealing with the like actual reality of what that entails.
Yes,
and kind of being confronted with that and kind of wondering, do I still want to do this? And then finding something else.
Yeah,
like, hey, this is really fucking fun. I never even thought about this.
Dude, that's exactly what it feels like. It's like this is like so much more fulfilling than the thing I thought was supposed to be fulfilling. Like the thing I thought was supposed to be fulfilling fucking sucks. This is rad. This is awesome. Like I could just tell people what I think, and like I mean, there's 6 people watching right now, but regardless, it's like I'm doing it. Like I love that. Like it's so validating. Like I don't like it. It's almost like therapy. It's like just the fact that I said it out loud is validating. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't even need the applause. It's just that I did it. It feels amazing. It's like, oh God, yeah. Like this is so right, so right.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean that's
And keep
without
doing
having. And I can't say I made. I actually did make $1. Shout out to Eric K. Even though he left, he actually has given me super chats, which is awesome. Him and that 70s rock fan. So that's
Dude,
cool.
Eric K is down for the fucking cause.
I love Eric K to pieces. I love all you guys, man. I truly do. Everyone in the chat, Draco, Fireball, everyone I've ever done a stream with. You guys are just so awesome, man.
Saved me. Man.
Now he says he puts this up on the screen.
Saved me, man.
I guess Borating what Anthroparian said is the attaching the the silly the thing to it. If my feelings trouble me, I just shanked them to death. Now give me my vodka, brother. Shitty, I don't know what the fuck that is. Accent doesn't mean anything. Midwestern motherfucker.
Hey, Henry, are you coming around, Henry? Or I feel like people will come in line eventually. Yeah, we get it. Naomi, I actually just realized she's the most talkative belter on the show. Yeah, I think eventually hopefully Sentient Dildo will come around that the second half of the 5th season is woke as fuck. But I hope that everyone else is coming around too. Yeah.
I don't know. I just know we lost Tracy. Sorry, Tracy. We cannot love the show.
Say lovey. I mean, I didn't sign up to like make people like me. I mean, I did.
We signed up to be honest.
The truth.
Because it was so easy being honest about caring in the beginning. And when you were honest at the end, well, you had to be honest about some serious shit. Because they fucked up.
Who do I honestly? I'd love to think it's Holden, but I don't know. It's probably some fucking
not season 5 Holden.
It's probably some hapless, like dude who gets eaten on series or something, or on Eros. I'm probably just one of the fucking hapless belters. I'd love to think I'm a man of action, but no. Have you started The Expanse, Vigilante?
No, because I was gonna wait until it ended and just binge everything, and then when I heard it went woke, I'm like, oh man. But you guys have kept telling me that the first 3 seasons are still worth it.
Yeah, you have 3 great seasons and 4 okay seasons.
Worth it. Yes.
Yeah, dude, it's like it'll take you all the way to the 5th season before, and like halfway through the 5th season until you're like, and the only reason you'd even notice is because you're so invested in the story. Like it's so weird. I resent it so much right now, but I still know, like in my heart, that the first 3 seasons are like crazy good. They're so good. And the cool thing is you don't even need to like have the little searchlight out. Like, when's it going to turn woke? Is the wokeness around this corner? It's like they did it so well. I will say there's one scene in season 2 that's like, ugh, with like this Marine and she arm wrestles this thing. It's so stupid. But other than that, honestly, the entirety of those first 3 seasons is some of the greatest television I have ever witnessed. It is gold. It is pure. It is perfect. I mean, like the impetus of the channel we're on right now, like, is essentially resting on the bed of how excellent the first 3 seasons of The Expanse is.
Wow. I have to get around to it. I'm very.
If you like sci-fi, dude, you will like it. Like you will like it. Like it is great. Like give it at least. Here's what I'll say. Give it if nothing moves you up until episode 4 or 5 of the first season, then it's not for you. If
matter of fact, the first 3 episodes, some people find the first 3 episodes a little bit of a slog, depending upon your particular personality and what you like. Once you get to the 4th or 5th episode, that's the litmus test.
That's what I agree with.
If you get halfway through the first season and you do not see anything, put it down.
Yep, I think that's fair. Because, and here's why. I think it's chiefly because you don't have a group of protagonists that you're following. Like, you meet a lot of characters and you're like, okay, I just don't know why I care. But by the end of episode 4, to me, I was like, oh, that's
the core of the show
okay.
starts being built, and you
now
start
I
seeing
get it. Now I
who are
fucking
you
get it.
following.
And you're like, all right, cool. And it was like,
and then there's
the
a mystery
story.
going on that you got a bunch of lanterns hung out there, and you're asking
honestly,
questions.
I wish I was you. I envy you not knowing like the journey of the, yeah, like that's a fun fucking story, man, to like not have experienced and just like get into. Oh man, and like where does it go and who's connected to it? Oh man, like that is so much fun. It's, to me, that's like on par with like Lord of the Rings.
We definitely still geek out about the beginning of The Expanse.
Oh my god, it's so good, dude. Like
I'll check it
where it goes and who's connected and why. It's so good. Oh my god, it's a moment in my life. It's a moment in my life. So you can have that moment, dude. Like,
okay,
especially for an adaptation from a book to still be that interesting and to garner that much interest when they had to convert it from the book form into a show, and it's still so entertaining.
And like
so
optimistically,
well
I still think they went woke just to cover the fact of the Alex Kamal thing. I really do believe in my heart that season 6 will be good. Okay, sentient dildo. Okay.
Look at what they packed into the last episode in a side of about 10 minutes. They packed about 4 episodes of story into 10 fucking minutes in the last episode. And it's like, where the shit was this for the rest of the last 6 episodes?
I honestly think they want to tell a good story. They just had some woke handcuffs on. I just think, they'll get back to it. It's like the kind of whole thing with the Last Jedi. It's like, we'd love a little mea culpa. We'd love a little, hey, by the way, you're right, this sucks. It's like, that's how I feel. It's just, I wish they'd be like, I don't like them doubling down. Like, I'm like, hey, too bad people know our show's woke. It's like, fuck you, idiot, asshole. It wasn't woke. It wasn't feminist. It was just a story. In the future, you shithead.
At least you can always be certain that
me.
Ty fucking Frank and Dan fucking Abraham are going to remain consistent outside the show. Because they've been consistent outside the fucking show. I don't care what you actually
think. I care what you write, you dick. Yeah, whatever. I don't want to get too excited. It's just so frustrating where you're like,
seasons 1 through 3.
Condescending pieces of shit. This is a fan rescued show, and you're gonna talk to the audience like they're assholes. The whole show only exists because fans put money into and made sure the show got another season. You're like, oh, I would hate for fans to think, fuck you. We don't know what the show is. Jackasses.
That's very unappreciative. You're right. It is a fan.
Don't ever bother following that motherfucker and his the pair of them. Don't ever bother following them outside of the media.
Off. Like, even if they made something great, and I'm pretty good at separating the art from the artist. We talked shit about Kanye.
Me too. And it was really easy for a long time with this particular show.
Just stuff like that still is off-putting. It's still off-putting.
That's why it's like almost harder for me to like recommend it now. But I still think like Vidge, like it's so good. Honestly, it's like you could take a little time. You could take a little time machine back in time when like fucking dipshit writers weren't such bitches who had to, bow to the powers that they feel be pussies. But they did have like, dude. What was so cool about this show was it existed in a bubble because it was on Sci-Fi Network, like Sci-Fi channel. It's like what is even in that? I never would have thought something on that channel was good. So like they were outside of the woke lens. So they were able to write such a cool show. Dude, like season 1, like the vividness that they like, okay, so the show takes place like 200 years in the future. Mm-hmm. So what we've basically done in our solar system is colonize it. And so there's all these asteroids in the solar system that are mineral rich. And so these like people would go out there and colonize it, and then they would create these cities, and they would just mine it for all these minerals. The thing was that everyone who went out there essentially worked for like a corporation that's Earth based. So they would send most of the wealth back to Earth, and they would live and then like procreate in low gravity with, you know, essentially poverty level wages. And it was a hard life. Like the air was shit, the water was shit, like their own health was shit because they weren't in like like Earth gravity. So they grew up like really long, but like they had like spinal problems because like they couldn't grow healthy. So there's all this
bones didn't form right and all this shit. Yep.
Yeah, so there's all this contention in what's called the outer planets, which is like these small asteroids or like, you know, moons of, you know, Jupiter, like that have these minerals. And so there's that. And then also Mars is this new civilization that's like really technologically advanced because all the best scientists went to Mars. And so the whole goal of Mars is to terraform it and turn it into like this brand new, like green, lush planet. But like they're really militarily advanced. And there was like almost as like a war between Mars and Earth, like, I don't know, 50 years before our story picks up. So it's like there's a military standoff like all the time between Earth and Mars. And so the difference is Mars has really technologically advanced spaceships, but Earth has more. And so it's like this kind of like, you know, Cold War standoff, like arms race. And like that's like the political backdrop of the universe that we're set in. And like the Belters hate everyone. And like Mars and Earth hate each other, but Mars and Earth hate the Belt more than they hate each other. So it's like this really politically rich universe. Yeah.
This does sound good. Yeah, I gotta check this out.
The politics are politics of class as opposed to politics of identity.
Yeah, which are the politics I'm more interested in, as I'm sure I've expressed plenty of times.
And the fucking genius of The Expanse was it destroys racial differences because the belt is incredibly diverse. It's made up of like Chinese settlers, Indian settlers, you know, American settlers, Swedish settlers. It's like it's just such a diverse group that they become the belt versus Mars versus Earth. But each, you know, pocket of the solar system is like ethnically diverse, so much so that like one of the crew members of the Rocinante, which is the ship that you eventually follow, he's a Indian dude, but the people that settled Mars where he's from, it was half Indian, like India, and half people from Dallas, Texas. So he's like a Indian dude with like a cowboy vibe. Like
that grew up on Mars.
So that's like his background.
Not perfect?
So it was so elegant, actually shattering these racial differences because it almost it became more about like where you grew up in the solar system.
Man, I loved it. Okay, since your dildo talks about the world building, but like, okay, a lot of these things are things I've thought about just in general in life, even before this whole wokeness became a thing, because I thought about like, you know, everyone talks about how I'm from Detroit. I always talk about how I'm from Detroit, even though I don't live there. There's something about being from Detroit and having all of the different, and it's a very, you know, it is mostly black. But you talk about the whole area, you end up with an ethnically diverse area, and you don't. There's something about being from Michigan or from Detroit that's like I'm more connected to than anything. You know what I mean?
That's what it is. Like Belters are very ethnically diverse, but they are Beltalauda. Like they are members of the belt, and they have these like really cool like gear tattoos, and a lot of them have these like tattoos around their neck because when Belters were first like colonizing the solar system, they got these burns from the cheap spacesuits that would like burn their neck, and like one of their leaders actually has like the scar, but the rest of them would like they would get this tattoo to show their like loyalty to being in the belt. And like one of the crew members of like the ship that we follow, this girl Naomi, she's like from the belt, like hardcore from the belt. So even though she's like down with like not being a piece of shit, she still has these kind of like revolutionary like roots. And like the belt, as much as they're correct in like feeling oppressed, they also do like IRA, like terrorist type bombings that like kill innocent people. So they're not really that empathetic, even though you empathize with their reasons for doing what they do. Like it's an incredibly gray world. Like everybody is kind of right and also kind of wrong. Like nothing about the way they construct the world creates like
almost sounds like The Wire in space.
100%, dude. It's like the closest to that. Like people call it a Game of Thrones in space, and I think it's better than that. But unfortunately, someone put a comment on one of my videos
than that before the.
Yeah, but someone put a comment on the video about like season 5, and I was like, "Oh no, you're right. Oh no, they finally lived up to their name." But you like, Vidge, you have to like, you'd have to get as deep, and it's like the cool thing about The Expanse versus Game of Thrones, whereas like I would never recommend anyone go back and watch Game of Thrones because Game of Thrones, the entire impetus of the show hinged on the payoff. And it's even from the beginning, like the first thing you see in season 1, episode 1 is like the White Walkers, and it goes and that the whole show is moving towards a payoff. The Expanse is not quite like that. The Expanse has really interesting payoffs along the journey, and the fact that season 5 went woke and kind of bullshit is disappointing in the legacy of the show, but it doesn't take away from what was so interesting before that happened.
I see. Okay. That's good to know, because one thing, I never was a Game of Thrones guy, but I'm very like, it's fascinating how that is so not talked about now, and it was so big just a few years ago, and it has nothing to do with wokeness. And I think that's, it was said in one of the earlier chats that a lot of this stuff predates wokeness, and it really does. I mean, it happened in the quote unquote woke era, if you will, but it just petered out due to lack of talent. The lack of talent of the writers, when they, at least from what I understand, because again I didn't watch it, but it just seemed, if I understand it correctly, once they didn't have a book to adapt, they didn't really have a plot, and everything went to shit. Am I correct in that?
Pretty much. They went further and further afield the further they got from content.
But it's just also like, I can't imagine that the writers like. It's really it's worth study. Like I almost would feel like a documentary about it would be valuable, because you're like, I can't imagine that the guys who articulated the first few seasons so well, as if they had such a clear vision of like what was going to happen, and the way it ended, it's just like, wow, did these guys have like, they get into gambling, or did someone pick up like a heroin habit? Like what was the truth of how
they
like,
still
how did it go
appeared
so wrong?
They still appeared to be excellent adapters. If they had solid subject material, they could turn that because the first word that comes to mind is they perverted it. No, not really that far. No, what they did was they took the book, they took the original material, and they took a few notes that Martin gave them, and they changed the original material and made an excellent narrative for television, an excellent screenplay out of it for, well, the first season is almost universally thought of as excellent.
I think all four,
the first four seasons, genius. There's a lot of things that people have brought up to me, that especially adaptation issues with the first 4 seasons, taking them out of the book and moving them into the show. But I think most of those will always concede to the idea of they did a very good job adapting and creating the first 4 seasons.
My feeling is just like they did such a good job because it seemed like they understood where it was all going. Like that was the most frustrating part, was it was just like like the mystery, like where is this all going to eventually end up, was the engine that moved this genius show, because it just seemed like the most tightly knit, like well-woven, like tapestry of story I've ever come across. Like I just couldn't believe how deep it was. It was like, whoa, like it was flooring once you really got into it. You're like, every stitch of dialogue is about either lore or like what's going to happen in the future, or like what's happening to a character a scene over. Like it was wow, a cheat. And you're like, this is so, and like the fact that like there's this gigantic drop off and it just stops like resonating with what they all set up. You're like, how is that possible? How is it possible that you like
just
what kind of a sociopath invests that much fake emotion into a payoff they had no vision on like paying off?
Well,
like,
you just gave a hint. You just hinted at it. You just hinted at it that they had all of this, all of these things, all of these words, and all of these things that they were saying, and everything that the characters were talking about, and all the references that they made. Once you don't have the book, all of that language, all of those speeches, all of those conversations, they're gone. They're missing. They didn't have anything to adapt from. Now they've just got events from outlines.
Like, that they believed it was going somewhere. Like just the simple fact that they thought it was going to pay off.
I can
They
explain
did?
this one.
All right, bitch.
We're gonna go full circle. It looks like creative resistance and creative block was really the origin of this, because at the end of the day, they were adapters. They never had a clue. They only knew how to take something and copy off the test. They didn't know how to come up with their own
that was their
answer.
strength, their adaptation, their taking.
No, I think Vidge is right though. You know what I think? I think their Star Wars trilogy distracted them from really sticking the landing on the thing that really made them who they were. I think he's right. I think it was a resistance thing. It was just like, oh, okay, whatever. We'll fucking finish this bullshit, but we're gonna go really right, Luke Skywalker and blah blah blah.
I didn't really think Star Wars. Maybe that did have an impact. I didn't think about that. I just really think they were just guys that like. I was more talking about George R. Martin's resistance for not having a book ready, and then these kids who are used to. They were used to copying off the smart kid's tests, and the smart kid didn't come to class that day, and they didn't know what to do.
I just don't believe that you can be so articulate with so many aspects of the story if you like don't care or like B, don't believe in a follow through. Like
I didn't see it, so I don't know.
Vivid, man. Like it's hard to like express.
As much as you have insight into LA, and you didn't think that they could be that lacking of insight
to be
that they could produce both.
To tell that story,
they were not the source of it. They were not the source of the story.
How could they translate it so well? Like, how could you do that?
Because adaptation is moving something from one to another without creativity.
But like,
it's a lack of creativity. They were not the source of the original creative material.
The quality of execution, the intrigue they created when certain
they didn't create it. George R. Martin did.
Draco, listen to me, man. Like the way they would end a scene or a sequence, the way you gave a fuck about how that was going to move forward. It's like you're telling me that
the reactors created scenes. The actors created scenes.
Well, no, here's one thing I will say. What was the biggest one of the biggest things of 8 of this season, infamous season 8, that goddamn Starbucks cup. And I was very representative. I think, you know what? I think you were on something with that Star Wars thing. I do think they got
yes, that was the Star Wars.
Because
they weren't even there.
I understand part of what Matt's point is. Like, even if they are as I use copying off the test, there's still a lot of other details into creating a visual. I keep saying this is a visual medium. And they, you know, I've seen enough videos because I watch everything Drinker does, right? And he covered it, right? So they talk about how a lot of CG, even a lot of visual, a lot of the technical elements of this show fell off along with the story.
100%. It was
so those elements, George R. Martin's, you know, you can copy off the test all you want, but the technical stuff is all you. And how could that stuff fall out if your interest didn't fall off as well? That part, I think,
like if you're trying to reach a goal, that's the thing that like made me the most disillusioned. Was it was like, okay, seasons 1 through 4 are so well executed, and 5 through 6 you're like, all right. I mean, like it's gotten foggy, but 7 and 8 you're like, these are bad. Like they don't make sense, and it's like it's so confusing that like you manage to create this really tight net of story, and then you're like, yeah, this is how it ends. It's like, wait a minute. Hold on. You built me up as an audience member. Fuck the books. Fuck George R. R. Martin. I know your story. I know your movie. I know your TV show. The first thing you show me is the White Walkers attacking guys outside of the wall, and then they destroy their bodies and create this art for them. Okay, that's the first thing you've ever shown me when I'm a part of your audience. You're gonna build that up for literally 8 seasons, way too long on most people's estimate, and then it's gonna happen in one episode that I can barely see. That happens by a character almost 100% unrelated to the entire story of the White Walkers, and then you're gonna be like, "Yep, we're done." Fuck you. Do you know how much fucking time I've invested in this show?
They don't care.
And they don't.
You even saying, here's one for you. They don't even care. They've got their millions of dollars. They're not even making Star Wars right now, and they still got their Dahlia.
It's evident they
still
don't
got all
care.
their money.
It's evident they don't care. But I will not accept
that
they.
That was where they were at the end of that series.
But that's what we're trying to get to, is that like they were out. I don't believe they felt the same way when the series started, because when they started the series, it was
That's true.
It honestly had no right being as taut as it was. Like, you could have made that same fantasy series and it would have been fine, like 3 or 4 levels under how well written it was. It was so well written. And like the minutia of character in that show affected their outcome. If you were too arrogant or too humble, that affected whether you died or not. Like, that show was a masterpiece of like human politics. It was fucking genius. Like, it changed the way you looked at life, the way you looked at the way people interacted with each other. It was a fucking monument to culture. And so they're just going to be like, yeah, we nailed it. Who needs a payoff? It's like everyone, literally everyone who's ever watched your show needs a payoff. And they're like, nah, fucking Star Wars. What?
Yep.
And this is why Hollywood needs to go the way of the milkman. We have to replace it. Seriously, Hollywood needs to go the way Kmart used to be the shit at one point. It's not anymore. I mean, I'm sure they still exist. Kmart's?
No.
I mean, they may. Shout out if you're near Kmart. But you know, things that
subsidiary of Sears. How is Sears doing now?
Yeah, I don't think either. Does Sears still exist?
I don't know.
Sears?
So,
I don't honestly know.
I
think there's a Sears near my house, but I haven't been out that way because I don't buy anything from Sears, especially not during COVID.
Could you imagine? Like, I mean, when is the last time you went inside of a Sears to buy something?
There are still Sears. There's a Sears. I googled it, and there's actually a few in Los Angeles. Huh.
When is the last time anyone
Sears
went
bought
inside
Kmart? So there's probably 1 or 2 of those around.
That's kind of a lot in LA. Huh.
How about that?
There you go.
Shout out to Sears.
I haven't been to Sears.
You should take a trip to Sears just to renew your connection to the
Speaking of Sears,
box store.
I don't know how to segue that, but I think it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah.
So
segue. Sears they're done.
Yeah. So segue into Sears. Draco, what are you all about?
I am all about hanging with my friends on YouTube because I am stuck in the what that guy talk about not creating, not being able to create. I don't know. I have a channel,
Yes,
and you can subscribe to it, and there's nothing new on there since You Dang's teaser video, but maybe I'll have a new passion project to come out. I really do more often than not hang with guys like these who have excellent points, hot takes, making videos, spending time with talking about pop culture and how it is succeeding or failing right now. So I appreciate the sub, but you can definitely sub to Vigilante Williamson. You can definitely sub to Foul Bowel Productions.
Yes. If you're not subbed to Foul Ball, I don't know what you're doing.
What the hell?
I don't know what you're doing.
Why
But
are
you
you
know,
here?
we've been gone so long. There's a chance, that the stream
Has
is
he
picked
not
up.
earned that subscribe?
You gotta
Go
if you
Vigilante.
Okay, yeah, me too. Not like a me too. Not like a me too. I've been imbibing a little bit because I can tell that I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one, to quote John Lennon. And real quick, Anthroparian, I went to Kmart. Your Kmarts are so much nicer in Australia than they are here. I mean, it was like they're like almost luxury compared to the Kmarts here, and I'm not joking. They're way nicer, way nicer. But I'm Vigilante Williamson. I have a channel that somehow, despite my best efforts, is over 250. I think we're at like 267 subs. I do live streams a couple times a week. I'm trying to release more videos. I started off my channel with a lot more videos than live streams, but I do Vigilante Williamson, the Brave and the Bold tomorrow.
Superhero.
Sorta. I'm a chubby motherfucker in a mask. But
no capes. No capes.
Can't afford capes. But no, I talk about pop culture. I talk about random things that I want to talk about. I do music from time to time, trying to get more into that. And I appreciate anyone who's subbed to my channel, who's heard me on this or any other stream. And yeah, please give me a sub. Give me a sub.
Give him a sub. And actually, he's fucking talented. Like I like Vigilante's hip hop song. I honestly was listening to it like alone with no pressure. Like,
cool.
This is good. I like it. Like I like the vibe. Vigilante is a good man.
Sweet.
Check him out. And thank you guys so much for hanging out in the cocktail lounge. This was really fun. You guys are a great audience, dude. Anthroparian, you're the fucking man. You are one of the OGs. You hang out with me. You hang out with Vig. You're always around. Sentient Dildo, kind of a cocksucker, but he's a good dude. You know,
he's the man.
Good dude. He's the man. He's the man. Exis, I couldn't chat because I am working. Well, hey man. Well, thanks for chilling. Thanks for chilling.
Happy to have you.
Fuck yeah.
Henry? Hey, feel free to sub Exis3. I just put the link in the channel. I forgot I was a mod.
Boom.
So,
Sub to Vig. But Anthroparian, Henry, good to see you. Eric K. No Elvis, but Rowan, Ginger Raven, everybody that was hanging out. This was fucking amazing. You guys are so cool. You make this as fun as possible. I would do this if it was just the three of us, but the fact that you guys are all here with us makes it that much more cool. I really appreciate you guys hanging out.
And all the chat was great today. They definitely were pushing us along.
Hell yeah. And we're going to keep doing this. So come back every Friday. We'll put your fucking batshit crazy chats right up on the stream.
This is an actual cocktail lounge because it really is just buddies, drinking and just talking shit. This is like a legit cocktail lounge online.
It's exactly what it is. So come back every week.
It's okay if you just had a soda or just a pop or water.
Have a sparkling water with a little bit of have a LaCroix.
LaCroix, yes.
All right,
I don't think so.
We'll see you all next week. Be very well. Toodle.